Separation of Power by Vince Flynn. Read by Ken Cleban. Prelude. Dr. Irene Kennedy stood over the fresh mound of dirt and wept. It had been a small funeral, relatives and a few close friends. The others had already left the wind-swept cemetery and were on their way back into town for a light lunch at an aunt's house. The 40-year-old director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center wanted to spend a few moments alone at the grave of her mentor. Kennedy lifted her head and wiped the tears from her eyes as she took in the landscape. She ignored the biting chill of western South Dakota and let it all out. This would be her last chance to grieve so openly for the loss of the men who had taught her so much. After this, it was back to Washington and perhaps the greatest test of her life. During Stansfield's final days, the director of the CIA had told her not to worry. He had made all the proper arrangements. She would take his place as the next director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Kennedy did not relish the confirmation process that awaited her. But what really had her worried was measuring up to her old boss. He was the greatest man she had ever known. Thomas Stansfield died on a cool fall morning surrounded by his children, grandchildren, and Irene Kennedy. It was exactly as he'd wanted it to be. Just 2 weeks before his 80th year, he wanted to go no further. Those last few days he had sat in his leather chair, a calm haze of morphine dulling both his mind and the stabbing pain of the cancer that was ravaging his insides. He stared out the window as the last of fall's leaves fell. This was the final autumn of his life. Thomas Stansfield's rise to the top of the Central Intelligence Agency was the stuff that legends were made of. Born near the town of Stoneville, South Dakota, in 1920, he came of age during 2 of his country's most difficult decades. The carefree days of his youth had been squelched by dry, hot summers and apocalyptic dust storms that rose up from the southern plains and turned day into night. The Great Depression had taken its toll on the Stansfield family. One of his brothers, an uncle, and several cousins had been lost, along with 2 of the 4 grandparents. Stansfield's parents had met in their teens, both fresh off the cattle cars that had sprinkled countless European immigrants across America in the years that followed World War I. His father was from Germany, his mother from Norway. Thomas Stansfield grew up mesmerized by the stories his parents and grandparents told of their homelands. He learned English in school, but at night by the fire, it was the native languages of his parents and grandparents that was spoken. He excelled in school, and from an early age showed far less interest in farming than his brothers. He knew that someday he would return to Europe and explore his family's history. When he was given the chance at the age of 17 to attend South Dakota State University on a full academic scholarship, he didn't hesitate. College was not difficult for Stansfield. He majored in engineering and history and graduated at the top of his class. As the hot and hungry days of the 30s wound to a close, Stansfield recognized something far more ominous on the horizon. While most of his classmates and professors were turned inward, obsessed with America's problems, Stansfield kept an eye on the rise of fascism in Europe. His intellect told him that something foreboding was on the horizon. Franklin Delano Roosevelt also knew that something innately evil was occurring in Europe and the Far East. But there was nothing Roosevelt could do in the late 30s. The political will to intervene was not there. America had lost too many of her sons in the First World War, and its citizens weren't about to jump into another so quickly. It was Europe's problem. So Roosevelt, always the keen politician, bided his time and prepared for war as best he could. One of the things he did was to call on his close friend, Colonel Wild Bill Donovan. Donovan, a New York lawyer, had been awarded the Medal of Honor for leading the fighting 69th Infantry Regiment in France during World War I, and was one of Roosevelt's most keen and intense advisers. At the urging of Donovan, Roosevelt authorized the formation of the Office of Strategic Services. One of the first things Donovan did was to scour the armed forces and American universities for young men with the language skills that would aid the OSS in analyzing intercepted Axis power messages. Donovan also had something else in mind. He knew it wasn't a question of if America would enter the war, but a question of when. And when it did, he wanted to be ready to insert Americans behind German lines to organize resistance forces, gather intelligence, and, if called on, assassinate the enemy. Thomas Stansfield was one of Wild Bill Donovan's greatest recruits. The thin farm boy from the western steppes of South Dakota was fluent in German, Norwegian, and spoke decent French. During the war, Stansfield was parachuted into both Norway and later France. Still in his early 20s, he was the leader of what was to become one of the OSS's most effective Jedburgh teams. After the war, General Eisenhower would say that the invasion of France would not have been possible if it were not for the efforts of the courageous Jedburgh teams to organize French resistance, provide detailed intelligence reports, and ultimately disrupt and confuse German troop movement during the first days of the invasion. Thomas Stansfield had been one of those brave men who had operated behind enemy lines for months, preparing the way for the invasion force. In the pre-dawn hours of D-Day, Stansfield and his Jedburgh team demolished a major rail line and a phone junction box. After the war, Stansfield continued to serve his country. When the CIA was formed in 1947, he became one of its first employees. He stayed in Europe for much of the next 4 decades, almost all of it behind the Iron Curtain. He was one of the agency's most effective recruiters of foreign agents. In the 80s, President Reagan was so impressed with the man's steely demeanor, he made him the Moscow station chief because he knew Stansfield would drive the Russians nuts. After Moscow, he was brought home to become the deputy director of operations, and then finally, director of Central Intelligence. He had served his country well, and had sought no recognition. On his deathbed, President Hayes had come to visit him. The president told Stansfield that preparations were underway for a full military burial at Arlington National Cemetery. The president also expressed his interest in eulogizing Stansfield himself. It was the least the country could do for a man who had given so much. Stansfield, in his typical humble way, declined, and told the president that he wanted to be buried where he'd been born. No pomp and circumstance, just a simple private ceremony for a very private man. Kennedy brushed a moist strand of brown hair from her face. She missed him. Standing in the cold wind, the gray, bleak sky overhead, she felt alone and isolated, more so than at any other time in her life. When she lost her father to a car bombing in Beirut, it had been extremely painful. But there was one major difference. Back then, nothing was expected of her. It was all right to check out for 6 months and travel the world in search of answers. This time, she had no such luxury. First, there was Tommy, her extremely inquisitive 6-year-old son. There was no running from that responsibility. Tommy's father had already done that, and Kennedy wasn't about to disappoint the most important person in her life for a second time. If it were only Tommy, she could handle it. But it wasn't. There was Washington. Kennedy looked to the west, at the rise of the Black Hills and their strange, ominous beauty. For a moment, the thought of running flashed across her mind. Take Tommy, quit the CIA, and run, never look back, and avoid the whole mess. Let the self-serving vultures go after someone else. She lowered her eyes to the grave of Thomas Stansfield, and knew she could never do it. She owed him too much. She knew he had counted on her to keep the CIA politically neutral. Kennedy could think of no one she admired more than Thomas Stansfield. The man had given close to 60 years of his life to his agency, his belief in democracy and his country. And she had given him her word. She would return to Washington. Kennedy sighed heavily and took one last look at the grave. She let the rose in her hand fall to the mound of black dirt, and she wiped the last of her tears from her face. A final, silent goodbye was uttered, and a simple request that he would guide her through the difficult months to come. Kennedy turned and started for the car. Chapter 1. Bahamas, Friday evening. Williams Island was one of hundreds of tiny landmasses that made up the Bahamas. But unlike other similar islands in the Bahamas, it had a new landing strip capable of handling executive jets. This was due to a prominent inhabitant who owned a private compound on the island's western end. With the sun less than an hour away from setting, the distinctive whine of turbine engines could be heard in the distance. A gleaming Gulfstream personal jet suddenly appeared with the bright orange orb of the Caribbean sun as its backdrop. The plane steadily descended, its approach looking like a mirage as the heat shimmered off the runway. With barely a noise, the wheels gently touched down and rolled along the runway. There was no control tower at the small airport, just a hangar and maintenance shed. The plane came to a stop in front of the hangar, and the engines were silenced. A shiny new Range Rover was parked by the hangar, the driver standing next to the vehicle, hands clasped in front of him in a kind of a non-military version of parade rest. The native Bahamian had been sent by Senator Hank Clark, the man who owned the compound at the other end of the island. He was also the man who had helped to secure financing and donations for the new runway. The door of the glistening jet opened, and out stepped a man and woman in business attire, both of them in their early 30s, both of them with black leather Toomey laptop bags over their shoulders. The two were barely on the tarmac, and out came the phones. They punched the numbers in as fast as they could and waited impatiently for the phones to connect with the nearest satellite. After a moment, a third individual appeared in the plane's doorway. This man was not dressed in standard business attire. Mark Ellis stood perched in the doorway for a moment and surveyed the scene through a pair of black Revo sunglasses. He had a well-trimmed brown beard that helped hide the acne scars of his youth. Ellis was dressed from head to toe in expensive Tommy Bahama casual wear, silk tan pants, a short-sleeved silk shirt with a tropical design, and a blue blazer. With the shoes, the outfit cost close to $1,000. His personal shopper from Simi Valley purchased the entire ensemble. The woman brought Ellis racks of clothes to look at each month. He never perused the bill and never asked if the items were on sale. Ellis usually listened to the woman's suggestions, and the entire affair was almost always over in 15 minutes or less. The woman would clip the tags and hang the clothes in his 1,200-square-foot master bedroom closet. On the surface, the closet might seem a little large, but in relation to the rest of the 36,000-square-foot home, it was fitting. Mark Ellis was a billionaire. At the height of the dot-com craze, Fortune magazine had put Ellis's net worth at $21 billion. With the recent dot-com bust, the number was now half that, and it was driving him nuts. The recent downturn in his portfolio was why he was visiting the tiny island. Ellis was one of the biggest hitters in Silicon Valley, but unlike many of his neighbors, Ellis made nothing. He didn't develop hardware, software, or cutting-edge technology. Mark Ellis was a professional gambler. Venture capital was his game. He bet on companies, preferably startups that no one else knew anything about. Fast approaching the age of 50, Ellis had been in the VC game since the age of 28. Supremely confident and sometimes competitive to a fault, he worked long hours and expected those around him to work even longer ones. Mark Ellis had a temper, and nothing could bring it out quicker than failure. Failure meant losing, and he hated to lose with a passion that surpassed even his zest for wealth. There had been a lot of failures of late, and Ellis was literally losing his mind, allowing it to be taken over by anger instead of rational calculation, which was what he needed. The only good news for him was that he recognized the problem. The bigger issue, however, was the solution, and there was only one: to reverse the trend of losses. Ellis stroked the edges of his brown beard as he started for the Range Rover. Despite his reputation as a gambler, he hadn't been to the track or a casino in well over a decade. As far as legal gambling was concerned, he had two big problems. He didn't like the odds, and he didn't like playing by their rules. Mark Ellis didn't like playing by other people's rules, period. Whether it was the Catholic Church, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Internal Revenue Service, or the government in general. Mark Ellis, born in Buffalo, New York, to the son of a steelworker, believed that rules were designed to keep you down. They were designed to keep the masses in check. From an early age, he had understood this, and he had made it his personal goal in life to never live by their rules. Senator Hank Clark was a large man who inside the Beltway was affectionately referred to by some as John Wayne. Clark had the size, the swagger, and most notable, the gift of making people feel important when they were around him. Not to say that Hank Clark was altruistic. He wasn't. Clark had no aversion to making enemies in life. He just found it suited his needs much better when the other person thought he was a friend. He was, after all, a politician. Like a well-schooled assassin, he knew that it was much easier to slit someone's throat when they allowed you to get close. That was why, in an increasingly divided Washington, the Republican senator from Arizona was one of the few politicians left who could truly reach across the aisle. Clark made no public enemies, and he made very few in private. He was a likable man, and he used his amiable style to find people's weaknesses. Senator Henry Thomas Clark was a truly dangerous man. Clark looked out over the beautiful blue water of the Caribbean and smiled. He had done very well for himself. His private compound on the tip of the island had its own lagoon, and over 50 acres of lush privacy. Inside the compound were a gatekeeper's house, a guest house that overlooked the quaint lagoon, and the grand main house with commanding views of the ocean. All three were done in a tasteful Mediterranean style. Clark was standing on the terrace of the main house. 30 feet below, the surf pounded into the sheer rock cliff. Standing as he was, leaning out over the water, was like being on the bow of a ship. The bright orange sun was slipping over the horizon. It was another day in paradise. He'd gone from trailer trash to the U.S. Senate. Clark smiled, took a drink, and thought, only in America could a kid grow up in poverty with a father and mother who were drunks, and go on to become a multi-millionaire and a U.S. Senator. Clark knew there were those who would find the line pat, but he doubted they had started out so low in life and risen so high. Not Clark, though. Not a day passed when he didn't think of how far he had come, and how far he still intended to go. His father was an abject failure in every sense of the word, so much so that he blew his head off when Hank Clark was a boy. The memories of his youth were a constant reminder of how bad things could be. No father, a mother who was drunk every day of the week, and the stigma of living in a trailer park. Fortunately for Hank Clark, his parents had unwittingly given him one true gift: a 90-mile-per-hour fastball and a wicked curve. That was his ticket out. A full ride to Arizona State University. After school, Clark had gone into commercial real estate and development in a fledgling suburb of Phoenix called Scottsdale. Clark's life from that point forward had been one success after another. By 30, he had made his first million. By 35, he was set for life and decided to go into politics. He served one term in the U.S. House of Representatives, and then it was on to the Senate, where he was now in the middle of his 4th term. One would think that this would be enough for most people, but not Hank Clark. He wasn't done achieving yet. There was one more job he wanted. Unfortunately, several people in Washington weren't cooperating at the moment. That, Clark knew, was why Mark Ellis had decided to make his unscheduled trip to the tiny island. Clark was a wealthy man, but he had no intention of throwing away all of that hard-won money. That was why he needed Ellis and his friends. They had serious money. They weren't simple millionaires, they were billionaires, and they weren't shy about doling some of their billions out for access and information. Clark sighed and shook his head at the tedious road ahead. Information. That's what this whole mess was about. Knowledge truly was power, and men like Ellis understood that Clark could help give them the knowledge they needed to grow their billions and protect their kingdoms. Even over the roar of the surf, Clark heard Ellis enter the house. Clark and Ellis shared a thirst for power, and that was about it. Where Clark was calm and discerning, Ellis was volatile and brash. The man had a way of wearing people out through frontal assault after frontal assault. Nothing tricky, no feints. He just hammered you into submission. Clark found it all very interesting. He was a true tactician, and often relished outmaneuvering people like Ellis. But tonight, in the warm Caribbean air, he would prefer drinks, some light fare, and the smooth skin of a young woman flown in from Miami. Ellis strode out onto the terrace at full speed like an impetuous prince delivering bad news from some far-off front. His demeanor was very out of place in the laid-back atmosphere of Clark's private retreat, and the senator made an effort not to let his irritation show. There was no hello, no comment on the weather or the beauty of the setting sun. Ellis forcefully slapped down a copy of the San Francisco Chronicle on the small wrought-iron table near Clark, and kept his eyes focused on the man. "What in the hell is this all about?" Good evening, Mark. How was your flight?
Never mind my flight,
barked Ellis, as he looked up at the much taller and more substantial Clark.
Explain this to me.
Ellis pointed at the paper, but kept his eyes on the senator. Clark glanced down at the paper and said, Mark, you'll have to read it to me. I don't have my glasses with me. Clark smiled as Ellis snatched the paper off the table. This might be enjoyable after all. The Bull and the Matador.
The headline reads, New CIA Director. Sources close to the president say that next week he will nominate Dr. Irene Kennedy to become the next director of the CIA. If Kennedy is confirmed, she will become the first woman to head the spy agency.
Ellis threw the paper back down on the table in disgust.
You told me you would take care of this mess.
Yes, I did tell you that, and yes, I am taking care of it.
How? Just how in God's name are you taking care of this, Hank? You are not my only source in Washington, spat Ellis. I'm hearing things.
Clark took a drink and gauged the sincerity of the thinly veiled threat. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing Kennedy won't play ball. I'm hearing if she finds out about our little arrangement, she will blow us out of the water.
Shaking his head, Clark replied, As for your first point, I'm not entirely convinced she won't play ball. And as for your second point, she would never go public with our business dealings.
How can you be so sure?
With absolute sincerity, Clark replied, She'd probably have you killed instead. Taking half a step back, Ellis gave the senator a questioning look.
You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm very serious. I don't know who your other sources are, but I will guarantee you they don't know Dr. Kennedy as well as I do. She was taught by the best. That agency has never seen anyone as competent, efficient, and lethal as Thomas Stansfield, and I doubt they ever will. But Kennedy will be the next best thing. I have no doubt that Stansfield has left her with his files. Clark turned and looked out over the water. All the secrets he compiled during his 50-plus years of service in the intelligence business. I know some very powerful men in Washington who are very nervous about her nomination. Ellis clenched his fists in a show of frustration.
Then why in the hell don't you guys tell the president to withdraw his nomination and get someone in there who we can manage?
It's not that easy, Mark. These men are afraid of her. They are afraid of what she knows, and they would prefer not to draw any attention to themselves.
Bullshit! I don't care how many of them are afraid of her. I don't care how many of them lose their jobs or their wives or whatever it is they are afraid of losing.
How about their freedom? Clark asked, with an arched brow.
What do you mean, freedom?
Some of them would like to stay out of jail.
Oh, come on.
You'd better get some new sources in Washington, Mark. Clark started back toward the house. I'm going to get another drink. Would you like one? Ellis hesitated for a moment and then followed.
My sources are fine.
He stared skeptically at Clark's broad back and concluded, I see what you're trying to do.
You're trying to scare me into backing down, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to.
Clark stepped behind the simple granite bar with two large bay windows behind it. The bottles were kept on a speed rail beneath the bar. Reaching for the scotch, he said, Your little investigative firm that you use in Washington. Clark allowed himself a slight chuckle. I suppose they're fine if you're looking for a little dirty laundry on one of my colleagues, or a reporter you don't like. Or if you want to look through the garbage of one of your competitors. Clark stopped. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. They got caught doing that. Grabbing a glass for Ellis, he poured him some tequila. That was rather embarrassing for you, wasn't it? Clark flashed his guest a smile, and then raised his glass in a salute before touching it to his lips. Ellis muttered several swear words under his breath and took a drink. The situation the senator was referring to was a disaster for the billionaire. He had hired a private investigative firm in Washington to spy on the lobbying office of one of his chief competitors. The sleuths attempted to bribe the night cleaning crew by giving them cash for garbage. The cleaning crew reported this to their employer, and the cops stepped in and busted the employees of Liza Security. It was later learned that Ellis had hired the firm. Ellis hid behind a shield of lawyers, and no charges were ever filed. But on a personal level, the incident was the talk of Silicon Valley. Ellis avoided the social scene for months, and was on the wrong end of some very scathing jokes. Knowing no other style, Ellis refused to be deterred by the senator's embarrassing reference.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't buy this crap that a bunch of senators are scared of Kennedy. And if they are, that's all the more reason to block her. You're not making any sense.
Ellis shook his head and frowned. "Mark, it's basic risk-reward," intoned Clark, as if he were speaking to a teenager. "Not everyone in Washington wants to raid the CIA like you do. Most of them think that Kennedy will do just fine. In fact, probably better than anyone else we could find. To them, there is no reward in blocking her nomination." He took a drink of scotch and added, "Only risk." "I'll offer them some reward. I'll fill their re-election coffers with cash." The senator thought about this for a second. "That might work on a few of them, but not enough to make it happen. The only way to stop her nomination at this point is to find something damaging in her past. The senators on my committee will not vote against her over differences of opinion. She has too good of a reputation for the work she's done as the head of counterterrorism."
"Then we'd better find something in her past and end this thing before it gets started."
"I've looked, and there isn't anything."
"Bullshit! You don't get to where she is without breaking some of your stupid oversight rules."
Clark knew in fact that Kennedy had trampled all over those rules, but she had done so because Clark and several other very important senators had asked Thomas Stansfield to do something about the increase in terrorist attacks against the U.S. The result was the formation of the Orion Team, an organization supported by the agency, but outside the agency. Their job in a nutshell was to take the war to the terrorists. The hunters became the hunted. To use the Orion Team against Kennedy would be a very risky proposition. If she decided to take others down with her, it could get very ugly indeed. That particular information was far too valuable to trust Ellis with, though, so Clark just shook his head and said, "There is nothing. Believe me, I've looked."
"Maybe your sources aren't as good as you thought,"
replied Ellis, who was very proud of himself for using Clark's own retort against him. Unflappable as ever, Clark flashed a big grin and said, "I am my own source."
"Well, I'm going to have some people check her out."
"Be my guest, but be very careful."
"Why? What in the hell do I have to fear from her?"
"Oh, Mark, you don't know where you tread. Do you know anything about this woman's mentor?"
"Stansfield?"
"Yes." Clark grinned in admiration for the old spymaster. Thomas Stansfield was not afraid to have people eliminated.
"You mean killed?"
"Of course. But only those who were stupid enough to plot against him and let their identities be known."
"So you think Kennedy has the same ruthless side that her boss did?"
"Oh, I never said it was ruthless. Thomas Stansfield was not a ruthless man. He was very calculating. If you tried to do this country harm, or his agency, or him personally," Clark shook his head, "you were apt to end up dead."
"You didn't answer my question,"
Ellis stated with irritation in his voice.
"Is Kennedy capable of having someone killed?"
"I'm not sure, but I sure as hell don't want to find out." The billionaire stomped his foot on the ground like a petulant child.
"Damn it! I am getting killed! My portfolio is down 40%. My investors are down over 50%. It's bad enough that the market is in the tank, but it's unacceptable that I'm flying blind. I spent way too much fucking money on Echelon."
Ellis pointed to himself and shouted,
"I want a return on my fucking investment!"
Clark was about to tell Ellis to calm down, but thought better of it. The man was beyond recovery at the moment. His thoughts turned to Echelon. the super-secret program started by the National Security Agency back in the 70s. Through a series of ground stations located around the globe and satellites in space, the agency began intercepting telexes, faxes, and phone calls. Using supercomputers and highly advanced voice recognition software, the NSA was able to sift through millions of calls daily and sort out the ones that were interesting. Somewhere along the way, some people got the bright idea of targeting certain foreign companies that were direct competitors of U.S. firms. The information was then passed along to, for example, a certain U.S. telecommunications company that was up against a French company for a lucrative bid. Echelon continued to morph into the 90s. Worried about the spread of U.S. technology, the super snoops at the NSA began to monitor communications in and out of Silicon Valley. Senator Clark, as chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, got to see what was being discovered firsthand. The information he got was valuable to men like Mark Ellis. Who was working on what? How close were they to bringing their product to market? Who wanted to buy whom? Ellis had made a killing on the information. Clark had helped to create a monster, and now he was forced to deal with it. After the long moment of thought, Clark said, "It is not my fault that Echelon was shut down." "Well, you guys should have killed that bitch when she went to the press and blew the whistle." The bitch Ellis was referring to was an employee of the NSA who had heard one too many intercepted phone calls and decided it was a bad thing for the U.S. government to be spying on its own people. "Mark, we like to avoid killing people after they've gone to the press. It looks rather bad." "Don't patronize me. There are ways." And we tried all of them. Ellis was actually getting under Clark's skin. We made her look like an absolute nut and scared everybody with the exception of 60 Minutes away. You aren't in jail. I'm not in jail. No one is in jail. No one has even been brought up on charges, Mark. I'd say we did a pretty good job of handling what was very close to being a disaster. "This is a disaster," snapped Ellis. "Didn't you hear me? My portfolio is down 40%. My clients are getting killed, and some of them are threatening to walk." Clark breathed a heavy sigh and placed a hand on Ellis's shoulder. Leading him back toward the terrace, he said, 2 years from now, your portfolio will be back up. 10 years from now, it will double what it was before this whole mess started. Everybody is getting killed right now." "I'm not everybody," moaned a frustrated but slightly calmer Ellis. "I want Echelon back. I want a CIA director who will play ball. I need that information." Clark kept his hand on the billionaire's shoulder as they stopped near the edge of the terrace. "Mark, I will get you the information you need. I promise." "What about Kennedy? You've told me before we have no chance of controlling her." "I said it would be difficult, not impossible." While squeezing Ellis's shoulder, Clark looked out across the water and thought of a possible solution. The trick was to get someone else to do his dirty work. He had to stay above it all. He had to stay close to the president and maintain his confidence. Then, when everything was right, he would strike. Chapter 2. Maryland, Monday morning. Mitch Rapp woke up on his stomach. He reached over to find Anna, but she wasn't there. He had no desire to move, so he simply lay there, thinking about how tired he was. His left shoulder was painfully stiff. He would have liked to think it was from the time he dislocated it playing lacrosse for his alma mater, Syracuse University. But he knew it was something a little more serious. The real damage had been done by a bullet. At 32, Rapp was a beat-up old man. He had barely taken a break since graduating from college. For years he had been obsessed with the fight against Islamic terrorists, obsessed with killing as many of them as he could before they had the chance to do the same to innocent people, whose only crime was that they disagreed with the zealots' bastardization of Islam. There were days when Rapp wondered if he had really made a difference. After all, the crazies were still out there threatening to bring Armageddon to America. In his rare moments of self-pity, he thought it was all for naught. He knew deep down inside, though, that he'd made a huge difference. He had never bothered to count each and every person he'd killed. The obvious reason was that he preferred not to know. and the more practical one was that there was no way he could ascertain the actual number. Machine guns and explosives, the indiscriminate weapons of war, made the tally impossible. But the number was large. Rapp knew it was well over 50 and possibly 100. And those were only by his hand alone. If he counted the times he'd helped lead Special Forces units on takedowns, or the times he'd painted a target so U.S. jets could drop laser-guided bombs, the number was easily double, if not triple. Those days were behind him, or at least he hoped they were. It was not going to be easy to walk away from the action after all these years. He was extremely good at what he did, and what he did when you stripped everything away was kill. Yes, he had great intelligence. He spoke Arabic, French, and Italian fluently. He had keen analytical abilities and organizational skills. But when you stripped it all away, he was an assassin. He was America's assassin, though. He was the very tip of the U.S. spear, the man on the ground getting things done, taking the battle to the very enemy who had sworn to bring a reign of terror and death to the people of the United States. Mitch Rapp was the frontline soldier in the most singular sense of the word. In this era of laser-guided bombs, cruise missiles, and surgical strikes, he was a neurosurgeon, operating in countries like Iran and Iraq for months at a time, with virtually no aid from his handlers in Washington. He stalked his prey carefully, got in close, and then when the time was right, he eliminated them. Despite all of his success, only a handful of people knew of his existence. The Orion team and its members were one of the closest-held secrets in Washington, and fewer than 10 people even knew the name of the organization. Rapp knew there were those in Washington who would absolutely lose their minds if they found out what he had been up to for the last decade. Part of him was sensitive to the problem. God knows he had seen some abuses of power during his tenure, but not by himself or Kennedy. There was a definite need for congressional oversight, but there was also a need for black operations. Politicians were politicians, after all, and throughout the history of governments, they had proven themselves incapable of keeping secrets. By virtue of their need to talk, raise money, and peddle influence, all but a few were simply unable to keep their mouths shut. This was the standard feeling among the intelligence and military types in Washington, while on the other side of the issue, the politicians looked at the people at the CIA and the Pentagon as a bunch of crazy cowboys who needed to be kept on a short leash, lest they shoot themselves in the foot. In a way, Rapp agreed with both of them. There was enough blame to go around on both sides. The agency had certainly launched some harebrained schemes with almost no chance of success. Schemes that flew in the face of congressional oversight, and more importantly to Rapp, common sense. There were also those on the Hill who had intentionally leaked classified information to the media to embarrass political enemies. This was how Washington worked, and had worked for years. Americans had grown soft with all of their rights and personal freedom. They had no idea how harsh the rest of the world was. On the surface, most Americans would be shocked by the things he had done. But they would be shocked from the comfort of their homes, having no idea what things were like in the Middle East. Women would judge him the harshest, and they would do so without thinking how they would be treated by the men he killed. Women in these fundamentalist Islamic communities weren't even treated as second-class citizens. They were property owned by their fathers, and then by their husbands once a marriage was arranged. No, America didn't have the stomach to be confronted with what he had done. That was why secrecy was essential. Rapp stood and looked out the window of his small Cape Cod-style home. Down below, the water of the Chesapeake Bay looked cold. All of the leaves were off the trees, and the cold gray skies of November had settled in. Standing in only his boxers, Rapp shivered briefly and then headed downstairs. There wasn't much enthusiasm in his step as he descended. He had a 10 o'clock meeting at Langley that he had some serious reservations about. When he reached the first floor, his new best friend Shirley, the mutt, was waiting for him. The dog was incredibly smart and obedient. Rapp patted her on the head and said hello. He had picked her up at the Humane Society one night several weeks earlier. Rapp had needed the canine to give him a little cover for some lurking that he had to do. Due to his normal, unreliable schedule, owning a pet was out of the question. But things were about to change. His days of globe-trotting were over, Or at least he hoped. Rapp entered the kitchen to find the love of his life sitting at the table eating a bowl of cereal and reading the Post. He walked over and kissed Anna on the forehead. Without saying anything, he went straight for the coffee pot and poured himself a cup. No sugar, no cream, just straight black coffee. Anna Riley swallowed a mouthful of cereal and looked up at Rapp with sparkling green eyes. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Like shit." He moved his shoulder around in an effort to loosen it. "What's wrong?" "I'm getting old, that's what's wrong." Rapp took his first sip of the hot black liquid. Riley grinned. "What are you talking about? You're only 32. I might as well be 63 with the life I've lived." Riley studied her man for a second. They had met under the strangest of circumstances, and at the time she didn't realize how ruggedly handsome he was. But she'd had ample time to notice since. She looked at Mitch's olive-skinned body. There wasn't an inch of fat on the man. He was one lean muscle from his broad shoulders to his sleek calves. There were some flaws, although Riley never thought of them that way. Mitch liked to refer to these flaws as the chinks in his armor. Rapp had 3 visible bullet holes, 1 on his leg and 2 more on his stomach. There was a third, she knew, but that one was covered up by a thick scar on his shoulder where the doctors had torn him open to get at the bullet, pull out the bone fragments, and reconstruct his shoulder socket. Besides that, there was a scar left by a knife that had skewered his right side. And there was one more scar that he was particularly proud of. It was a constant reminder of the man he had sworn he would kill when he started on his crazy journey 10 years ago. It ran along the left side of his face, from his ear down to his jawline. The plastic surgeons had done a great job minimizing the mark to a thin line. But more important to Rapp, the man who had given him the scar was now dead. Riley smiled at Rapp and stuck out her arms. "I think you look great." "I still feel like shit." Rapp stayed where he was, leaning against the kitchen counter. "My, you're in a sour mood this morning." Riley let her arms drop. She studied Mitch briefly, and then it dawned on her what was bothering him. "You don't want to go see Irene today, do you?" Rapp mumbled into his coffee cup, and Riley said, "I knew it." "It's not Irene. I don't mind Irene. I look forward to seeing Irene." "Then it's going to Langley?" "Yeah. I don't know. I suppose." Riley had worried about this, but had kept it to herself. Riley was a reporter, and her job was to observe things. People, really. From what she observed as NBC's White House correspondent, she had serious doubts as to whether Mitch could make the transition from undercover operative to bureaucratic employee. He was too used to calling the shots and working on his own. At Langley, he would have to be part of a team, and he would have to take orders. But worst of all, Riley knew, was that he would have to watch what he said. Washington was a town where people often wanted to hear anything but the truth. Riley stood and went over to him, kissing him on the cheek. "Whatever you decide to do, honey, I will support you. If you want to stay at home and raise the kids, I would think that's just great." Rapp set his mug down and held up his hands, forming a T like a basketball referee. "Technical foul. No overt discussion of marriage, weddings, or children until you have a ring on your finger." Riley scoffed at him. "That's your stupid rule, not mine. You know we're going to get married, and I know we're going to get married." She pinched his waist, and with a playful smile said, "So, let's get the show on the road." Rapp grabbed her by the shoulders. "I've been just a little busy lately." He glanced over at a spot on the other side of the kitchen, where just 2 weeks earlier he'd shot and killed a man. "I'd like to get some things straightened out before we take the big step." Riley waved off his caution, saying, Yeah, there's always something." She turned to leave. "I have to get to the White House. I'll call you later." Rapp followed her to the front door. "You're not mad, are you?" "No," Riley said in a light voice. "I really do have to get to work, and you—" She grabbed him by the chin. "Have to get ready for your meeting." He rolled his eyes, and she kissed him on the lips. "It won't be that bad. Try to go into it with an open mind. Now I really have to get going. Call me and let me know how it goes." "Unless you have access to the President's secure phone, I think we'll have to wait until tonight to discuss my job offer." "Oh, that's right. I always forget how paranoid you people are." Riley opened the door.
"Hey, what do I always tell you? Just because you're paranoid—"
Riley was halfway across the porch. Without turning around, she yelled, I know. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean someone isn't following you." Rapp smiled as he watched Anna open her car door. Shirley followed her and did a quick lap around the car. "I love you," he yelled. Riley stopped, and with a genuine smile, she looked at Mitch in his white boxer briefs and said, "I love you too. Now get back in the house and put some clothes on before the neighbors see you." Chapter 3. The White House, Monday morning. The sun shone brightly through the colonnade windows of the West Wing's cabinet room. The gray morning skies had cleared a bit. It was a classic Washington photo op. The President's handlers had set it up, and the Commander-in-Chief had gone along without endorsement or complaint. It was a part of the job, and he had learned to tolerate it. The cameras were like a bad back. They were always around, and there wasn't much you could do about them. President Robert Xavier Hayes was seated in his leather chair at the middle of the long table, his back to the windows. His chair was taller than all the others, just in case anyone forgot who the most important person in the room was. On the President's right was Senator Moeller, a Democrat and the ranking minority member of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. To his right was Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Flood. On the President's left were Senator Clark, the Chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the President's National Security Advisor, Michael Hake. Aides and staffers filled the remaining seats. Photos were snapped almost continually by two photographers from the White House press pool, while a cameraman from one of the networks shot video of the meeting. Two reporters waited dutifully for the signal from the White House press secretary to give them the nod to start asking questions. They had been briefed on the purpose of the meeting and were told what would be permitted and what was out of bounds. President Hayes, a moderate Democrat from Columbus, Ohio, knew both men on either side of him well from his years in the Senate. He conversed freely with them and even cracked a few jokes while the cameras snapped away. It was what was called in Washington a staged love fest, the two parties coming together, putting aside their differences and doing the right thing. President Hayes was handsome in a clean-cut way. A shade over 6 feet, he had thin brown hair that was turning grayer by the month. Hayes stayed thin by putting in 30 minutes on his treadmill or bike 4 or 5 days a week. He almost always worked out first thing in the morning, knowing it was usually the only time when someone wasn't trying to get a piece of him. Hayes checked his watch and then nodded to the press secretary, signaling that it was time to start the questions. Because space was often limited, it was not possible for the entire White House press corps to attend every event. Instead, there was a pool out of which reporters and photographers would take turns covering events, and then share the material they collected. It was Anna Riley's lucky morning to unearth the obvious. The White House correspondent for NBC hit the record button on her dictaphone and smiled at Hayes. "Good morning, Mr. President. Will there be a memorial service here in Washington to honor Director Stansfield?" No. Director Stansfield was adamant before he died that he wanted a simple, private burial in South Dakota. The CIA is planning on erecting some type of monument to his service out at Langley, and I'm looking into placing a permanent marker at Arlington honoring his service during World War II. Have you come to any decisions on who will succeed him at the CIA? As a matter of fact, we have. Hayes looked to both of his former colleagues. We have stumbled across one of those increasingly rare moments of mutual agreement. Hayes laughed, and the others joined in. With very little difficulty, we have decided on the one person who is best suited to take over as the new Director of Central Intelligence. The President looked to his left and said, "Hank, why don't you do the honors?" Riley was slightly surprised. This truly was a unified front to have a Republican senator announce the nominee of a Democratic president. Riley turned her green eyes on the well-liked senator from Arizona and asked, "Senator Clark?" The truth is, we didn't have to look very hard or very far to find the best man for the job. Clark winked at Riley over his intentional disregard for the politics of political correctness. "The best man for the job is a woman who is currently running the CIA's Counterterrorism Center. Dr. Irene Kennedy is our hands-down choice to be the next DCI." The 5 men smiled and nodded at each other, while flashes from the cameras lit up the room. Not to be left out of the spotlight, Senator Moeller cleared his throat and said, "This is truly a historical moment. Dr. Kennedy will be the first woman to head the CIA, and for that matter, the first woman to head up any of the agencies that make up our intelligence community." Riley was busy writing something on a notepad, and without looking up she said, "That is, of course, if she's confirmed by the Senate." "That goes without saying," Clark said. "But Senator Moeller and I can tell you that she will have no problem making it through our committee." "Assuming there are no surprises." Clark stared at Riley. She really was a beautiful woman, with a brain and a little spunk to boot. He wondered briefly if she knew the type of person her boyfriend was, the number of people he had killed. "There are no guarantees in this town, Ms. Riley, but assuming there are no surprises, I am very confident that Dr. Kennedy will sail through the confirmation process." Riley directed her gaze at the President. "Was Dr. Kennedy your first choice, Mr. President?" Without hesitation, Hayes replied, "Yes." "Was Dr. Kennedy Director Stansfield's choice to succeed him?" Director Stansfield felt that Dr. Kennedy was more than up to the task. Smiling, Riley said, "I assume that means Kennedy was Stansfield's choice." Director Stansfield thought that Dr. Kennedy was more than qualified to head the agency. The President answered Riley's question in such a way as to leave little doubt that he would not answer the same question if it was asked a third time. Riley took the hint and checked her notes. "Will Deputy DCI Brown stay on as the number 2 person at the agency, or will he be leaving?" Michael Hake, the President's National Security Advisor, fielded the question. "I spoke to the DCI this morning, and he said he will stay on for as long as he is needed." "Does that mean that he plans on leaving as soon as Dr. Kennedy is confirmed?" "No. Brown has the utmost respect for Dr. Kennedy and is looking forward to working closely with her." "Is he disappointed that he didn't receive the nomination from the President?" Riley didn't look to Hayes for an answer. She kept her eyes on Hake. Hake knew he had to throw Riley a little bone here, or she would keep digging. "Of course he's a little disappointed. Brown is extremely qualified. We were fortunate enough to have 2 great candidates to choose from. Brown respects the choice of Dr. Kennedy and is looking forward to helping her transition into the top spot." "I would like to add something here," interjected Senator Clark. "Brown has been invaluable to the CIA, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and this country." Clark leaned forward to elicit a nod from Senator Moeller. "There is no reason why just because one of them got the job, the other should have to leave. If Brown were to decide to vacate his position, I would be extremely upset. I would expect Dr. Kennedy to rely heavily on Brown to get the job done." Clark's words were intended for one person, and one person only: Irene Kennedy. He could ill afford to lose Brown right now. Kennedy needed to understand that if there was any house cleaning to be done, Brown was to remain untouched. Riley flipped to the second page of her spiral notepad. "There have already been some rumblings from the Hill about Dr. Kennedy taking over the top spot at the CIA. Are you sure this confirmation is going to be as easy as you think?" "I'm not familiar with these rumblings," the President said. "Would you care to identify the rumblers or rumbler you're referring to?" Riley smiled briefly at the President and said, "Chairman Rudin has gone on the record stating that he thinks nominating Dr. Kennedy as the next DCI is a huge mistake." "The last time I checked, Chairman Rudin was in the House, not the Senate," said the President flatly. He had a recent history of run-ins with a fellow Democrat, and he was none too fond of him. Riley looked a little confused. "Yes, but he is the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence." "He sure is, but that also means he will have nothing whatsoever to do with the confirmation of Dr. Kennedy."
But he runs the committee that approves the agency's budget. Aren't you the least bit concerned that Chairman Rudin considers Dr. Kennedy a disastrous choice?"
The president forced a smile. "I wouldn't be alarmed, Emma. Chairman Rudin isn't truly happy unless he has something to complain about." Hayes winked at Riley, and then turned to his press secretary. On cue, the press secretary sprang into action and ushered the press pool from the room, leaving the president and his guests to discuss business in private. Chapter 4. Rapp showered and took his time getting dressed. He put on a dark gray 3-button suit, a white shirt, and a burgundy tie. He left his house a little later than he should have, but he didn't care. As he worked his way around the Beltway, from the east side of town to the west, he kept the radio off and tried to go over the details of his last mission one more time. During Rapp's affiliation with the agency, he had always felt secure that his identity was kept a very close secret. He moved freely around Washington without fear of being recognized by someone who might know that he did more than run a small international computer consulting business. The only people he really associated with were the handful of other world-class triathletes who lived in the Baltimore-Washington area. They trained with each other from time to time, but even that had stopped several years earlier when Rapp retired from the sport. As Rapp picked his way through traffic, he sifted through the details of what had happened on that last mission in Germany. That was where it had all started to unravel. Just a month earlier, Kennedy had called on him to handle a very delicate mission. A German industrialist named Count Heinrich Hagenmiller had been caught selling highly sensitive equipment to the Iraqis, the kind of equipment that was crucial in the manufacturing of nuclear weapons. Rapp's job was fairly straightforward, not unlike others that he had done before. He flew to Germany, where he met up with a husband and wife team, Tom and Jane Hoffman. They had been in place for a week running surveillance on the Count. Posing as agents from Germany's federal police, the BKA, they gained access to Count Hagenmiller's estate during a party that the Count was throwing. Rapp entered the mansion with Jane Hoffman, while her husband waited outside in the car. Everything had gone as planned. The Count had left his guests and joined them in his study. He was accompanied by his lawyer and a bodyguard. None of this had been a surprise. Rapp killed the Count with one well-placed shot from his silenced .22 caliber Ruger pistol, and then disabled both the lawyer and the bodyguard without having to kill them. When Rapp turned to ask Jane Hoffman to help him cuff the lawyer, he found himself looking down the barrel of her gun. This was where everything fell apart. She shot him twice in the chest, the bullets sending him back and over. He hit the ground hard, and with a whiplash effect, his head slammed against the bottom rung of the bookcase ladder, and everything went black. What the Hoffmans didn't know was that Rapp had bulletproof Kevlar sewn into the liner of his leather jacket. When he awoke almost 5 minutes later, the Hoffmans were gone. The bodyguard was dead, and a pool of Rapp's blood covered the floor from the gash on the back of his head. Rapp's next course of action came instinctively. Create a diversion and run like hell. He set fire to the study, destroying his own blood, and then stole a car that one of the guests had arrived in. Rapp never went into a mission without planning in detail his escape routes if something went wrong. The experience paid off, and by afternoon the next day, without any help from the agency, he was safely out of Germany. For the first time in Rapp's career in counterterrorism, he was confronted with a very ugly side of his business, the possibility that he had become a liability. And in his world, liabilities had a tendency to be erased from the balance sheet. Rapp could think of nothing worse than being betrayed by either Stansfield or Kennedy. He trusted them more than anyone in the world. Fortunately, upon his return to America, he discovered that his handlers had not betrayed him. There was another problem, a leak. Somewhere, somehow, someone had found out about him, and they had set him up. Stansfield and Kennedy discovered that a man named Peter Cameron had hired the Hoffmans to kill him. Rapp was just about to confront Cameron's neck when he discovered him dead in his office. In the weeks since Cameron's death, they had learned some interesting things about the former employee of the CIA, but they had run into a dead end when it came to finding out who he had been working for. Kennedy had a special team within the agency who were still poring over every detail of Cameron's life in hopes of finding out who had hired him and why. But Rapp knew not to expect much from them. Cameron had been killed by the man who had hired him. Rapp was sure of it. Rapp wanted out. There would be no more targets, no more assassinations. He wanted to be done with death and move on to creating some life of his own. He loved Anna more than anyone he had ever known. It was destiny that he'd saved her life, and they'd fallen in love. The thought of losing her, of not spending the rest of his life with her, gave him a sickening feeling. And worse, it was affecting his instincts. He was losing his edge. Ironically, now that he was finally ready to walk away from the Orion team, he couldn't. Right now, there were just too many unanswered questions. He had to find out who in the hell had hired Peter Cameron and why. It was one thing to have to look over his shoulder when he traveled in the Middle East, but it was an entirely different matter to do it here in the U.S. It would be no way to raise a family, worrying every time he left the house that someone would harm his loved ones. No. Rapp knew he would have to see this thing through to the end. Most probably, a bloody one. By the time he arrived at the main gate of the CIA, he was already 5 minutes late for his 10 a.m. meeting. As he approached the intimidating checkpoint, he stayed to the left and got into one of the employee lanes. At the barrier, he stopped his car and showed his fake credentials to a black-clad man from the CIA's Office of Security. The man had an MP5 submachine gun slung across his chest and a bulky automatic in a nylon holster at his hip. A dozen more of his compatriots were out on post monitoring the gate, and there were even more standing behind the tinted, bulletproof glass and brick of the blockhouse that was dressed up to look like a fancy highway way station. The unseen men and women inside carried even bigger guns, plus a stash of Law 80 shoulder-launched rockets, just in case some heavy vehicle tried to crash its way onto the grounds. The CIA took its security very seriously. The man studied Rapp's credentials for a moment, and then handed them back to him. "Have a nice day, sir." Rapp nodded and drove ahead, passing through the bright yellow spring-loaded crash barricades. The heavy steel devices were designed to pop up at a moment's notice to bar any unauthorized entry and potential car bombers. He proceeded to the underground parking garage of the old headquarters building, where he had to again show his credentials. He parked in a spot reserved for visitors to the director's suite, and passed through an unmarked door into a small lobby. Another guard was waiting and gestured for him to enter the elevator. Rapp stepped in by himself, and the doors closed. The elevator went straight from the underground garage to the director's suite on the 7th floor. When the door opened, 2 stocky men in suits were waiting for him. The shorter of the two looked Rapp over from head to toe and gestured for him to enter the office of the director's administrative assistant. Rapp did so without comment and stepped into the spacious office. The woman behind the desk stood and surprised him by saying, "Good morning, Mr. Rapp. Could I get you anything to drink before your meeting?" Coffee would be fine. He wondered how the woman knew his real name. "Any cream or sugar?" "No, thanks, just black." She pressed a button on one of the 3 phones and said, "Dr. Kennedy, Mr. Rapp is here for your 10 o'clock. "Thank you, Dottie. Send him in." Dottie got up from behind her desk and poured Rapp a mug of coffee in a blue Central Intelligence Agency mug. After handing the mug over to Rapp, she showed him into Dr. Kennedy's office and closed the door. Kennedy was at the far end of the long office amid a bevy of file boxes that were stacked on the conference table. Rapp had been in the office on only 2 previous occasions, and glanced around to see what had changed since Stanfield's death. It appeared not much. The old spook's photos and awards were still hanging on the walls. He wondered if this was an oversight, or a sign that Kennedy was having trouble letting go of her old boss and mentor. Kennedy grabbed her jacket from the back of one of the conference table chairs and put it on. She was wearing a stylish gray European suit with flared, notched lapels. The color was very similar to Rapp's suit. The uniform color scheme would have made a student of George Orwell smile knowingly. "Sorry about the mess. They moved everything from my old office while I was at the funeral." Kennedy smiled sadly. "Orders from Thomas. Even from the grave, he's still running the show." Kennedy held her arms out and offered her cheek to Rapp. He held the coffee mug clear and wrapped his free hand around her waist. After kissing her cheek, he said, "I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the funeral, but things are a little—" "No need to explain." Kennedy squeezed him tightly. You're still not used to showing your face in public. Thomas, more than anyone, would have understood. Well, you know, I always had a lot of respect for the old codger. Kennedy released him, stepping back and motioning for Rapp to take a seat on the couch. He had an immense amount of respect for you, Mitch. She sat in an overstuffed leather chair. You know that, don't you? Rapp shrugged off the words, uncomfortable, as always, with praise. Well, he did. He told me once that in all the years he had been in this business, he thought you might be the best. Kennedy sat back in the chair and watched Rapp struggle with the compliment for a moment. She desperately wanted him to come inside and work in the counter-terrorism center. Rapp's understanding of the Middle East, its different terrorist cells, and how they operated would be invaluable to the center. She could not begrudge him his wish to cease field operations. No one stayed in his line of work forever. It was just too taxing, both physically and mentally. In fact, she had actually begun training Rapp's replacement 4 years earlier, and the young man was coming along just fine. Now, however, with her new duties as director, there was no way she could continue to run the Orion team. She wasn't sure she could trust the team's delicate missions with anyone other than Rapp. Beyond all of that, she needed someone inside the agency to watch her back. The blown operation in Germany still loomed large. Someone out there knew things they were not supposed to. They either worked at the agency, or they had someone who did. Kennedy thought it was the latter, and so did Stansfield. Before his death, he had warned that Rapp was not the ultimate target in Germany. Yes, someone wanted him dead, but not for the common motive of revenge. Rapp was meant to be found dead next to Count Heinrich Hagenmiller. The scandal was meant to embarrass the agency, and in Stansfield's keen analysis, ultimately finish Irene Kennedy's career and maybe the president's. The prize, as Stansfield had put it, was the directorship of the CIA. Someone, for reasons unknown, didn't want Kennedy to take over as the head of the world's premier intelligence agency. "How's Tommy?" asked Rapp of Kennedy's 6-year-old son. "He's fine, still growing like a weed. He asked about you the other day. You should come by and see him." "I know," Rapp grimaced. "Things have just been a little difficult lately. The last thing I'd want would be for some of my problems to become his." Kennedy appreciated his thoughtfulness and told him so. They would get around to discussing their mutual problem later. "How is Anna?" "She's great." "Have you talked to her about the job offer?" "Yes." "And? What does she think?" "Well, anything is better than what I'm doing right now. But I'm not so sure she thinks it's such a good idea for the long run." "Working for the CIA?" Kennedy asked. "Yeah, I suppose. You know, she's a reporter. She'd never admit it to me, but they think we're a bunch of fascists." Kennedy nodded knowingly, tucked a stray lock of her shoulder-length brown hair behind her ear, and with a smile said, "And they're all a bunch of communists." "Pretty much. Except now they prefer to think of themselves as socialists, since the whole communism thing didn't turn out too well." Rapp laughed at his little cheap shot, and Kennedy joined in. Privately, Kennedy wondered how Mitch and Anna would deal with the difficulties of two careers that were so diametrically opposed. Kennedy could see Anna's friends poking fun at her boyfriend who worked for the CIA. She had repeatedly envisioned a horrible scene where some smart-ass reporter, who'd had one too many glasses of Chardonnay, decided to prove his intellectual superiority by making light of Mitch's career. The dream always turned out the same way. The smarmy man ended up on the floor in a pool of blood, with his nose no longer in the center of his face. Kennedy pushed the picture from her mind and got back to the subject at hand. "Look, I'm not going to hold you to what you told Thomas before he passed away. I don't think it was fair of him to pressure you at that time. I know you have some reservations about coming to work here at Langley, but I want you to know that you would be invaluable to the Counter-Terrorism Center." Looking down for a second, she added, "And Mitch, I could really use your help." It was the last part that got to him. Rapp had an overwhelming sense of loyalty when it came to Kennedy. He knew he couldn't say no to her when she made it personal, but he had to at least try. "I've been doing some thinking. Hear me out for a second." He shifted and crossed his legs. "I've worked outside the agency for years and have been very effective. I'm not so sure it wouldn't be better for me to remain out of sight and continue to help in a more subtle way." Kennedy had thought of this, and so had Stansfield. Neither of them liked the idea because of the logistical issues it created. Kennedy and Rapp needed an official cover, so they could converse in the privacy of her office on a moment's notice. "We haven't filled you in on all of your new job requirements. You'd be far more than just an analyst in the CTC." Kennedy paused. "I want you to run the Orion team for me." Rapp looked surprised. "Really?" What he hadn't come out and said, what he was slightly embarrassed to admit, was that his reluctance to come in from the cold was grounded in a fear of being trapped in an office environment 5 days a week. He'd never done it before, and he wasn't so sure he wanted to start now. Rapp knew himself better than anyone, with the exception of maybe Kennedy. He was a lone wolf, used to operating with minimal interference from the outside. He was not a team player, but the chance to run the Orion team was extremely appealing. "I would need you very close to me," Kennedy said. "As you know from your own experience, most of our decisions must be made on very short notice." "I would love to run the Orion team, but I'm not so sure I like the idea of working in the CTC." "Why?" Rapp shrugged. "I'm just not all that excited about punching the clock. I know enough about this place to know that I'd end up—" He struggled to find the right phrase. "I'd be stuck in meetings all day. It would drive me crazy. I'd end up telling some desk jockey to shove it up his ass." Kennedy smiled at the delicious thought. They could probably use a little of that around here, but she knew it wouldn't go over real well. "I'm not worried about that. Yes, you might have to keep your temper in check and watch what you say, but Mitchell, you're used to doing that. When you were undercover, you couldn't just speak your mind. You had to practice restraint." "Oh, so I should act like I'm being inserted behind enemy lines." Rapp cracked a smile. "Do you have any idea how stressful it is when I do that? I can't let my guard down for a second." "My point is that you are surely capable of practicing a little restraint." "I'm fully capable, but my point," Rapp stabbed himself in the chest with his forefinger, "is that I'm not so sure I want to." Turning away, he looked out the window at the gray morning sky. "I'm not sure what I want to do, period." Kennedy studied him for a long moment, and then asked in a knowing tone, "Mitch, what else are you going to do with your life?" "I don't know." Almost as an afterthought, he hearkened back to his conversation with Anna. "Maybe I'll stay at home and raise the kids." "What kids?" asked an amused Kennedy. "The kids I plan on having someday." "Isn't there something else you have to take care of first?" "Like what?" Grinning, Kennedy answered, "Like getting married." "Oh, yeah, I'm working on that." Rapp smiled at the thought of his plan to get engaged. Kennedy couldn't hide her joy. Mitch deserved some happiness. "Any details you'd like to share with me?" With a smirk, he replied, "I have to share them with someone else first." "Of course." Kennedy held the thought for a while, and then, changing back to the original subject, said, "Don't worry about the mundane stuff that goes on around here. I can protect you from most of it. And what I can't? Well, you know how to handle yourself. I'm sure I'll have to smooth some things over from time to time, but that's to be expected." Kennedy changed gears and went ahead with the assumption that Rapp had nowhere else to go. At least nowhere else that would provide the same challenges. "I'll start you out with an annual salary of $60,000, and you'll get another $150 for running the Orion team. Tax-free, of course, and deposited into your offshore account." Rapp nodded. Money wasn't the overriding issue, but it was at least nice to know he'd be taken care of. "What would my official position be?" "I'm working on that. We could easily put you in the CTC as an analyst, but I'd like to give you something with a little more clout. Possibly special assistant to the DCI on Middle Eastern affairs." "I still need to think about it." "When would you want me to start?" "Today," Kennedy said with a straight face. "That's not going to work. I need some time to take care of a few things, and Anna and I are going to Italy for 7 days." This was not good news to Kennedy. She stood and walked over to her desk. Grabbing a videotape, she returned to the sitting area and put it into the VCR. With the remote control in hand, she stepped away from the TV and pressed play. On the screen, a woman stepped from an elevator and started down the hallway. Rapp had already watched the tape a dozen times. The woman looked innocent enough, shoulder-length blonde hair, a little taller than average, her figure concealed by a roomy sundress. Bangs and large tinted sunglasses obscured her face, and she was careful to keep it directed away from the security camera. She was a pro. Halfway down the hall, the woman stopped and knocked on an office door. The building was Funger Hall, located on the campus of George Washington University. The door was opened. You couldn't see who she was visiting, but both Rapp and Kennedy knew it was Peter Cameron, the man who had tried to have Rapp killed in Germany. Kennedy pushed the fast-forward button and sped through a section of the tape where the corridor was empty. Suddenly, the blonde-haired woman reappeared in the hallway and went in the opposite direction toward the staircase. Just as she reached the fire door, almost on cue, the elevator doors opened and two men stepped into the hallway. The woman briefly glanced over her shoulder. Kennedy froze the tape and zoomed in on the face. "Any idea who she is?" Rapp stared at the grainy image. He remembered the whole thing very well. It had been less than 2 weeks since he'd stepped off that elevator with Scott Coleman. They had only moments earlier discovered the identity of the man who had failed to kill Rapp in Germany, and then attempted to lure him into a trap at his own home. The man was Peter Cameron, and by the time Rapp and Coleman made it to his office, he was dead. A sharp object had been shoved through his ear and into his brain. Cameron's death had been extremely painful, but quick. In response to Kennedy's question about the girl, he shook his head and said, "No." It was a lie. He knew the second they found Cameron's dead body who she was. The way she moved, the way Cameron was killed, it all pointed to one person. Her name was Donatella Ron, and Rapp owed her much. "I'm having Marcus run a search on her against known assassins." Feigning indifference, Rapp simply nodded. Kennedy sat and pointed at the TV. "She is our only link right now. Somebody hired Peter Cameron to make sure you didn't make it back from Germany. They wanted the CIA to be embarrassed. They wanted the Orion team exposed. And if our thinking is right, your dead body would have been all the proof they needed. Whoever is behind this knows things they aren't supposed to." Rapp rolled his eyes at the obvious. "And what exactly do you want me to do about it?" With a genuine smile, Kennedy said, "I want you to go to Italy and ask Anna to marry you." She paused and took joy in the surprise she saw on his face. It would be nothing compared to his next reaction. "And then I want you to stop by Milan and ask your old friend, Donatella, who hired her to kill Peter Cameron." The grin that had spread across Rapp's face melted away at the mention of Donatella. Rather than say anything stupid, he stayed silent and let Kennedy make the next move. She got up and walked over to the safe behind her desk. Returning with the file, she dropped it on Rapp's lap. "It's all in here. Most of it you already know. Some of it will be new to you, and some of it you might like to correct. You know her better than anyone in this building." He looked down at Donatella's file. It was rather thick, at least 2 inches. He tossed it back onto the coffee table without opening it. "How did you know?" "An educated guess, and then I had Marcus do some digging. Customs shows her arriving in New York the day before Cameron was killed." She tilted her head and asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" "I wasn't sure," shrugged Rapp. "It didn't have anything to do with the fact that you were involved with her?" He thought about it for a second and said, "I'm not sure. On some level it may have, but—" Rapp gave up on trying to explain. Kennedy pressed on, asking, "But what?" Rapp respected Kennedy a lot, so he chose his words carefully. "You have enough to worry about right now. I wanted to run this down on my own and make sure before I brought it to you." "You didn't trust me." Kennedy stared unflinchingly at him. He looked away and said, "I trust you." "Then what's the problem?" "The problem is that you have a leak." Rapp sat forward on the edge of the couch. "No one was supposed to know I was going to Germany, but someone did. I know Donatella. She'll talk to me. If it really was her who killed Cameron, I'll know. If you send someone else to pick her up, either they'll end up dead or she will. And that's the last thing we need right now." She wasn't pleased to have to admit it, but he was right. Still, though, she didn't like being kept in the dark. "Do you want me to send along any help? Have some of our people over there keep an eye on her until you get there?" "No. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Kennedy nodded and thought about the importance of Rapp's trip. After a moment of reflection, she said, "Mitch, she's our only link." Rapp looked away from his boss and out the window. He thought of how desperately he wanted to close this chapter in his life, and said quietly, "I know." Chapter 5. Washington, D.C., Monday evening. Approximately 2 miles north and a little west of the White House is one of the most formidable embassies in Washington. Located atop a hill off Connecticut Avenue, the large encampment is fitting for a nation that has felt threatened throughout its entire existence. Most native Washingtonians didn't even know that the embassy belonged to Israel. To them, the series of buildings seemed to possess nothing more than an interesting architectural style and a commanding view. The more informed observers saw a fortress. The buildings were designed with small windows that were used sparingly. The architectural device was one that was used in the Middle East to combat the hot sun. But here in Washington, it was employed as a security measure. The windows were all bulletproof and designed to neutralize audio listening devices. The buildings were set back a very comfortable distance from the street, and a blanket of steel mesh was hidden beneath the varying facades. The perimeter fence looked normal enough, but was in fact reinforced to stop anything short of a tank. The Israelis had ample experience with car bombs, and that experience contributed greatly to the design of the embassy compound. Humans are creatures of survival, and there is perhaps no greater modern-day example of a tribe fighting for its survival than Israel. The Western world is very familiar with the horrific atrocities perpetuated against the Jewish people by the Nazis in World War II. Unfortunately, in Israel's opinion, the West considers the Holocaust a historical event. The Nazis are gone, and Israel now has a country of its own. What most of the West has failed to realize is that Israel is a piece of land surrounded on 3 sides by Arab countries that have at one time or another over the last 50 years attacked the tiny Jewish state and threatened to wipe it off the face of the earth. In addition to their neighbors, the Jews must also deal with a threat from within. The Palestinians, the people who occupied the ancient lands before Israel settled there after World War II, have also sworn to destroy Israel. Israel is a country, a people, a tribe that must fight every day for its very survival. When dealing with the Israelis, this is something that must always be remembered. Senator Hank Clark never lost sight of this important fact. People who had to fight for their survival tended to be quite a bit more motivated. The senator's limousine pulled up to the main gate of the Israeli embassy. As the limo's headlights bathed the sturdy gate and the security personnel, who were dressed in tuxedos, he thought of how much he admired the Jews and their tenacity. After the car was thoroughly checked, it was allowed to pass. Parties at the Israeli embassy were never known to be lush affairs. Now the French, for all of their complaining and lack of devotion to their allies, were an entirely different matter. The French knew how to throw a party. The Israelis tended to be quite a bit more serious about life, and their parties had a rather austere atmosphere. Even so, Senator Clark made it a priority to attend as many functions at the embassy as he could. Everyone simply assumed Clark was pandering to the Jewish vote in Phoenix, but that wasn't the case. Clark enjoyed immense popularity in his home state, and his getting re-elected did not depend on whether or not he attended a party. But it was fine if his staffers, his colleagues, and the press thought he was currying favor with the Jews. Like most things with Clark, one had to dig a little deeper to find his real motive. The tall senator stepped into the main foyer of the embassy by himself. He had left wife number 3 at home. She didn't care for the serious, cut-to-the-chase approach of the Israeli diplomats. So she had decided to sit in a warm bath and indulge herself in an aromatherapy session and an expensive bottle of wine. This suited the senator fine. He had enough on his mind tonight, and the last thing he needed was to babysit number 3. In fact, Senator Clark would love nothing more than to replace number 3 with a number 4, but he was afraid it didn't fit into his current plans. The American people would give him a pass on 2 divorces, but a third would really be pushing it. Clark had barely made it through the entrance when the Israeli ambassador's underlings besieged him. Hands were firmly squeezed. Clark doled out a few backslaps and greeted everyone with his best smile. One of the more senior diplomats, who knew Clark better than the others, helped whisk him away so he could take care of the first order of business. 30 seconds later, Clark was standing in the large ballroom with a tumbler of ice-cold scotch in his hand. A full head taller than almost everyone at the party, Clark scanned the crowd for the face he doubted he would see. The man he was to meet with tonight did not like to be seen in public. After about an hour of schmoozing, Senator Clark was led away from the other guests by an unremarkable man in his 40s. The senator had no idea who the man was and had no interest in finding out. After a brief stop at the men's room, Clark was handed off to another individual who led him past the Shin-Beit security personnel and into the working part of the embassy. None of these security officers asked for identification, much less looked at him. Everything had been arranged, Clark knew, by the man he was going to meet. By the time they reached the elevator, the sounds of the party were a distant roar. The entire embassy was considered a secure facility by Shin Bet, the Israeli agency charged with handling security for all of the country's embassies and consulates. But nowhere in the embassy was security taken more seriously than in Sub-Level 3. The entire floor was without windows and partitioned from the rest of the facility. It housed the offices of the military's various intelligence organizations, Haman, AFI, and NI, as well as those of Mossad, Israel's vaunted foreign intelligence service. The area could be accessed in only 2 ways, by a single elevator or staircase. The staircase, however, could only be used in the event of a fire, which to date had never happened. All traffic to and from the floor was by way of the elevator. Clark stepped into the elevator by himself and descended 4 stories beneath the earth to an area where electronic eavesdropping was more difficult. When he stepped from the elevator, he was greeted by a sterile combination of bright lights, white floor, and white walls. The only noticeable feature in the room was a heavy secure door with a camera mounted above it and an automatic fingerprint recognition pad to the right. Clark heard the metallic click of the lock on the door being released, and he opened it. Standing on the other side was a woman who Clark guessed to be in her mid-30s. Without speaking, she gestured for the senator to follow, and they were off. Midway down the corridor, the woman took a right and then stopped several doors later. With a polite smile and an open palm, she motioned for Clark to enter the dim room. Clark found his friend sitting at the other end of a rectangular 10-person conference table. He stepped into the room. The thick, spring-loaded door closed automatically with an airtight click. The walls and ceiling were covered with a gray foam that looked similar in pattern to the inside of an egg carton. The senator knew the foam was designed to keep whatever was said inside the room, which was exactly what both men wanted. The man at the far end of the room closed the file he was reading and switched his cigarette from his right hand to his left. Standing, he extended his hand to the senator and greeted him warmly. "Good evening, Hank. It is a pleasure to see you, as always." "Thank you for making the trip, Ben. I really appreciate it." Ben Friedman shrugged, as if to intimate that traveling halfway around the world from Tel Aviv was no big deal. Friedman gestured for Clark to sit, and he turned to a small portable bar that was behind him. Like Clark, Friedman also enjoyed his alcohol. "I had to come anyway. I need to see the president in the morning." He poured 2 drinks and then eased himself into the chair at the head of the table. "Anything important?" "I'd say so," Friedman replied with a troubled look. "Can you tell me about it?" "It involves Iraq. You will hear about it soon enough, but let's not talk about my problems right now. Let me hear yours." Friedman was a pit bull of a man in both personality and physique. He was aggressive, tenacious, and loyal. If he did not love you, he was a man to be feared. But if he did love you, he was as dependable as a eunuch guarding a Vestal virgin. Friedman loved his country first and foremost, and after that he loved those who helped protect Israel. Senator Clark fell into the latter category. Friedman kept his head shaved and rarely wore a tie. Most of the time, like tonight, he wore a pair of dress pants with a plain, short-sleeved dress shirt. A good 50 pounds overweight, the 5'10" spy liked to keep his shirts untucked. Not only did he find it more comfortable, in the often oppressive heat of Tel Aviv, it also helped to conceal the gun he always carried in a holster at the small of his back. Born in Jerusalem in 1949, Friedman came of age just in time to distinguish himself in the famous Six-Day War of 1967. He was in a front-line unit that was overrun during the initial hours of the war. Instead of lying low and waiting for the Israeli Defense Forces to push the Egyptians back across the border, Friedman grabbed 2 men from his squad, and against the orders of his squad leader, set off into the night to harass the enemy. They succeeded brilliantly in their mission, infiltrating the perimeter of a mobile Egyptian command post and wreaking utter havoc. His bold actions did not go unnoticed, and after the famous Six-Day War, Amman, Israel's military intelligence organization, got their hands on him. By the age of 30, Friedman had risen to the rank of colonel, and had fast gained a reputation as a man who got results. It was then that he had been recruited, or, as some in the military felt, stolen by the Mossad. Over the next 2 decades, Friedman became a legend within the Mossad. What was even more miraculous to some was his uncanny ability to avoid highly embarrassing situations. Whether it was luck or cunning, no one could be quite sure, but Ben Friedman had risen to the very top of what many considered the most effective intelligence agency in the world. He was a man to be respected and feared. He was the Director General of the Mossad, and rarely did a month pass where he didn't send someone to their death. Friedman took a sip of his Polish vodka, and looking at his guest, surmised that he would most likely keep the trend going. Tilting his head slightly, Friedman asked the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, "What troubles you, my friend?" "Oh, many things, but one thing in particular." "Dr. Kennedy?" Yes and no. She is an issue, but at present there's someone who is a bigger priority." A thin, mischievous smile creased Friedman's lips. "Mr. Rapp?" Shaking his head, he added, "I told you. You should have never got him involved in all of this. He is far too dangerous a man." "Yes, you were right about that, but we can't turn back the clock." Clark hesitated for a moment, as if he were struggling to suppress a bad memory. Friedman had indeed advised him to avoid Mitch Rapp. He had been very specific on that point, warning him that 4 continents were littered with the corpses of people who had gone toe-to-toe with America's top assassin. At the time, Clark had thought that Friedman had refused out of some respect for Rapp, some common bond they had forged while fighting the same enemy. That was the rationale the senator had used when he had been stupid enough to trust Peter Cameron. Just the thought of Cameron caused Clark to grimace. He had recruited him personally. As the trusted chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, there wasn't much that Clark couldn't get his hands on. He had chosen Peter Cameron after several years of studying the man's every move. Cameron was a 24-year veteran of the CIA's Office of Security, the CIA's own little private Gestapo. One of the Office of Security's chief jobs was to watch the watchers, to spy on the spies. Cameron knew things and had contacts that the senator was more than willing to compensate him for. After more than 2 decades of mediocre pay, Cameron leapt at the chance to become a well-paid mercenary for the senator. It had been Cameron's idea to kill Rapp and leave him in Germany for all the world to discover. Despite all of his suppressed anger, Clark had to be honest with himself. The plan had been a bold one. Clark had shadowed Rapp and Kennedy and intercepted the orders. Cameron had used his contacts inside the agency and paid them well. Clark was sure of that, for he had been the one handing over the suitcases of cash. If the plan had succeeded, Chairman Hank Clark would have presided over the most sensational hearings this country had seen in decades. The facts Clark was prepared to slowly unearth would have destroyed President Hayes. and wounded the Democratic Party for at least the next 2 general elections. It would have allowed the senator to virtually handpick the next director of the CIA, a director who would be more than willing to open up the treasure trove of secrets formerly known as Echelon. And more important than all of it, the entire affair would have allowed Hank Clark to launch his bid for the White House. He would have had the money from Ellis and his associates in Silicon Valley. The nationally televised committee hearings would have given him the all-important face time and name recognition. And his party would have been beholden to him for bringing the Democrats to their knees. It was a luck. They had come so close. If only Peter Cameron had succeeded. Clark had failed to listen to Friedman, and he was now paying for it. When the Germany operation blew up in their faces, Cameron assured Clark that he could handle the CIA's top killer. Clark had given him one more chance, and Cameron had screwed that up too. Disguised as FBI special agents, Cameron and his cronies had picked up Anna Riley and brought her to Rapp's house. Once again, Cameron underestimated his target, and before the night was over, more men had died at Rapp's hands. That was when the senator had decided to cut his losses. In a brief coded email to Friedman, Clark had arranged for Peter Cameron to meet his maker. 24 hours later, Cameron was dead, and Mitch Rapp had run into a brick wall in his pursuit to find out who had ordered the hit on him in Germany. If Clark had learned anything from his experiences of the last month, it was to be extra careful. The lure of ultimate power had caused him to make some poor decisions, and he was not going to let it happen again. He would heed the advice of then Friedman, and from this point forward, he would be more careful. Leaning back in his chair, Friedman gestured with his hands, telling his friend to unload his burden. "How can I help?" Clark hesitated briefly, and then said, "The woman you sent to take care of Cameron?" Friedman raised an eyebrow. "I never told you it was a woman." "The CIA has tapes of her." "When you say the CIA, who do you mean specifically?" "Kennedy." "What do the tapes show?" "They show her coming and going." Friedman noticed that Clark seemed very disturbed by this bit of news. Always with one eye on the endgame, he decided to play the whole thing off as unimportant. "She's a pro. I doubt they will find anything on those tapes." "But what if they do?" Friedman acted as if he were giving the senator's words serious concern. He scratched one of his muscular forearms and said, "I'm not worried. Even if they got lucky and found her, they would never get anything from her." The thought of the CIA finding the woman caused Clark's chest to tighten. He reminded himself to keep breathing and stay calm. "I'm worried," he said flatly. "I would like this potential problem to go away. No loose ends. Rapp got close enough last time." Friedman grimaced at Clark's words, as if he were wrestling with an idea he didn't like. "This woman is very good, one of my best. I have put years and years of training into her." 500,000. Friedman liked the number. It was easily double what he had expected. That was another thing he really liked about Clark and his cowboy attitude. There was no dicking around when it came to money. After considering the issue for a bit longer, Friedman nodded and said, "I'll take care of it, but it will have to wait until I return. This is too delicate to handle from America." Clark felt as if a heavy weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. Relieved, he asked, "When are you heading back?" "Tomorrow afternoon." Smiling, Clark said, "Ben, I can't thank you enough for coming all this way. I really appreciate it. I should have listened to you when you warned me to steer clear of Rapp." "Don't worry." Friedman shrugged off the comment as if it were trivial. "You have been a good ally. And when you are president," the director of the Mossad raised his glass in a toast, "you will be an even better ally." Chapter 6. Maryland, Monday evening. The stars were bright, even with the fire. Anna had given him a portable wrought-iron fire kettle for his birthday, and Mitch had put it to good use. The temperature was around 50 and dropping. Rapp sat on the deck of his small cottage overlooking the Chesapeake. A slight breeze was coming in off the water, just enough to keep the smoke from billowing into his face. He was dressed warmly in jeans, a beat-up sweatshirt, and an old brown Carhartt jacket. He was sitting all the way back in a white Adirondack chair, with his feet up on a footstool that was barely a foot from the flames. Shirley was lying at his side quietly. All he needed to make the night perfect was for Anna to get home. 10 minutes later, he got his wish, or at least he hoped. Shirley heard the car first. Her head snapped up, which alerted Rapp. He listened carefully to the sounds, with his eyes closed for a moment. The dog leapt to her feet and scampered off the deck and around the side of the house to investigate. Rapp continued to listen, while his left hand slid between the folds of his jacket in search of the cold, hard comfort of his 9mm Beretta. The harsh reality of Rapp's life was that people wanted to kill him. During the first 10 years of his career in counter-terrorism, he could always count on coming home and letting his guard down. His job required it. The weeks and sometimes months that he spent abroad on missions was absolutely draining. The sheer amount of information he had to memorize for a mission was sometimes overwhelming. Maps, codes, specifics on his target, the local authorities, political groups, and competing terrorist groups. It all had to be memorized, and that was before being inserted. Once he was in the country, it got even worse. Without letting others see, he had to be hyper-aware of everything that occurred around him. Imagine walking through a sea of people in the vibrant city of Damascus. Not only did he have to track those he had been sent to kill, but he also had to constantly look over his shoulder to make sure no one was following him. This was no easy task in a part of the world where 90+% of the men had black hair and mustaches, and most of the women were covered from head to toe in the traditional Muslim wrap. If his true identity were discovered, he would be painfully stoned to death without a tribunal, and that would be the easy way out. If he were caught by the police or a foreign intelligence service, he would be brutally tortured, and not just slapped around and screamed at. This was the Middle East. No part of his body would remain unviolated. He would be forced to endure the most inhumane conditions imaginable. Rapp regained control of his wandering imagination and pushed the horrible thoughts from his mind. This was why he needed a safe place, a place where he could let his guard down and recuperate. That had been taken away from him, though. Someone in America knew about Rapp's secret life. They had tried to kill him twice now, once in Europe and once back in the States. Europe was bad enough, but setting a trap for him in his own home and using his girlfriend as the bait was way too close. Someone knew too much about Rapp, and as each day passed, it strengthened his resolve to find out who that person was. Before he could get on with his life, he had to close this chapter. And Rapp desperately wanted to get on with his life. He wanted Anna, and he wanted children. He wanted a normal life. But he knew as he looked into the kitchen and saw Anna standing in front of the refrigerator that it would have to wait. He would have to do what he was trained to do. He would have to hunt down the person who had hired Peter Cameron, and he would have to kill him. Riley stepped out onto the deck with Shirley following close behind. She had a beer in each hand and a sly grin on her face. She bent over and kissed Rapp on the lips. "How was your day, honey?" "Just great," he replied, with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. "How was yours?" Riley straightened up and handed him a beer. "Fine." Turning, she said, "I'm going to put some jeans on. I'll be back in a minute." Rapp smiled at her as she went back into the house. That was easy, he thought. He'd been dreading the interrogation she would give him about his meeting with Kennedy. Rapp took a swig of beer, knowing that as soon as she came back down, she would dig in. He wondered how he should edit his story, so it would come out in the best light. There were certain things he couldn't tell her for reasons of national security, and others that he just couldn't tell her because he feared she would think less of him. When Riley came back outside, she had on jeans, one of Rapp's flannels and an old wool blanket draped over her shoulders. She plopped down in her chair, tilted her chin up, pursed her lips, and closed her eyes. Rapp leaned over and kissed her on the lips. "Thanks for the beer." "You're welcome." Riley took a sip of her own and said, "Now tell me all about the meeting." You know, we talked a little bit about this and a little bit about that. It lasted about an hour. No big deal, really. Anything happen at the White House today?" "Nice try," Riley grinned. "You could care less about what happened at the White House today, and I have no idea what a little bit of this and a little bit of that means. So cut the crap and tell me what happened." "I'm not sure where to start." Oh, he loved her. She was so beautiful and strong, both physically and mentally. Rapp was equally drawn to both. He knew himself well enough to know that if he were to ever survive in a long-term relationship, he would need a woman who would keep him in line from time to time. Rapp had been a loner for far too long, and had picked up some habits that weren't very helpful in running a successful partnership. In an intentionally condescending tone, Riley said, "Why don't you start from the beginning?" "Well, I wore my gray three-button suit and that tie you bought me for Father's Day." Rapp stopped and looked at her with a shitty grin. "Why did you buy me a tie for Father's Day, by the way? We never settled that. Was it wishful thinking on your part, or were you trying to imply that I may have some children that I don't know about?" "I've got all night, Mitchell, my darling. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. You can just tell me, or I can wear you down hour by hour." Rapp smiled as he took another drink. "I can hold out." "Oh, I'm sure you can. But two can play at that game." Riley gave him a devilish smile and turned her attention to the fire. "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Rapp, with a little more eagerness than he would have liked to show. "No sex." Rapp groaned. "Oh, God. Don't you pay any attention to all of those stupid relationship books that you and your friends read? They all say the same thing. Never, and I repeat, never use sex as a weapon." "I'm not using it as a weapon." Riley shook her head. "If I decide to abstain, I will do it on religious grounds." "And what would those be?" Rapp laughed. "That I shouldn't be giving myself so freely to a man who I am not married to, much less engaged." Riley quickly took a drink of beer to hide the smile that was spreading across her face. Rapp watched her for a second and said, "So you want to become some sort of born-again virgin?" "Yeah, something like that." Rapp laughed. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Only a sexually repressed Irish Catholic girl from Chicago could come up with something so ludicrous." "We'll see how ludicrous you think it is after a couple of weeks of cuddling. And nothing else." Still laughing, Rapp held up his hands in mock surrender. Okay, you win. What would you like to know?" Riley smiled triumphantly. What was the new job offer? "Come to work in the Counter-Terrorism Center. She hasn't decided on a title yet. I'd be attached to the Middle East desk in some form or another, either as a senior analyst or a special assistant to the DCI on Islamic terrorism." Riley raised her eyebrows in exaggerated excitement. "I like the second one. It sounds very important." With a grimace, Rapp said, "I'm not sure I like either of them." "Why?" "I don't know, honey. I don't know if I can go to work in that damn puzzle palace." "What do you mean?" "I'm not used to punching the clock, and as you know, taking orders is not my strong suit." "Yeah, but what else are you going to do?" Staring into the fire, Rapp said, "I don't know. I'll stay home and raise the brood." "Oh, no, you won't." Riley shook her head. "The last thing I want is a brooding husband raising the brood. You'll go nuts, Mitchell. You need challenge in your life. Don't get me wrong, I think you'll be a great father. But a Mr. Mom you're not." "Yeah, I know, but—" Rapp stopped and took a drink. "But what?" "I don't think I'm cut out to play all of the Mickey Mouse games they make you play at Langley." Riley reached over and touched his hand. "I think you should do it. At least give it a try." "Really?" Rapp said, a little surprised. "Yeah, and don't forget, you've got the director in your corner if anything goes wrong." Rapp studied her. What?" "I just didn't expect you to tell me to take the job." We all have to do something, honey. You were very good at what you did for the last 10 years. Riley reached out and touched his cheek. I got to see it firsthand. Softly, she added, You saved my life. A warm smile washed over her face, and she leaned over and kissed him. And now that I've fallen in love with you, you are going to have to retire from the front lines and take a desk job. She pinched his cheek. The transition might be a little difficult at first, but you know too much about the Middle East to just walk away. It doesn't bother you at all that you'll have to tell your family and friends that I work for the CIA? Are you kidding me? Riley grinned. My girlfriends all drool over you, as it is. When they find out you're a spy, they're going to lose it, she laughed. No, I'm serious. Won't it affect how you're treated at work? You know, sleeping with the enemy? No. She shook her head, and then after thinking of a couple of potential problems, added, And if it does, I'll deal with it. Thinking about what she had just said, Rapp slowly nodded his understanding. Well, that makes me feel better about it. Good. What else did you talk about? Rapp thought about Kennedy asking him to take over the Orion team, but that was strictly off-limits. He had never uttered the words to her, nor would he. Not much else, just salary and some administrative stuff. Riley gave him a skeptical look. Come on, what else? Nothing that I can talk about. Mitchell? Anna? Rapp replied in a mocking tone. You're going to have to get used to this. If I take this job, almost everything that I touch will be classified. I won't be able to come home and chat about it. Riley rolled her eyes. Your whole life is classified. Honey, we might as well come to terms with this right now. If you won't respect the fact that I can't talk about 90% of what I do or see at work, then I might as well tell Irene right now that I don't want the job. Rapp stared at her intensely to make sure she knew he was extremely serious about the issue. I'll respect it. I'll respect it. Don't worry. Good. Rapp leaned over and gave her a long kiss. Her lips felt so good. He was head over heels in love. He knew it was affecting his judgment, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was no turning back, no slamming on the brakes. He didn't even have the willpower to tap them. After a while, he worked his way to her ear and asked, Can we go upstairs and have sex now? Riley purred her response, and they rose together and went into the house, leaving behind the warmth of the fire. Chapter 7. Oval Office, Tuesday morning. What in the hell is this meeting about? President Hayes tilted his head down so he could look over the top of his specs at the three people standing in front of his desk. He was still drinking his morning coffee and reading the day's schedule when the three of them had come waltzing in with apprehension on their faces. They then proceeded to dump something in his lap that was unusual, to say the least. Valerie Jones, the president's chief of staff, spoke first. I just heard about it for the first time 5 minutes ago. Jones turned to look past Michael Hake, the president's national security advisor, to Irene Kennedy. Kennedy spoke. I received the call early this morning. He was very serious, but then again, he usually is. Hayes leaned over on the left armrest and stroked his chin. This whole thing was strange, a first for him in his relatively short career as president. Nothing good could come of it, he was sure of that. Looking up at Kennedy, he asked, Have they ever done something like this before? Kennedy thought about her dealings with the Israelis over the last 2 decades. They request backdoor meetings with us from time to time, usually for the obvious reasons. They don't want the press or any opposition to find out. Kennedy shook her head slightly. But I don't seem to ever remember them going straight to the top. This can't be good. The director of Mossad flies to the United States and pretty much demands to see me. I don't see anything positive that can come out of this. Hayes looked up at his NSA. Michael, what's going on over there? Any flare-ups in the peace process that I haven't been told about? No, it's the same old thing. Arafat demands X, Y, and Z and then walks away from the table.
The bombs start to go off, and then a month later they sit back down at the peace table and start over again.
It's not that, Kennedy said in a thoughtful tone. If it had something to do with the peace process, they wouldn't fly Ben Friedman all the way in from Tel Aviv. Their ambassador would take care of it, or the Prime Minister would call. She paused and thought about another possibility. No, she said, making up her mind. Ben Friedman means real trouble. Something is going on over there that we don't know about, something serious.
Great,
the President mumbled. With more than a little frustration, he said,
And none of you have any idea what it is.
Sorry, sir, was all Hake could say. The President thought about the situation for a moment. He was tempted to pick up the phone and call the Israeli Prime Minister, but caution got the better of him. The PM was due to visit the U.S. in 2 weeks. There was obviously a reason for sending Friedman. The President looked to Hake and said, Get General Flood over here. I want him to sit in on this. Hake grabbed the white handset of the bulky secure telephone unit sitting on the President's desk and hit the speed dial button for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Seconds later, General Flood was on the line, and the National Security Advisor was explaining the situation. The general said he would be there just as quickly as his limousine could take him across the Potomac. President Hayes checked his watch. It was 8:15.
Friedman will be here at 9?
Yes, Kennedy answered.
All right. Between now and then, I would like the three of you to try and come up with some idea of what this is all about.
President Hayes snatched his glasses from his face and glared at 3 of his most trusted advisers. All he got in return were blank stares. Colonel Friedman and his bodyguard caught a taxicab on Connecticut Avenue. Friedman could have easily requisitioned one of the embassy's limousines for the trip, but he preferred to keep a low profile. Anyone arriving at the White House in a limousine was sure to get his or her photograph taken. There were other cities where Friedman wouldn't dare to move about unless he was entombed in an armor-plated limousine, but Washington was not one of them. All of the various groups of the Middle East knew the rules. To attempt an assassination on American soil would be suicide, both financially and politically. As the taxi headed toward the White House, Friedman stared out the window at the embassies they passed. The concentration of power in this town was unlike any other in the world, and Friedman was here to make a huge power play. He respected America. It was, after all, his country's greatest ally. Every year the Americans pumped billions of dollars into the Israeli economy, and the military aid they supplied was invaluable. But then again, America had riches beyond her needs. There were many in Friedman's country, though, who felt the Americans could give more, that they could do more to secure the borders of the only true democracy in the Middle East. Friedman was one of those people. Trusted with the security of his tiny homeland, Friedman would stop at almost nothing to get what was good for Israel. He respected America, but in the end that respect was greatly overshadowed by his ultimate loyalty to the Israeli cause. America wasn't always willing to do everything they asked, and that was where Friedman often came in. The ugly secret was that the Mossad spied on the U.S. Not only did they spy, but from time to time, they also ran covert operations against their greatest ally. That's not what this meeting was about. At least, not yet. Played in the best possible light, it was about 2 allies taking on a common enemy. In the perpetually cynical eyes of Ben Friedman, it was getting the U.S. to do Israel's dirty work. The taxi dropped them off 2 blocks from the White House, and the 2 men nonchalantly approached the northwest gate. They cleared security and were escorted to the White House Situation Room by one of the President's aides. Without having to be asked, Friedman's bodyguard headed down the hall to the White House mess. His boss was secure inside the White House. The man would use the opportunity to get a cup of coffee and see if he could overhear any useful conversations. When Friedman entered the small conference room in the basement of the West Wing, he wasn't surprised in the least that there were only 5 people in attendance. He was a little surprised, however, that no one rose to greet him. He took note of the mood and the lopsided seating arrangement. The President was where he expected him to be, at the head of the table. Kennedy was opposite the Commander-in-Chief at the other end, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The National Security Advisor and the Chief of Staff were all on one side of the table. Friedman draped his overcoat over one of the 4 empty chairs on his side of the table and looked at Kennedy to break the frigid air. Smiling, the head of Mossad said. "Thank you for arranging this on such short notice, Irene." Kennedy nodded, but offered no words. Friedman took the hint and sat. Their moods would change when he showed them what he had in his briefcase. Turning to the President, he said, "Thank you, Mr. President, for meeting with me. I hope you know we wouldn't have asked if it wasn't extremely important." Like Kennedy, Hayes nodded, but gave no answer. Yes, the Israelis were their friends, but Hayes was not as blind to the often selfish goals of the Jewish state as some of his predecessors. He had given specific instructions to the others. No warm greetings were to be extended to the head of Israeli intelligence. Friedman had called this meeting, and it would be his responsibility to do the talking. "Have you noticed anything alarming out of Baghdad recently?" Friedman looked at Kennedy. Before Kennedy could answer, the President said, "Mr. Friedman, I'm rather short on time this morning. I think it would serve us best if you told us what this is all about." Friedman placed his elbows on the table and said, "We have unearthed some very alarming news, Mr. President, and I'm afraid you aren't going to like it one bit." Friedman reached for his briefcase. After entering the combination, he popped the clasps and retrieved a large red legal file. The file was sealed with a string and wax. Friedman broke the seal and extracted a sheaf of papers with a 4x7 black-and-white photograph clipped to the front. Sliding the photo over so the President could view the image, he said, "This is Park Chow-Lee. He's North Korean. As you might imagine, he sticks out like a sore thumb in Baghdad. Park is a doctor." Friedman extracted several more photos and slid them in front of President Hayes. Where the first photo was posed and clear, these were taken from some distance and were slightly grainy. "That first photo, Mr. President, of Park in the white lab coat, is him walking into the Al-Hussein Hospital in Baghdad." He paused briefly to see if anyone was going to ask any questions. They didn't, so he continued. "There's only one problem with the photo. Mr. Lee is not a medical doctor. He has a Ph.D. in nuclear physics." Confident that he finally had their attention, Friedman decided to sit back and pause for a second. Kennedy sat at the far end of the table and observed. She could see where this was going. Her daily intelligence briefings had contained some flash reports about Saddam doing business with the economically bankrupt state of North Korea. Saddam was sending them oil, and in return North Korea was sending him arms and technology. It also appeared from where Ben Friedman was heading that they were also trading talent. Kennedy watched as President Hayes briefly looked at her. She gave him a slight nod, confirming that the information was most likely legitimate. She noticed a hint of irritation in the President's face, and wondered briefly if it was directed at her. It probably was. When Friedman was gone, she would have to explain why Mossad had beat the CIA to the punch. That was fine. Kennedy had no problem admitting that where the Middle East was concerned, they could not compete with Mossad when it came to putting people on the ground. "We have photographed Mr. Lee coming and going from the hospital for almost 3 months. He arrives early, leaves late, and sometimes even stays for several days." The photos of Lee were being passed around the table. National Security Advisor Hake picked up on something Friedman had said. "How do you know he's spending the night? Isn't it possible you missed him leaving?" "It is, but—" Friedman pulled out several more photos. "We also know where he and the other North Korean scientists are staying." Friedman passed the photos across the table to Hake. The President was not in a patient mood, so he asked rather abruptly, "Where is this going, Mr. Friedman?" "It's going to a very bad place, sir." Friedman exhaled a deep breath. "With the help of Mr. Lee and the other North Korean scientists, Saddam is about to get his greatest wish. In less than 1 month, Saddam will have added 3 nuclear weapons to his arsenal." President Hayes blinked and said, "What?" "By the end of the year, Saddam will have 3 fully operational nuclear weapons." "How is that possible?" Hayes looked to his advisors. "Everything I've been told says we're 2 years away from having to deal with this, not a month." "Those Estimates, sir, stated Kennedy, were based on Saddam rebuilding his own nuclear program. They did not include him bypassing the developmental stage and purchasing technology, components, and scientists from North Korea. The president was seething. His administration had been making great strides with the North Koreans. At this very moment, they were trying to push through a billion-dollar aid package to try to help the anemic North Korean economy get back on its feet. Kim Jong-il himself had told Hayes that he would personally bring an end to North Korea's state-sponsored terrorism. The president told himself to put North Korea out of his mind for the moment. That would have to be dealt with later. Stabbing his index finger at the photos in front of him, Hayes asked, "How accurate is this information?" "I consider it to be very reliable, sir." Friedman kept his eyes focused on the president and did not waver. "How reliable?" Hayes wanted more. "This is, of course, not to leave this room." Friedman took a moment to look each of the president's advisers in the eye. The mole he had cultivated in the Iraqi regime was the highest Mossad had ever turned. To lose him would be devastating. "We have someone on the inside, and I can tell you nothing more. He is well-placed and highly reliable." "Under a goddamn hospital," was all General Flood could say. His military mind was already trying to come up with ways to level the building. "What type of weapons are we talking about?" asked Hake. "Two of them are 10 megaton nukes designed to be delivered by the new Scud-3 missile, and the third is a 5 megaton nuke designed to be delivered by bomber or specialized artillery." The room fell deathly silent. All of them had sat through enough intelligence briefings to know the level of carnage just one of the bombs could cause. Each of the three individually was more than sufficient to level Tel Aviv. "Mr. President, none of us are happy about this, least of all the leaders of my country." Friedman paused for a second before continuing. "I have been sent here by my Prime Minister to inform you that we will not allow these weapons to be deployed." Friedman's tone was calm but determined. Though he had been sent to Washington to get the Americans to do Israel's dirty work, there was no mistaking the resolve of his people. If the Americans failed to act, Israel would. President Hayes nodded slowly. He had already deduced as much. There was no way Israel would let a megalomaniac like Saddam join the nuclear club. President Hayes wasn't about to allow it, and he was more than 5,000 miles away. The Israelis were separated by only 500 miles. Finally, President Hayes asked, "When are you heading back to Israel?" "I leave this evening." Hayes drummed his fingers on the table while he thought of the next step. "Mr. Friedman, I appreciate you making the trip. Could you wait outside for a minute while I have a word with my advisors?" Friedman collected the photos and placed them back in his briefcase. When he had left the room, Hayes took off his suit coat and began pacing. He thought about taking his new director-designate of the CIA to task for allowing him to be blind-sided, and then decided it wasn't fair, and in the end probably counterproductive. Instead, he said, "Around the horn. I want to hear opinions on what we just heard, starting with you, Valerie." The president stopped and looked at his chief of staff. "I think before we do anything, we need to confirm that this is really the case." "Oh, it's for real," moaned General Flood. The bear-sized warrior had his elbows on the table and his face buried in his hands. "They would never send Ben Friedman all the way to Washington if it wasn't. Besides, we know how eager Saddam is to get his hands on one of these things. He's just found a way with the help of the North Koreans to cut a few years out of the process." "Michael?" asked Hayes. The National Security Advisor replied, "We need to make sure this timeline is correct. And then we need to get a guarantee from the Israelis that they will not act before we have time to come up with a solution." "General?" Flood lifted his face from his hands. "I hate to say it, Mr. President, but we need to level this facility, and my guess is Tomahawks aren't going to do the job. We are going to have to put planes over Baghdad. We might lose some people, but they are definitely going to lose people. I mean, they put the damn thing under a hospital for a reason.
They don't think we have the stomach for it."
Flood was extremely concerned. He had been warning everyone who would listen about the problem of nuclear proliferation for years. He leaned forward and looked at the President's Chief of Staff. "I'm telling you right now, Valerie, I know how your mind works. You're 10 steps ahead of the rest of us. You're thinking of the political fallout this will create. You're imagining the reporters standing in front of the hospital while they pull the twisted bodies of children from the rubble. Well, let me replace it with some different pictures. Imagine an entire U.S. Navy carrier battle group patrolling the Persian Gulf. Now, blink your eyes, and they're gone. Over 7,000 men and women vaporized. Imagine a nuclear warhead exploding over the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. Now imagine the entire world economy plunged into a depression, because those oil fields are rendered useless for the next 100 years due to radioactivity." Flood paused just long enough to catch his breath. "That's just for starters. Now, imagine Saddam throwing 2 of these things at Israel, figuring he can wipe them off the map before they have the chance to retaliate. There's only one problem with that plan. The Israelis aren't stupid. They keep their nukes spread out in secure underground hardened bunkers. Some of those weapons will survive, and whoever is left won't hesitate to return the favor to Saddam. We'll have a full-scale nuclear war in the Middle East. The initial blasts will kill millions. God only knows how many more will die from the fallout, but it won't be pretty. The region will shut down. Oil production will screech to a halt, and the economic tidal wave will make the Great Depression look like a hiccup." The President had stopped pacing halfway through the general's rant. Looking at the military's top officer, Hayes was slightly unsettled by the fact that he agreed with everything the man had just said. So much so that a brief shiver ran down his spine. Finally, looking to Kennedy, he asked, "Irene?" Kennedy also agreed with everything that had been said so far. "They want us to take care of the problem for them." "You mean Israel?" "Yes." Kennedy folded her arms across her chest. "But make no mistake about it. If we don't act, they will." "Shit." The President walked back to his chair and sat. He tried to decide on a course of action. Leveling a hospital with God only knows how many innocent civilians inside was not a pleasant thought. But taking no action at all, and being confronted with one of the scenarios that General Flood had described, was horrific. For the first time in his presidency, he was honestly scared. He would have to call the Israeli Prime Minister at some point, but that could wait for a day. The list of people he would have to tell domestically was long, but due to secrecy concerns, most of them would have to wait until the last possible moment. The best move right now was to delegate and manage. As if he were pulled out of a trance, the President lifted his head and said, "Irene, I want you to take Friedman back to Langley and debrief him personally. Get as much information as you can from him, and then as quietly as possible, try to confirm it. But before you bring any of your people in on this, I want you to call me and tell me what you've learned." Pointing at the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the President said, "General, put your best people on this, and give me some options. I want to be prepared to move at a moment's notice if needed." "Whoa!" cautioned Valerie Jones. "Let's slow down a bit. Don't you think we should explore some diplomatic options? We've made a lot of progress with the North Koreans lately. Maybe we could put some pressure on them to pull their people out. I mean, hell, we have an awfully big aid package we can hold over their heads." Jones stopped when the President started shaking his head. "We're not going to call North Korea. We're not going to call Saddam, the Jordanians, or the Saudis, and we most definitely are not going to call the UN. If Saddam gets the slightest whiff that we're onto him, it's over. He'll move those bombs, and we're back to square one." The President shook his head. "No, we've given him enough chances. He's been told to stop pursuing weapons of mass destruction, and he has ignored the international community at every turn. This time, he gets no warning. Those bombs have to be taken out." Chapter 8. Maryland, Tuesday morning. Congressman Albert Rudin walked through the men's locker room of the Congressional Country Club with a white towel thrown over his shoulder and a pair of shower sandals on his feet. Rudin grew up in the days where swimming at the YMCA required literally nothing. Swimsuits were not just optional, they were forbidden. A towel was for drying oneself, not wearing. Consequently, the 68-year-old politician from Stamford, Connecticut, was not shy about parading through the locker room buck naked. Gravity had taken its toll over the years, and his skin hung loose from his bony runner's body. It was not a pretty sight. Rudin normally worked out at the Congressional Gym on the Hill, but today he wanted to talk to one of his colleagues from the Senate, and he wanted to do so in private. That was why he had requested that his friend meet him in the steam room of the golf club. The locker room was a virtual ghost town from November to March every year, and that was what Rudin wanted. A recent string of events in his life had caused him to reassess who his allies were. Rudin opened the door to the steam room and stood there for approximately 5 seconds. His purpose was to let enough steam out and make sure no one was lurking in the room. Finally satisfied that he was alone, he entered the room and laid his towel down on the tile bench. With great deliberation, he began kneading his loose skin as if he were working some lethal poison from his pores. Representative Albert Rudin was a cranky, crass old politician who was having a very bad year, the worst he could remember in a long time. And it was all the fault of a centrist president who had turned his back on the base of his party. Albert Rudin had been a loyal soldier to the Democratic Party for over 30 years, and this just wasn't fair. All he was trying to do was his job. Rudin was the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. It had been his one request for all of his hard work. It was not much to ask for. The House Intelligence Committee wasn't one of Washington's glory jobs. Most of their meetings were conducted behind closed doors, and rarely were cameras ever allowed in the hearing room. If Rudin had been greedy like the others, he would have asked to sit on the Appropriations or Judicial Committees. But he hadn't. He had simply asked to run the Intelligence Committee. All he wanted to do was serve his party. It was Albert Rudin's goal in life to see the CIA shut down and dismantled. In his mind, there was no bigger waste in the federal budget than the black hole that was known as Langley. They spent billions a year on gathering intelligence. And what did the government get in return? Nothing. The vaunted CIA had failed to predict the two most significant events of the last 20 years, the fall of the Soviet Union and Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. Rudin sometimes felt like he was losing his mind. It seemed that the more vociferously he pointed out Langley's failures, the more people shunned him. It drove him nuts. It was right there for all to see. The CIA had been feeding them grossly overestimated reports on the Soviet economy and military preparedness for years. And in Rudin's keen mind, there was only one reason for them to do so. The CIA and the Pentagon were conspiring against their own government. They didn't want their budgets cut, so they went out and grossly exaggerated the strength of the evil empire. Rudin wiped a thick layer of sweat from his face and cleared his throat with a rumbling hack. Turning to the far corner, he deposited his spit with a well-aimed shot. It was probably that damn Reagan's fault, Rudin thought. Reagan was to blame for most things in Rudin's mind. If there was ever a face that could be put on evil, it would be that of Ronald Reagan. Rudin had little doubt that the former president had directed the CIA and the Joint Chiefs to inflate the Soviet Union's numbers, so they could get the budget increases they were after. After Reagan, it had been his successor, Bush, a former director of the CIA, who had decided to cozy up to Saddam Hussein. The maniacal leader went from being a trusted ally to enemy number one overnight. It was just another example of how duplicitous and incompetent the CIA was. Rudin was right. He knew it in his deepest being. The others were wrong. Even members of his party had turned their back on him, and it was all because of that damn Thomas Stansfield and President Hayes. At least Stansfield was dead, but that didn't solve his problems. Now he had Kennedy to deal with. He had to figure out some way to stop her. She couldn't be allowed to take over at the CIA. They needed someone who would go in there and tear the roof off, exposing all of the vermin to the light of day. Rudin would take great pleasure in watching them scurry for cover. He needed someone he could trust as director. He needed someone who would cooperate with his committee when he held hearings. He needed someone who would clean house. Kennedy was not the answer, but his hands were tied. Just weeks earlier, he'd received the most vicious ass-chewing of his life at the hands of President Hayes. The rest of the party leadership had been present for the event. In Rudin's mind, it had all been unwarranted. All he had been trying to do was stop Thomas Stansfield from turning the reins of power at the CIA over to Irene Kennedy. The only thing that would accomplish would be to replace one liar with another, and Rudin had been lied to enough. Thomas Stansfield was probably the most adept liar Washington had ever seen. He had been lying to Rudin's committee for the better part of 2 decades, and Rudin now thanked God every morning that Stansfield was finally dead. That, however, didn't help the fact that the president had announced Dr. Kennedy as his successor. Rudin had tried to prevent that. During Stansfield's final days, Rudin had met with Senator Hank Clark, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and Secretary of State Charles Middleton. Middleton was a good fellow Democrat who shared Rudin's concerns about the CIA. It was an agency run amok, an agency that was continually getting in the way of diplomatic relations and negotiations. It was in Middleton's best interest to replace Stansfield with someone who was not so loyal to the CIA. This common bond against the CIA was why they had asked to meet with Senator Clark. Clark was a Republican, after all, and in charge of the very committee that would have to confirm or block Kennedy's nomination. He was their trump card in torpedoing her career. Clark was really the only Republican that Rudin could count as a friend, the only one who he could actually tolerate. Rudin felt that they could reason with Clark, show him why it was in his best interest, in the Republicans' best interest, to kill Kennedy's nomination before it ever got to his committee. Clark had been sympathetic, but ultimately uncooperative, and that left Rudin and Middleton to stop the changing of the guard. Rudin's first move was to call Kennedy before his committee in an attempt to catch her in a lie. At the same time, Secretary of State Middleton began to use his significant resources and clout to undermine the support for Kennedy. Disaster struck when somewhere along the way the president found out what they were up to. Unknown to Rudin, Secretary Middleton and President Hayes didn't have the best of relationships. Apparently, a deal had been struck during the campaign. Middleton, a senator at the time, had finished third in 3 consecutive primaries. Middleton came to Hayes, the party's front-runner, and offered to bow out of the race and throw his support behind Hayes. Like all things in politics, Middleton's offer came with some strings. No, he didn't want to be vice president. Middleton didn't like his odds of eventually becoming president if he took that post. Secretary of State was a much more glamorous post, and one where, if the need ever arose, he could distance himself from President Hayes. Middleton never quite got it through his head that Hayes was now his boss. The arrogant Secretary of State had been caught and warned several times for sticking his nose in other departments' business. President Hayes had very clearly warned him that he was to stay out of the CIA's business. It appeared Hayes had found out that Middleton had ignored his orders and was attempting to undermine Irene Kennedy's career. President Hayes hit the roof. He called Middleton to the White House and forced him to resign on the spot. Middleton was not the only person the president had been angry with that day. Literally minutes later, Rudin had been escorted into the Situation Room by the Speaker of the House. When the president entered the room, Rudin knew something was horribly wrong. He didn't know President Hayes was capable of such anger. In a screaming match, Hayes told Rudin that who he chose to become the next director of the CIA was none of his goddamn business, and if he heard another peep out of him, he would do everything in his considerable power to strip him of his chairmanship and make sure he suffered a humiliating defeat in his next re-election. Rudin had left the meeting in utter shock. That night he received a phone call. The person on the other end informed him that Secretary of State Middleton had committed suicide. Before Rudin could respond, before he could take a breath, in the time it took him to blink his eyes, he became terrified. Albert Rudin had been around Washington too long to think that Charles Middleton would kill himself out of embarrassment. The man was vain, but come on. To end your life over being forced to resign, especially so early in an administration? If Hayes floundered as president, it would have made Middleton look like the smart guy for getting out. There had to be something more to it, and in Albert Rudin's mind that something more was Thomas Stansfield. Rudin felt it way down in his creaky old bones. Middleton had been murdered. He had been killed by Stansfield for something that he had done, or tried to do. It had been his final warning to all his enemies before he died. Don't mess with Irene Kennedy. In the weeks since Middleton's alleged suicide, Rudin had spoken to no one of his suspicions. But now that Stansfield was dead, he was going to begin making some inquiries. He had to. There was no way, after all these years, that he could quit the fight against the CIA. His own party had turned his back on him. They had moved to the center with that smug bastard Hayes leading the charge. Sure, their polling numbers were up, but those could change overnight. He needed to stay true to the core beliefs of the party. The CIA needed to be reined in, and if it cost him his job, so be it. He needed to do what was right. The soothing combination of hot steam and an overwhelming sense of righteousness gave Rudin the belief that he could do it, that he could do anything. If he just stayed the course, he would find a way, and President Hayes would be made to pay. The door to the steam room opened, revealing the silhouette of a big man in a white towel. Senator Hank Clark, being a bit more modest than his congressional colleague, had his towel wrapped around his waist. Clark swaggered into the hot, misty room. Despite the haze of the steam, he easily picked out the cragged profile of Rudin. "Good morning, Albert." Instead of sitting, Clark began his search for the eucalyptus bottle. He found it on the top bench, and after shaking it, he went about spraying it in the areas around the steam jets. "Not too much of that stuff," grumbled Rudin. Rudin went on to mumble something else, but Clark couldn't decipher what was said, nor did he care. Albert Rudin was a chronic grumbler, and Clark had learned to ignore it. He had, in fact, learned to ignore many of Rudin's irritating habits. The senator set the bottle down and then reclined his large body on the bottom bench across from Rudin. Clark leaned back, stretched his arms out, and rested his back against the upper bench. After letting out a satisfying moan and taking in a deep breath of the eucalyptus-laced steam, he asked, "What's on your mind today, Albert? And why are we meeting in the steam room? You haven't decided to come out of the closet, have you?" Clark had a difficult time suppressing his desire to laugh. He had thought of the line on the way to the club, knowing it would irritate Rudin immensely. The man had absolutely no sense of humor. "I don't find your humor very funny." Clark choked on his laughter. "I'm sorry, Albert, but I couldn't resist. You've never asked me to meet you in the steam room before." The steam jets kicked on, and over the hissing there was more mumbling from the other side of the room. Rudin finally decided to enunciate his words and said, "You'll have to excuse me, but I'm a little paranoid these days." "And why is that?" Clark began rubbing the warm water into his face. "You know why." Rudin's words had more than a hint of accusation in them. He struggled over whether or not he should raise his suspicions over Charles Middleton's suicide. After a brief pause, he decided he needed to test the water a little. "I saw the footage of you at the White House the other day. How in the hell could you sit there next to that phony?" "Which phony are you referring to? There's an awful lot of them in this town." "The biggest phony of them all, Hayes!" The president's name came out like a hiss. Clark let his head fall back and looked up through the steam at the ceiling. "Come off it, Albert. There are far bigger phonies in this town than Robert Hayes." "Not in my book." All Clark could do was shake his head. "How in the hell could you sit next to him and agree to Irene Kennedy as the next director of the CIA? How?" Rudin asked in exasperation. "Albert, I don't know how many more times I'm going to have to explain this to you, but I don't see Dr. Kennedy as a bad choice." "Oh, my God, I can't believe you're serious. What did Hayes offer you?" "I resent your implication, Albert. He offered me nothing. I think you need a refresher course in civics." "What in the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means that you've been in this town long enough." Clark's voice took on a slight edge, just enough to let Rudin know he shouldn't push it too far today. "The president has the power to appoint. It says so clearly in the Constitution." "I know," snapped Rudin. "I've read it more times than you have. It falls under the separation of powers. The chief executive has the power to appoint and nominate, and the Senate has the power to confirm.
The fundamental principle is separate but equal, hissed Rudin. You have every right, no, you have a duty to block Irene Kennedy's nomination. In the Senate, we have something that you and your friends in the House are unfamiliar with. It's called decorum. When the President appoints someone to a position, we almost always give him his choice, unless there is some skeleton in their closet. Well, I think you'd better take a look in Kennedy's closet, because it's full of them. And what proof do you have of that? Rudin leaned forward. Oh, come off it! You know exactly what I mean. She's so dirty she's got shit coming out of her ears. This was not easy for Clark. The logical side of him wanted to slice Rudin's weak arguments to shreds, but he had to suppress that desire. The goal here was to make him even more resolute, not to give him reason to rethink. But at the same time, Rudin couldn't know he was being played. Clark had done a masterful job thus far. He had been the one who had told President Hayes that Rudin and Middleton were plotting against him and his choice to be the next DCI. Fortunately for Clark, Rudin hadn't the slightest idea that his friend in the Senate had betrayed him. His overwhelming paranoia of Thomas Stansfield had caused him to attribute almost every bad event in his political life to the now-dead spymaster. Clark now leaned forward. The two men were eye to eye, 3 short feet separating them. You are very quick to point out, Albert, that it is in my power as a senator to confirm or block the President's nominee, but you very conveniently leave out the fact that your committee has the power to investigate. If you think Irene Kennedy is corrupt, then investigate her. Clark stared through the steam at Rudin's deep-set eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The senator knew Rudin had no choice but to back down. There was nowhere else for him to go, and then Clark would have him exactly where he wanted him. Rudin blinked as a bead of sweat dropped from his brow down onto his prominent nose. It hung there on the tip for a second and then slowly broke free. Rudin sat back and wildly waved a hand in front of him, signaling to Clark what he thought of his idea. "I can't do that," was his terse reply. "Why not?" egged Clark. "I told you what happened. I told you what the President and the party leadership said. I'd be done. My career would be over. They'd strip me of my chairmanship, and I'd never be heard from again." Clark could feel it coming together. He smiled openly. "I find it impossible to believe that they could silence you." "You weren't there when they let me have it. Hayes threatened me." Rudin pointed to himself. "He said he'd make it his personal goal in life to see that I was defeated during the next election." "Calm down, Albert. I think you've gotten yourself so far into this you're not seeing clearly." "What could I possibly be missing? The Speaker of the House picks me up in his limo, drags me over to the White House. I'm ambushed by my own party's leadership, and I'm threatened by the President himself." With a grimace, Rudin added, "Please tell me what I'm missing." Clark was tempted to remind Rudin that he'd brought it all down on himself, but decided it would be counterproductive to the task at hand. "Albert, I think you're selling yourself short. When was the last time you were challenged in a primary? 10 years ago? 8. When was the last time my party gave you a serious challenge?" "It's been a while," he conceded, with some real pride. "So how is the President going to stop you from going on to an 18th term?" "I haven't been challenged from within my own party because there has never been an alternative. But if the President were to lean hard enough on the people who run the party back in Connecticut, if he were to promise to infuse a bunch of cash into their coffers, they'd dump me in a heartbeat." "Maybe so, but that's a risky proposition for the President. Voters don't always like bigwigs from Washington interfering in their local politics. You could spin it in the media that the President had a vendetta against you. If you played it right, you could make yourself into a victim of petty Washington politics. The local voters and media would love it." Rudin thought about it for a moment and saw that it might work. Maybe he wasn't in as dire of a spot as he thought. "But what about the present? If I launch an investigation, they'll cut my balls off." "It might be too late for them to do anything if the media gets behind the story." Clark folded his arms across his chest
and gave this some time to sink in. Rudin gave the idea some serious consideration. That would be a risky play. Clark could see his words were having the right effect. It was time to lead him to action. "Albert, I know you as a man of great integrity. I don't always agree with your politics, but you've stayed true to your party through the worst of times, and frankly, I don't think you deserve to be treated like this." He studied the malleable congressman while he spoke. All he was doing was telling Rudin exactly what he wanted to hear. Great men are often hated and envied by their peers. It is usually not until they are gone that their greatness is recognized. Clark shook his head, as if saddened by the whole affair. "I don't think you should be treated like this. Being threatened by the president is wrong." "Why don't you say that to him?" asked Rudin in earnest. Clark shook his head emphatically. "In this town we have to fight our own battles. You know that, Albert. As a Republican, my opinions on a dispute within your party would not be welcome." "No, that wouldn't work at all. You have always been a man of principle and conscience, and I don't think you should change now." The senator searched Rudin's face for a sign that he was with him, and that his ego was inflated to the proper degree. Satisfied, Clark went for the kill. "Albert, you should follow your conscience. If you truly think Irene Kennedy is corrupt—" He hesitated, as if it were painful for him to give such advice. Leaning closer, he finished by saying, "If she is as bad as you think she is, then you really have no other choice." Rudin let his head drop into his hands. The struggle he was having was apparent. In a pleading tone, he said, "But it will be political suicide. They will kill me." Oh, he was so close. He had to tread very carefully. "I have already told you how you can neutralize them. Let the media get the ball rolling, and then call hearings. The president wouldn't dare do anything to you at that point." "How in the hell am I going to get the media to cover this? I've been bitching about the abuses at Langley for so long, none of them listen to me anymore. I need some help. I need your help. All you have to do is get her in front of your committee during the confirmation hearing and hammer her." "No way." Clark shook his head vigorously. "I'm going to tell you this for the last time, Albert. I like Dr. Kennedy. I think she will do a good job. If you think she's as bad as you say she is, then it's up to you to prove to the rest of us that she's rotten." "But I can't!" Rudin practically shouted. Regaining some control, he said, "I know what I know, but I don't have the kind of proof that I could take to the press. All you'd have to do is ask her some questions that I'd prepare, and I will guarantee that she'll cave in." In your wet dreams, Clark thought to himself, Irene Kennedy was not the type of person to wilt under the bright lights of a confirmation hearing, not unless she was confronted with real evidence. Clark decided that a little anger was needed. Raising his voice, he said, "Albert, I'm not getting involved in this. If you want to derail her, then it's up to you. I'm here as your friend, but if you ask me again to ambush her in my committee room, in front of the cameras, after I've given my word to the president, I will get up and leave." Rudin backed down. "All right. I understand your position, but what the fuck am I going to do? When I heard that bastard Stansfield had cancer, I jumped for joy. I thought finally we can clean out that rat's nest. And now this, it's just too much for me. I've given too much of my life to public service. I just can't sit back and watch the blatant corruption continue." There was a long silence. Finally, Clark decided Rudin was ready. "I feel bad for you, I really do," he said. "It's just that I've given my word." The senator looked away thoughtfully, as if he were struggling with a tough decision. "There is one thing I can do that might help." Clark paused to see just how eager Rudin was. It was painfully obvious on the congressman's face that he would gladly accept what his friend had to offer. "I know of someone who is quite remarkable at digging things up." Clark stared his fellow politician in the eye. "Things that people don't want dug up. I will articulate that you'd like to have a talk with him." "Is he expensive?" Clark moaned inside. Rudin was the cheapest bastard he'd ever met. In truth, the man was expensive, but Clark was willing to subsidize the job. "He's actually quite reasonable." With a grin, Clark added, "Or so I've been told." "When can I meet with him?" "I'll see if he can stop by your office this afternoon, but I can't make any promises. He's a very busy man." "The sooner the better. I don't have a lot of time to derail this train." Clark nodded. "And one more thing, Albert. Keep me out of this. All I'm doing is giving you someone's name. What you do from this point forward is up to you. Don't worry, Hank. I'll never forget that you were there for me during my darkest hours." With a soft smile, Clark said, "Don't mention it. That's what friends are for." Clark kept the smile on his face, but inside he was elated. Rudin was about to be spoon-fed just enough information to bring about the end of Irene Kennedy's bid for the directorship of the CIA. The Democratic Party was about to be blindsided. Chapter 9. Tel Aviv, Wednesday morning. The sleek black Mercedes sedan moved quickly through the streets of Tel Aviv. The sedan had tinted bulletproof windows, anti-mine flooring, and armor-plated sides and roof. Ben Friedman sat in the back seat by himself. Two Mossad bodyguards were in front, one driving, the other riding shotgun. A small arsenal of weapons was stashed throughout the vehicle in case of an attack, which was a very real threat. So real that Friedman had two armor-plated cars, the Mercedes and a Peugeot. Friedman was switched from one car to the other throughout the day, always in an underground garage or a secluded area away from prying eyes. Colonel Ben Friedman, the Director General of Mossad, was perhaps the most hated man in the Middle East. Yes, characters like Saddam Hussein and Yasser Arafat had their enemies, but they were Arabs. And make no mistake about it, the Middle East was overwhelmingly Arab. The multitude of factions and tribes that made up the Arab people had fought each other for millennia. The feuds ran deep, rich in historical lore. Despite the tiniest of differences from one group to the next, they rarely got along. There was, however, one exception, and that exception was an almost universal hatred of Israel. Amongst Arabs, the most hated and feared organization in all of Israel was Mossad. They were a den of assassins and thieves given official sanction by the government of Israel to conduct an illegal war against the Muslim peoples of the world. This reputation did not bother Ben Friedman. In fact, he did everything in his power to perpetuate the fear. If one of the fallouts was that he had to lead a life in which he was constantly surrounded by bulletproof composites and heavily armed men, then so be it. The Arabs had sworn to crush the Israeli state, and he had promised to defend it. They were in a war, and had been for over 50 years. This sham of Middle East peace perpetuated by American do-gooders and soft Israeli politicians had made his job more difficult. But Friedman was not one to complain. He was always adapting, always preparing for the next battle. For the first 40 years of Mossad's existence, the agency had been cloaked in secrecy. So much so that the various directors general were unknown to all but the Prime Minister and his or her cabinet. Times had changed, though, and in the 90s Mossad became a victim of Israel's increasingly partisan and volatile politics. The agency's anonymity was stripped away, and the office of the Director General became one of the hottest seats in the government. Ben Friedman's name was regularly printed in the papers, and his picture was shown frequently on television. Any terrorist with half a brain could pick him out of a crowd and blow his head off. The purges that Mossad underwent in the 90s had taught Friedman to be leery of all politicians. His allegiance was to his country and Mossad. The Prime Minister and the rest of the squabbling politicians could take a back seat. They had nearly destroyed the most effective spy agency in the world with their incessant desire to meddle. From 1951 to 1990, only 6 different directors general ran Mossad. But during the political bloodletting of the 90s, 4 men had held the post. The lack of any sustained leadership had disastrous effects on recruiting and the morale of Mossad's employees. Despite all of this, when Ben Friedman was named to the post by the current prime minister, he had gladly taken the job. Friedman understood something his four predecessors didn't. To run the world's most effective spy agency, you had to act like a dictator, not a politician. And to be a dictator, you had to have power. Friedman had spent a fair amount of time in America over the years and had worked closely with the CIA in a mutual effort to battle terrorism. He learned that the CIA had been forced to adapt far earlier than Mossad had to the political game. Washington was a much more political town, and the media in the U.S. was absolutely unwieldy compared to the rags in Israel. Thomas Stansfield had shown Friedman how to get results in a supercharged political environment. Stansfield made it very clear that his agency was not interested in politics. The first thing he did was develop assets outside the normal channels, so he could act without the politicians on the Hill knowing what he was up to. And then he began to use the agency's mounds of information against any politician who tried to make political hay out of the CIA. Most of the politicians in Washington understood that the CIA had a dirty job to do, and they steered clear. But there was always a handful of opportunists who were looking to advance their own careers, or their party, or both. Stansfield focused on building dossiers on the ones who were really aggressive, and over a period of years, he performed admirably at keeping the wolves at bay. Friedman had learned that the politicians in Israel were no different. The ones who were looking to ascend to upper levels of government all had something that they were currently involved in, or something from their past that they wanted kept quiet. Friedman collected that information into a tidy insurance policy that helped to keep the prime minister and the opposition parties quiet. With his flanks protected, he could go about the real business of his job, which was waging war against the terrorists who had sworn to push Israel into the sea. It was mid-morning in downtown Tel Aviv, and as was almost always the case, the sun was out and the temperature was a comfortable 81 degrees. Both pedestrian and motor traffic were moderate. Moving fast, the limousine approached the Prime Minister's office building. The driver radioed ahead to say they were on their way in. The security guards out front expertly scanned the street for any signs of an ambush, and then radioed the car to say it was clear. When the armored car came around the block, the heavy barrier to the underground parking garage was down, and four intense-looking individuals armed with Uzi submachine guns were fanned out to secure the area. The Mercedes zipped into the garage, and the heavy spring-loaded barricade popped up almost instantly. This was life in Israel, and none of the men who had just participated in the brief exercise gave it a second thought. They had all been raised on the front line. They had been taught from the earliest of ages to never pick something up in public that was just left lying around, to be very suspicious of strangers and call the police at the slightest sign of something out of the ordinary. Their enemy walked among them, and a day never passed where they didn't think of it. To let one's guard down was to invite death and become one of the thousands of casualties that had been racked up since the birth of the tiny country. Friedman stepped from the back of the car, leaving his specially made metal briefcase with his men. He was wearing light-colored slacks and a loose-fitting, short-sleeved tan dress shirt. The shirt was, of course, untucked, and his pistol was firmly secured in his belt holster at the small of his back. Two security officers escorted him into the elevator and took him up to the Prime Minister's suite. Friedman spoke to no one as he walked through the outer office and into the secure windowless conference room. He sat in one of the chairs and drummed his thick fingers on the shiny wood surface. A moment later, David Goldberg entered the room and sat. The former Army general was a no-nonsense hard-ass. Heavy-set, and set in his ways, he was the head of the conservative Likud party. Despite holding just 19 seats in the 120-member Knesset, Goldberg had been elected by the overwhelming majority of the Israeli people. They had grown tired of the ever-increasing concessions made by the Labour Party in their dealings with Yasser Arafat. Goldberg had been swept into office on a wave of national unity and given a charter to put the bloodthirsty Palestinians in their place. This was a campaign promise he intended to keep, and Goldberg was smart enough to know he couldn't fulfill it without the aid of Ben Friedman. Goldberg had a mane of thin white hair, which framed a tan face and heavy jowls. Physically, he shared many of Winston Churchill's characteristics. He was a large man, but not muscular. If anyone bothered to look under his clothes, they were apt to discover a body like a pudgy baby's. Some might perceive this as a weakness, but those who understood Goldberg knew better. The man had a biting temper and the balls of a bull. He had distinguished himself on the battlefield during the Yom Kippur War, and had never forgotten the despicable sneak attack by Israel's Arab neighbors on one of the holiest days of the Jewish year. Israeli governments had changed frequently over the last 2 decades, racking up one failed peace accord after another. And when each gambit for Palestinian and Israeli harmony failed, and the blood began to flow, the country turned to Goldberg's party for guidance. Like Churchill, his country had no use for him unless things were dire. Goldberg smoothed his tie and let his hand rest on his belly. Leaning back, he asked, "So tell me how things went with the Americans." Friedman had refused to call Goldberg after his meeting with the president. Knowing all too well the capabilities of the NSA, he had opted to deliver his news in person. "It got off to a slow start, but I think our goal will be achieved." Goldberg liked President Hayes' tough record on terrorism, but was suspicious of the man. In the year that he'd been in office, he'd made it quite clear that he would not be pushed around by the American Jewish lobby. Goldberg understood better than most that Israel's ace in the hole had always been their fellow Jews in America. "Why the slow start?" "I don't think President Hayes liked the fact that it was me and not you making the call." "Surely he understands why I didn't call him." "Like I said, after I told them what we've discovered, his attitude changed." "And what was his response?" Friedman grinned, remembering the tension on Hayes's face. "He was not happy." Goldberg found these conversations with Friedman very tedious. The man never simply told a story. You had to extract information from him bit by bit. "What did he say?" "Nothing. He didn't need to, though. The anger on his face said it all." "Who else was at the meeting?" "Dr. Kennedy, General Flood, Michael Hake, and Valerie Jones." "Did anyone speak?" "No." Goldberg's heavy face twisted into a concerned frown. "I find that very unusual, don't you?" "No. President Hayes has made it very clear that America's best interests are not always the same as ours." Anxious to disagree, Goldberg said, "That may be, but it doesn't explain why they wouldn't speak. For God's sake, we're their only true ally in this whole bloody region." Inwardly, Friedman smiled. Goldberg would not have gotten far in the intelligence business. He was far too emotional. "The president clearly didn't like the way I requested a backdoor meeting. My guess is he instructed everyone to keep their mouths shut while I was in the room." With a shrug, he added, "This is not unusual, David. Being the head of Mossad often guarantees a frigid welcome, even in one's own country." Goldberg nodded his acceptance. Friedman was right. There were members of his own cabinet who turned mute when the intimidating Director General of Mossad entered the room. "So what was the outcome?" "I spoke with Dr. Kennedy afterward. They are taking this very seriously and will be in contact with us. She asked that we be patient and do nothing until they have a chance to find a solution." Goldberg sprang forward in his chair, concern on his face. "Didn't you tell them exactly what I told you to? There is only one solution to this problem, and it isn't diplomacy or economic sanctions. Military action is the only solution." Friedman held out his hand and gestured for his prime minister to calm down. "Don't worry, David. I intimated your every word to Dr. Kennedy. As I told you before I left, with Saddam's recent show of defiance, President Hayes is looking for an excuse to bomb Saddam. And this is a very good one." "But those bombs can be moved." Goldberg had not calmed. "If Saddam gets the slightest whiff that we, or the Americans, know about the bombs, they will be scattered across Iraq in a second." Goldberg slammed his fist down on the table. "This is our only chance." "And you don't think the Americans know that?" "I don't pretend to understand the American mind."
spat Goldberg. "They often do things that make no sense to me."
"Well, not this president. He hates Saddam for reasons that we know all too well.
And he is going to do exactly as I told you."
Goldberg shook his head and thought about Friedman's plan.
"I don't know. I can see them going to the UN or pulling some stunt like going on television."
He wagged his finger at Friedman.
"Never underestimate the ego of an American politician. They love to grab the spotlight. And I don't think I'm being irrational by worrying that President Hayes might decide to go on TV and announce to the world that Saddam is in the final stages of completing a bomb. It would be the safe route for him to take, to build another coalition. Hell, the damn Arabs would line up against Saddam in a heartbeat. The Saudis and the Iranians fear him as much or more than we do."
Friedman calmly shook his head.
"He can gain their support after he turns that hospital into a mound of sand. None of us want him to join the nuclear club. President Hayes is a very decisive man. He doesn't relish what he has to do, but he knows it's the right thing." "What about the hospital?" pleaded Goldberg. "The Americans are loath to be sullied by the pictures that will follow."
Friedman hesitated to respond for a moment, knowing that Goldberg had a good point.
"There is no doubt this aspect is troubling. But they know to do nothing is worse. I'm not saying they will do nothing. I'm saying that their course of action will be to take to the airwaves, not to the skies."
"I know what you're saying, David, but I disagree with you. I know this president. The bombs will be falling within 2 weeks, and the Americans will have solved our problem for us." The Prime Minister lowered his chin and studied Friedman. His jowls spilled over the collar of his white dress shirt. "I wish I could share your confidence, but I don't. I have already asked our Air Force to make preparations for a strike. I will not sit around and wait for the Americans to act. And if they try to take this to the UN or go to the media with it, I will send in the planes immediately. I will not give Saddam a chance to move those bombs." Goldberg's words brought a smile to Friedman's face. He admired the man's fighting spirit. If there were more like him, they would have never gotten themselves into this mess with the Palestinians.
"What do you think is so funny?" asked an angry Goldberg.
"You misunderstand my smile, David. It is one of admiration. The Americans will attack exactly because of what you just said. They know if they don't take care of the problem, you will. And that, my friend, is a problem they don't want to deal with. President Hayes will order the strike and take care of our problem for us. Just be patient and give them the time they need to put it together." "I will give them some time, but I will not be patient. Under no circumstances will I allow Saddam to bring those weapons into service. If it means we have to go to war with Jordan, Syria, and Iraq, I would welcome it. Our Air Force would make mincemeat out of their flyers, and our Army would crush anything they throw at us." "And what about Egypt?" asked Friedman.
"They have no stomach for fighting. They know what will happen if they try to cross the Negev. They will be slaughtered just like the last time they tried. Besides, they are not as easily influenced by Saddam as Syria and Jordan are."
Goldberg confidently shook his head.
"No, they will do nothing. You are a fighter like me, Benjamin. You know deep down inside the Arabs want nothing to do with us. We have pummeled them one too many times. They would rather talk tough and do nothing."
The Prime Minister's words brought a smile to Friedman's face. He agreed with everything Goldberg had just said. It was very nice for a change. "You are a tough old warrior, David. The people of this country probably have no idea how lucky they are that you are in charge during these difficult times." Standing, Friedman looked at his Prime Minister and said, "The Americans will come through for us. I promise." Chapter 10. Washington, D.C., Wednesday morning. It was unseasonably cold in the nation's capital, even for November. The president had asked Irene Kennedy to arrive earlier than the others. He wanted to have a few words alone with her. At 7 a.m., the White House was a relatively calm place. It was still 30 minutes to an hour away from the start of another busy day. The Secret Service agents and officers were dutifully standing their posts, but that was about it. The deluge of media, employees, and visitors were still sleeping or getting ready for another day at the nation's most famous residence. Kennedy entered the West Wing on the ground floor. She was dressed in a conservative but stylish dark blue suit. Under her arm she carried a locked pouch containing the President's Daily Brief, or PDB, as it was known by all in the national security community. The brief was essentially a daily newspaper put together by the CIA's top analysts. It was a highly classified document and was distributed to only the most senior people in an administration. Each copy was collected at the end of the day and destroyed. Normally, someone junior to the director of the CIA delivered the brief, but Kennedy had decided to handle it herself this morning. She made her way up to the first floor and into the President's private dining room off the Oval Office. President Hayes was waiting for her, an array of newspapers spread out on each side of his place setting, a bowl of grape nuts in the middle, and a piping hot cup of coffee on his right. Hayes was a very organized and determined man. He had told Kennedy recently that he wasn't going to let the job destroy his health like it had his predecessors. He spent 30 minutes on the treadmill and bike 4 to 5 days a week. In fact, this was when he normally reviewed the PDB. This morning, however, he had scheduled several early meetings. The situation in Iraq had him on edge. When they were done with their coffee, they were to head down to the Situation Room to receive a briefing from General Flood and his staff. Thus far, Kennedy had talked Hayes into keeping the amount of people involved in the crisis to a bare minimum. The Secretary of Defense was in Columbia until Saturday. He would be briefed when he returned. The Joint Chiefs and the secretaries of the various services were to be kept in the dark until the last minute, and the remaining members of the cabinet, with the exception of Michael Hake, were also to be left out of the loop. Kennedy had convinced the President that the last thing they wanted to do was give Saddam a heads-up that something might be coming his way. The President didn't bother to look up from whatever paper he was reading when Kennedy entered the room. "Good morning, Irene. Have a seat. Would you like anything to eat?" "No, thank you, sir. Coffee's fine." Kennedy poured herself a cup from the sterling silver pot sitting in the middle of the table. These early morning meetings with the President in the small dining room were becoming a weekly event. Kennedy was starting to feel very comfortable in her dealings with the man. "What's new today?" Hayes shoved a spoonful of the tiny brown rock-like cereal into his mouth. "Well," Kennedy extracted a key from her jacket and started to open the pouch. "Pakistan is making threats again to launch another offensive to take back the disputed land with India." The President waved his hands in the air and then wiped a drop of milk from his lip. With his napkin still in hand, he said, "Put the brief away. I'll look at it later. Unless there's something that needs my immediate attention. I'd like to talk about this mess your Israeli friend has dumped in our laps." Kennedy briefly wondered if the use of the word friend was more than a random selection. It was apparent that the looming crisis with Iraq had the President upset. "What would you like to know, sir?" Hayes set his napkin down and pushed his cereal out of the way. He took a second to rearrange the things in front of him while he organized his thoughts. "I want to throw something at you, and I want you to keep an open mind." Hayes made direct eye contact and added, "I want you to give me your honest answer." Kennedy kept her expression neutral, her brown eyes locked on the President's. She nodded for him to continue. "Can we trust the Israelis on this thing?" Kennedy instantly disliked the question. It was fraught with problems, too broad to give a well-crafted answer. "Could you be a little more specific, sir?" "This information they've given us, can we trust it? Is it possible they have it wrong, or that they've been fed this information by the Iraqis?" She thought about the question for a moment and answered, "As you know, sir, anything is possible, but I think this information is pretty accurate." Hayes grimaced. He wanted a more concrete answer than what she'd just given him. "What makes you say that? Is it because you trust Colonel Friedman?" Kennedy got her first hint of what might be bothering the President. "I trust Ben Friedman, sir, but only so far. I know better than anyone where his loyalties lie. He does nothing unless it helps Israel."
That's what worries me. I don't like being manipulated by any country, but I especially don't like it by a country that owes us its very existence. Quite a few of my predecessors allowed Israel to lead them around by the nose, and several of them weren't even aware of it. Not me. Hayes angrily shook his head. I won't allow it. I want to make damn sure this information is correct before we start dropping bombs. Do we have anyone in Baghdad who can confirm what Friedman told us? This is awkward, sir. Kennedy hesitated for a second. Our resources in Iraq are limited. As you know, we have a few people in the regime who are on our payroll, but to ask them to look into this would be extremely risky. Isn't that their job? Asked the President with a hint of irritation in his voice. Isn't that what we pay them to do? Yes, Kennedy conceded, but for them to go outside their area of concern and start asking questions... Her voice trailed off, and she uncharacteristically grimaced. It would almost certainly get them tortured by Saddam's secret police. The President was undeterred. Well, listen. Before we start dropping bombs on a hospital, I'd like to be absolutely sure that those nukes are in fact there. Sir, I can ask one of them to look into it, but I think they will ignore me. It's too risky. Besides, we have no reason to doubt the Israelis on this. I can think of several reasons why I should doubt them. Hayes rolled his eyes. Kennedy ignored the comment and extracted a file from the pouch. I thought you might be interested in these. She slid a sheaf of black and white satellite photographs across the table. They were of downtown Baghdad. The Al-Hussein Hospital was circled in white. I had my people go back through the files to see what they could dig up on the hospital. This is what they found. Kennedy removed the first photo, revealing a second one that showed just the hospital and the surrounding one-block radius. On the east side of the hospital, where the alley was located, several vehicles were bracketed in white, and next to them were two simple words, dump truck. This all started a little over 3 years ago. Dump trucks all day long for a month straight. My experts estimate that over 1,000 tons of earth was removed from beneath the hospital. Kennedy flipped to the next photo. It was the same setup, except this time the vehicles in the alley were labeled as cement trucks. My people counted the number of trucks that came to the site and feel pretty confident that they weren't just laying a new foundation. They say the only time the Iraqis use this much cement is when they are trying to build a bunker. How in the hell did we miss this? Hayes asked angrily. Isn't this why we spend billions on the spy satellites? The problem, sir, is that we leveled a good portion of the country. Since the end of the Gulf War, it's been a non-stop succession of dump trucks and cement trucks. The President flipped through the remainder of the photographs without comment. When he was finished, he took his time putting them back in a neat stack and then handed them to Kennedy. You think this corroborates what Friedman told us? Yes, I do. The President stood and walked over to the window. He gazed across the way at the executive office building. Kennedy watched him in silence, speculating if he wasn't telling her something. She was in the midst of wondering if the Israelis had done something she didn't know about, when the President turned around and spoke. How many people are in this hospital? I'm not sure, sir. Her answer was less than truthful. One of her analysts had given her a range, but she didn't think now was the time to tell the President the number. Hundreds? Possibly. The President turned around again and looked out the window. Kennedy felt for him. It would probably be aviators who would drop the bombs, but they were trained from day one of flight school to deal with it. Not the President. He was ultimately the one who would be ordering those people to their deaths. Kennedy feared that he was going through the hospital wondering how many children would be killed, how many mothers, fathers, and grandparents. It was an ugly business they were in. Without looking away from the window, the President shook his head and said, You know, right now I really hate the Israelis for putting me in this position. Kennedy frowned at the President's words. Emboldened by a career of making difficult decisions, she said, You don't mean that, Mr. President. When Hayes turned around, she said,
The Israelis didn't put this facility under a hospital. Saddam did. He is the one who has put those people in harm's way. He's the one who's put us in this position. Chapter 11. Situation Room, Wednesday morning. General Flood was traveling light, so as not to attract too much attention. He'd brought along only 4 aides, one each from the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, and the Army. When the President and Kennedy entered the Situation Room, the 5 military men were arrayed around the far side of the table. Simultaneously, the warriors snapped to their feet. "Good morning, gentlemen. Please be seated." The President pulled out his leather chair at the head of the table and sat. Michael Hake, the President's National Security Advisor, arrived on their heels. He and Kennedy sat next to the President. The President's Chief of Staff had not been invited to the meeting, and General Flood was very appreciative. He didn't want the President to be distracted by Valerie Jones inserting political issues into the meeting. The task at hand was to apprise Hayes of his military options and give him a realistic estimate of the time it would take to move the right assets into position. General Flood was seated opposite the President at the far end of the table. He was an imposing man at 6'4" and almost 300 pounds. Flood leaned forward, placed his forearms on the table, and started. "Mr. President, as you have requested, my staff and I have prepared several contingencies for you. The first plan is one you are familiar with. Within minutes of you giving us authorization, we could launch a salvo of Tomahawk cruise missiles that would level the target. This plan has only one redeeming quality, in my opinion. It guarantees us that we won't lose any air crews." Flood paused briefly. "We are also of the opinion that a strike with Tomahawks would not guarantee the destruction of the primary target." The President wasn't sure what the General meant, so he asked, "Please elaborate?" "Dr. Kennedy has provided us with satellite imagery that suggests a command and control type structure was created underneath the hospital. Tomahawks don't work against these types of hardened targets. We would merely level the hospital and incur some collateral damage." "General," growled the President with a look of disapproval on his face. "I'm sorry, sir," apologized the General, who had momentarily forgotten the President's severe dislike of sterile military terms. "We would merely level the hospital and kill most, if not all, of the people inside. We would, of course, also run the risk of an errant Tomahawk hitting something other than the target, but depending on how many missiles we use in the attack, the chances of that happening is somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10%. "What's the next option?" "The next one involves using F-117A stealth fighters from the 48th Fighter Wing out of Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. These platforms would give us maximum stealth and the ability to deliver precision-guided munitions to the target. Our odds for success in taking out the nukes are much better, but still somewhat limited." "How so?" asked the President. "To go after a hardened target like this, we need to use penetration bombs. The weapons bays of the F-117s are limited as to the size of the bombs they can carry. The largest penetration bomb they can deliver is the GBU-27B. It's a good weapon, and in most cases I think it would suffice. But with this strike, sir," Flood adopted an uneasy tone, "I'm afraid we're only going to get one chance to take these things out." The President nodded. "I share your concerns and agree that we are only going to get one chance at this. If we send in the stealth fighters, what are our odds for success?" General Flood looked first to his left and then to his right. "We have some disagreement on what the number might be." The General nodded to a man in a dark blue Air Force uniform. "Mr. President, I'm Colonel Anderson. It is my opinion that a flight of 4 F-117s, each one armed with 2 of the 2,100-pound GBU-27B laser-guided paveway bombs, would be more than enough to destroy this target." "So you're talking 8 bombs?" "That's correct, sir." "And you're confident that the nuclear devices will be destroyed?" "I am, sir. This is the weapon we used on many of the hard targets during the Gulf War, such as aircraft shelters and command and control centers." "How confident?" The Colonel thought about it for a moment and replied, 90%, sir." The president wasn't sure he liked the answer. He noticed that one of the general's other aides was frowning in such a way that it was obvious he disagreed with his fellow warrior. The man was a Marine, and Hayes noted the birds adorning his epaulets. He looked the officer in the eye and said, "Colonel, you seem to be in disagreement." Without hesitation, the Marine replied, "Yes, I am, sir." "What's the problem with Colonel Anderson's plan?" The Marine looked across the table at his friend and said, "I have a lot of respect for Colonel Anderson, but we are in disagreement as to what would be the more effective plan of action here. I don't feel that a 90% success rate on this mission will cut it. If the stealth fighters don't succeed in penetrating the bunker beneath the hospital, all they will do is add a layer of rubble to the top of it, making the target even harder to penetrate if we need to conduct follow-up strikes." "Then what do you suggest?" "Are you familiar with Deep Throat, sir?" The president was a little miffed by the question. The first thought that entered his mind was Watergate, quickly followed by the porno movie of the same title. He decided it was best to say nothing, and simply shook his head. "Deep Throat, sir, is the name for our super-penetrator bomb, the GBU-28B. Colonel Anderson is correct that the GBU-27B was very successful against hardened airplane shelters and other low-level command and control centers. But it should be noted that the weapon was absolutely ineffective against Saddam's big command and control centers." The Marine looked briefly at General Flood and then continued. "During the war, the CIA located what they thought was Saddam's main command bunker. It was at the Al-Taji Air Base, about 20 miles outside of Baghdad. Early in the air war, we launched 3 separate sorties with F-117s carrying GBU-27B laser-guided penetration bombs. We dropped over 20 bombs on the target, sir, and we barely put a dent in it." The F-117 strike was sounding less appealing by the minute to the president. "We realized that if we ever wanted to get at Saddam and his generals, we would need a bomb that could penetrate these superbunkers. The Air Force's Air Armament Division was asked to find a solution, and do it quickly. In record time, they came up with Deep Throat, a 4,700-pound behemoth that was twice as long and twice as heavy as any other penetration bomb in our arsenal. It was so big, in fact, that the stealth fighter couldn't carry it. The bomb was designated the GBU-28B. On the last night of the war, sir, 2 F-111s took off from the Royal Saudi Air Force Base at Taif. They each carried 1 GBU-28B. The bombs were dropped from high altitude. One missed, and the other scored a direct hit." "What were the results?" "All 5 of the bunker's blast doors were blown off their hinges, sir, from the inside out." The Marine paused to let the president think about the destructive force. "The target was obliterated." "Who was in the bunker?" "Dr. Kennedy can answer that question better than I can, sir." "Irene?" "At least a dozen of his top generals, some of Saddam's family members, and a number of high-ranking politicians." The president momentarily reflected on how much easier his life would be if Saddam had been in the bunker on that night. Unfortunately, he wasn't. What would a bomb of this magnitude do to the hospital? "It would completely level it, sir," answered the Marine. "What about the surrounding buildings?" "The collateral damage—" The Marine caught himself and said, "If we hit the target, the number of people killed in the surrounding buildings would be minimal." "And if we miss?" "Whatever this bomb hits, sir, it will destroy." Hayes thought of the finality of such a statement and then said, "Taking into account the very real potential of missing the target, what are the odds for success if we use Deep Throat?" 100%, sir. We can stack the sorties and bring them in 2 planes at a time at whatever staggered intervals are deemed appropriate. The targeting pods on the F-111s can give us real-time imagery. We'll know within seconds if the first sortie was successful or not. If it fails, we greenlight the second one, and so on, until we get it right." The president brought his left hand up and scratched his chin while he thought about these super bombs raining down on innocent civilians. He pushed the image from his mind and asked the obvious question. "Why would I go with the stealth fighters if at best you can only give me a 90% success rate?" General Flood fielded the question.
If we use the stealth fighters, sir, and the smaller penetrating bombs, it is a relatively simple, low-risk operation. The number of assets involved is very manageable. The stealth fighters can get in, drop their bombs, and be on their way out before the shooting starts. If we decide to use Deep Throat, it changes the scope of the operation significantly. The F-111 is the most stable platform we have that is capable of carrying Deep Throat. As you know, the F-111 is not a stealth aircraft. That means we would have to launch a major attack against Iraqi radar and SAM installations to make sure we don't lose one of the planes. An attack of this nature would involve Navy and Marine F-18s operating off the USS Independence in the Gulf, cruise missiles launched from the battle group, Air Force units operating out of Saudi Arabia and Turkey, and it would also likely involve some units from the Joint Special Operations Command. So we'd have to let a lot of people in on our secret? No, not necessarily. We are constantly working these units up to conduct just this type of operation. We could wait until almost the last minute to hand down the target for this sortie of F-111s. How much time do you need? The general hesitated for only a second. If we're up against the wall, we could get an attack underway in less than 24 hours, but I'd prefer to give my people a week to make sure all of our intelligence is up to date and brief the air crews on a full list of targets. The president looked at Kennedy. What do you think? Kennedy thought about the two options and said, I think we should use Deep Throat. What if Saddam gets wind that we're getting ready to hit him? Kennedy shrugged her shoulders. He expects us to hit him. Once a year, we go in and clean out his SAM sites and a few industrial targets. Knowing Saddam, if he gets wind that we're preparing to attack, he'll slap himself on the back over how smart he was to hide his bombs under a hospital. Kennedy shook her head. He won't move those bombs. He thinks they're safe right where they are. All right. The president looked at his watch and then stood. The general's 4 aides leapt out of their chairs. But before anyone else could get up, Hayes told them to sit. I have to run to another meeting. Hayes looked at General Flood. I want both of these options on the table, and anything else you can think of. I want to be able to react quickly if we need to, so do whatever it takes to get these assets into position. Looking to Kennedy, he said, I want your people to get together with General Flood's, show them all of those photos, and try to give me a more definite answer as to whether or not we need to use Deep Throat. Hayes turned to leave and then stopped at the door. One more thing. No one is to mention this hospital as the target until I say so. If there are any leaks, heads will roll. Chapter 12. Tel Aviv, Wednesday afternoon. What to do with Donatella? The Director General of Mossad sat amid a cloud of smoke in his office and wrestled with the question. She had been a great recruit, one of his best. Ben Friedman was not a disloyal man, but he, like almost everyone else, had his price. And $500,000 was a lot of money. It would be a welcome addition to his personal pension plan. Friedman saw nothing wrong with taking money, as long as what he was asked to do didn't go against the interests of Israel. He wasn't so pure as to not take financial advantage of the significant power that he wielded. On the flight back from America, he had struggled with the dilemma of killing Donatella. Senator Clark wanted her dead, and he was willing to pay a lot of money. Besides, Friedman had to admit that the specter of Mitch Rapp finding out that he was involved with the good senator from Arizona made his skin crawl. Having Rapp mad at you was not a good thing. Friedman did not relish what he must do, but there was no doubt that the right thing to do was wipe out the trail. Donatella had been very loyal to him over the years, and more important, she had been one of his best kidons, an assassin of the First Order. A dark-haired beauty, Donatella had lured almost a dozen men to their death, all of them enemies of Israel. After a number of very productive years, Friedman had released her from her official commitment to the Mossad. The files in the basement stated that she wanted out, but the truth was that Friedman had urged her to enter into a partnership with him. It was all part of the colonel's plan to set up a network for which there was no political oversight. The dark side of global economics was that there was always a billionaire or two who needed some dirty work done. A former employee who had gone to a competitor with valuable information,
or worse, gone to the authorities or the press. A wealthy father who didn't like the way his son-in-law treated his little princess. Accidents were arranged, and these people ceased to be problems. The real global captains of enterprise acted no differently than their predecessors had for centuries. There wasn't a problem that the right amount of money couldn't solve. Friedman had made a tidy fortune brokering Donatella's talents to this elite group. But now, that would all come to an end. Friedman stabbed his cigarette out in an ashtray that 2 hours ago was clean, but was now brimming with stubby butts. He lit another and inhaled. Looking down at the photo of Donatella, he sadly shook his head. She really was a gorgeous woman. One of the most beautiful he had ever laid eyes on. And that was just on the surface. To watch the woman in action was almost indescribable. She exuded a sexuality that was truly intoxicating. She'd even managed to seduce the great Mitch Rapp, although Friedman had wondered on more than one occasion who had actually seduced whom. Yes, she and Rapp had been lovers. Friedman had never even admitted it to himself, but he had been jealous. Rapp had acted where he had not. Friedman had been forced to restrain himself on many occasions. He desperately wanted to experience Donatella's full range of passion, but he knew it would be a monumental mistake. He always knew that someday he might have to kill her, and he could not allow that decision to be clouded by love. Friedman reached down and touched the photograph. He admired her stunning mane of black curly hair, her sultry dark eyes, and her high cheekbones. The woman was a goddess. Even knowing better, Friedman regretted more than ever that he had not acted on his feelings and taken her to bed. It was a shame to have missed such an opportunity. The intercom on the desk buzzed, and a woman's voice announced, "Mr. Rosenthal is here to see you." Without taking his eyes off the photograph, Friedman reached out and pressed the intercom button. "Send him in." The head of Mossad looked down at the image and sadly shook his head. What a waste. But it had to be done. Mitch Rapp could not be allowed to find out that he'd been involved in any of this. Mark Rosenthal was one of Friedman's most trusted Kidons. At 32, he had been with the Mossad for almost 15 years. He had always been small, and even now could pass for someone in his early 20s. When he had joined the Mossad at 19, he could have passed for a 12-year-old. And that was exactly what he did. Friedman used the teenager to run sensitive information in and out of the occupied territories, and to scout out areas before raids were launched. By the time he reached his 21st birthday, Rosenthal was garroting terrorists in the back alleys of Hebron and Gaza. Friedman had only a handful of people he could trust with this operation, and Rosenthal was one of them. There were 2 others who Friedman could think of, but both of them had worked with Donatella, and he did not want her powers of persuasion to get in the way. Thus, he was left with little Mark Rosenthal. He was a Mossad man through and through, and more important, he had been recruited and trained by Friedman himself. He would do as he was told and would ask few questions, and if things went wrong, he would keep his mouth shut. "Mark, I have something very delicate and important that I need you to take care of." Friedman stabbed out his cigarette and closed the file. Picking it up, he handed it to Rosenthal and said, "Her name is Donatella Runn. She used to work for us." Friedman lit another cigarette and exhaled a billowing cloud of smoke. "She's good. Very good. Unfortunately, she's been doing some things that could be very embarrassing to us." Rosenthal nodded. Nothing more needed to be said. The boyish-looking man began looking through the file. "When do you want it taken care of?" "As soon as possible." "Do you want me to do it solo, or bring my team?" Friedman let loose an ominous laugh as he thought of Marcus trying to take Donatella down all by himself. It was possible, but not wise. "Bring your team, Marcus. This woman is very dangerous. She's killed more men than both you and I combined." The comment elicited an arched eyebrow, but nothing else. "What about the body?" "Use your judgment. If you can, I'd like you to dispose of it yourselves. If things get hairy, leave the body and get out." Having worked in the field for years and detesting interference from HQ, Friedman tried whenever possible to give his people the freedom to make decisions themselves. While still looking at the file, Rosenthal said, "I can be in place by tomorrow morning." "Good." Friedman pointed the tip of his glowing cigarette at Rosenthal. "Use only your best people, and take care of it as quickly as possible." The colonel leaned back in his chair, took a drag off his cigarette, and then added, "And of course, don't get caught." Capitol Hill, Wednesday morning. Senator Clark sat behind his massive desk in the Hart Senate office building. It was cold and windy in the nation's capital. He stared out the window, studying the weather, putting off for at least another moment a more pressing problem. The last vestiges of fall hung stubbornly from the burly oak trees on the grounds across the way. Only a few dark, sodden leaves were left. Winter was on the nation's doorstep, and the thought of it brought a sense of dread. Clark did not do well in cold climates. A native of the Southwest, he thought that D.C.'s winters were anything but mild. To Clark, if it snowed for even a day, the city was too cold. Looking out the window at the gray sky, he decided he would get out of town for the upcoming weekend. Either Phoenix for golf, or down to the island for a little fishing. Wife number 3 had something planned in New York, so he didn't have to worry about trying to convince her. He would be on his own, which at present was what he preferred. Number 3 was becoming increasingly confrontational and demanding. This was something he couldn't understand. He had come into the marriage knowing exactly what he wanted, and he had made his intentions very clear. For Christ's sake, he was sleeping with number 3 while he was still married to number 2. What did the woman expect? That after all these years he was going to change just for her? Well, he wasn't going to change. Things would have to be managed. Another divorce at this juncture was out of the question. It would torpedo his chances at running for president. He would have to strike a deal with her at some point. He had, of course, made her sign an ironclad prenuptial. Under that agreement, she would get $1 million lump sum payment and another $250,000 a year until she remarried. If things got ugly, he could put some more money on the table and get her to play nice for a few more years. That would be a last resort, though. The real jewel to entice her with would be the White House. Being First Lady, after all, wasn't a bad deal. A voice from the recesses of Clark's constantly plotting mind came up with another option. Have her killed. No, he told himself. She's not that bad. At least, not yet. The morbid idea gained a little more weight with him as he thought of the potential advantages. The grieving spouse role might really help him connect with the soccer moms. The more he thought about the idea, the more potential he saw. Wife number 3 was an extremely attractive and polished woman. They looked very good together. At least they did when she was happy. But she had a bitchy streak in her that was impossible to hide. When she was mad at him, she liked to make it a point to tell others. That could become a real liability during a long campaign. The press sooner or later would pick up on it and pile on. Clark doubted number 3 had the mental toughness to withstand such a barrage. No. He would have to decide on a course of action long before it came to that. Clark returned his focus to a file on his desk and decided the problems of wife number 3 would have to wait for now. At present, he had a more pressing issue that needed his attention. Mark Ellis and the other money men from California could not be put off indefinitely. They expected a return on their investment, and they had their sights set on the CIA and its treasure chest of valuable industrial secrets. The problem for Clark was not a new one. He needed to affect the outcome of an event without anyone knowing that he'd had a hand in it. He'd built his entire political career on this simple concept. He had gained the president's confidence by professing his support for Kennedy, and now it was time to get someone to do the dirty work. Someone was going to have to take Kennedy down, and Congressman Albert Rudin was just the man. Clark had planted the seed in Rudin's head during their last meeting. His own party was wronging him. His years of loyalty had been casually tossed aside by the party's leaders, and for what? For the nominee to a post that any one of 1,000 people could fill. Clark sensed that Rudin was ready to take the gamble of his political life. He was ready to go against the party in order to save the party. At least that was the self-righteous reasoning that Rudin would use.
All the congressmen from Connecticut needed was one good push. No, Clark thought. He didn't need a push. He needed a trail of crumbs. Clark looked down at the file on his desk and grinned. The information in the file would become that trail. Clark closed the file and pressed the intercom button on his phone. "Mary, would you please send in my next appointment?" The senator stood and buttoned his suit coat. When the door opened, Clark walked around his desk to meet his visitor. Extending his hand, he said, "Good to see you, Jonathan." The deputy director of the CIA shook the hand of his patron. "Good to see you also, Hank. You look nice and tanned." "I was down at the island last weekend." Clark was distracted for a split second as he thought of his meeting with Alice. "I'll have to have you down sometime. You'd love it. Do you like to fish or sail?" "Both." "Good, then. If all goes well in the next few weeks, we'll have to fly down and celebrate our victory." Clark gestured to a wing chair. "Have a seat. May I get you anything to drink?" "No, thank you." Brown sat in the chair and watched as Clark walked around the coffee table and sat down on the large brown leather sofa. Clark unbuttoned his jacket and laid his arms out casually across the back of the couch. "This is the part where it gets tricky, Jonathan." With a laugh that was more nervous than humorous, Brown said, "I thought we were already in the tricky part." Clark chose to ignore what he took as a sign of weakness and pushed on. "Rudin is ready to jump, or almost ready. All he needs is a little push from us, and he'll bring Kennedy's confirmation to a screeching halt." Brown knew Clark didn't call him to his office to simply fill him in. "Where do I come in?" "I'm meeting with someone tomorrow. Former FBI. His name is Norb Stevkin." Clark winked. "Very trustworthy." The former federal judge wasn't impressed that the man had worked for the FBI. There were times on the bench when he thought the FBI was every bit as ruthless and corrupt as the people they were after. "What does he do now?" "He's an investigator." "For whom?" "For whoever happens to be paying him." Brown accepted the senator's answer. He'd learned long ago that Clark had acquaintances from virtually every walk of life. "Who's paying right now?" Clark batted away Brown's concerns with a wave of his hand. "You don't need to concern yourself with that. The important thing is that when you talk to him, you need to seem very reluctant to give him what he needs, at least at first." "And what does he need?" "He needs information that Congressman Rudin can use to launch hearings." Brown knew it would come to this eventually, but it didn't lessen his discomfort. Used to keeping his cool on the bench, he pressed forward. "What information?" Clark casually crossed his legs and said, "Give him the goods on the Orion team." Not quite sure he'd heard right, Brown asked, "You want me to tell a former FBI agent about the Orion team?" "Don't worry," Clark cautioned. "I've convinced Congressman Rudin to meet with Mr. Stevkin. I've told Albert that I don't want to get involved in this, and I don't intend to get you dragged into it either." "Then why are you asking me to meet with this Stevkin fellow?" "Stevkin will do what I tell him, and I'm going to tell him if you give him anything, it will be off the record. And it's to stay that way." "What about sending the info to Rudin anonymously?" Brown was desperate to come up with an alternative. Clark shook his head. "It won't work. Albert is already in deep shit with his party. If we're going to get him to put his nuts on the line, he needs to hear this from a real person who can tell him they heard it straight from the mouth of someone at Langley." Brown expressed his apprehension through pursed lips. "I don't know. It's one thing to pass information on to you, Hank, but talking to a former Fed about the Orion team doesn't sound like such a good idea." The pot-bellied Brown squirmed in his seat. "People who get caught locking horns with this group tend to disappear." Peter Cameron was too cocky. "You don't have that problem." "I don't know," said Brown, with obvious reservation. Clark kept his voice reasonable. "Jonathan, you know the plan. I promise you this is the last big step.
Once Albert starts his investigation, there will be no turning back. The press will be all over this thing, and you and I both know Kennedy doesn't stand a chance at surviving that type of scrutiny." Clark pointed to his friend. "And then I will make sure you become the next director of the CIA, and a very wealthy one, I might add." Brown was looking to cash in after years of public service. Besides, America was a nation of laws, and Kennedy needed to be held accountable. "All right. How do you want me to do it?" With a smile, Clark asked, "Do you still walk that dog of yours every night?" "Yes." "Good. You can expect Stevekin to approach you in the park by your house, probably tomorrow night." "And what do you want me to tell him?" Clark thought about it for a moment. "I want you to act real nervous at first. Tell him you don't want to talk to him. Try to walk away. Don't worry, he'll follow. He's a very persistent fellow." Brown repeated his question. "And what do you want me to tell him?" "Nothing," smiled Clark. "At least, not tomorrow night. Tell him you need to think about it. Tell him to come back the next night, and you'll have a decision for him." Chapter 13. Maryland, Wednesday evening. Rapp was ready to go. The cab was waiting in the driveway. He had already gone out and said hello to the man, telling him he was waiting for his girlfriend to arrive, and then they could leave. Anna was late, which was to be expected. As Rapp went over his mental checklist one more time, he decided he might have to implement the 30-minute rule with her. Yes, he decided it was time. If they needed to be somewhere at 8 o'clock, he'd have to start telling her 7:30. She was 30 minutes late for everything, unless it was a live broadcast. She'd actually held up Air Force One last month for close to 15 minutes. Jack Warch, the special agent in charge of the presidential detail, had been kind enough to call Anna on her cell phone and ask her if she was going to make the flight. Anna was stuck in traffic and pleaded forgiveness. The Secret Service agent, used to these flights being delayed, had no problem buying her some time. Besides, they were going to California and would be able to make up any lost time in the air. It helped that Anna Riley was a favorite of the president. It also helped that Jack Warch and President Hayes owed their lives to Anna Riley's boyfriend. Rapp checked his watch more out of a nervous habit than a need to know what the exact time was. They were flying out of Baltimore International in less than 2.5 hours. They still had plenty of time, but Rapp didn't like to be rushed when he was sneaking weapons onto a flight. From his vast arsenal, he had decided to bring his Heckler & Koch HK-4 pistol. His version was designed to carry the 9mm short round. Rapp had disassembled the weapon and concealed individual parts within various items in his suitcase. The people at Langley's Science and Technology Division purchased everyday common items like blow dryers, shaving cream cans, alarm clocks, radios, and luggage. They then modified the items by creating false or hidden compartments while always maintaining each item's ability to perform its task. If a customs officer or border guard plugged in a blow dryer and it didn't work, it was a huge red flag. The people from S&T were experts in this field. They even went so far as to test everything they designed on state-of-the-art airport X-ray machines. They could tell you the make and model of almost every X-ray machine and metal detector used in every major airport around the world. And more important, they could tell you the best way to pack your suitcase to minimize the risk of an operator discovering an illegal item in your luggage. Anna would flip if she knew, but such was his life. Traveling the streets of almost any Italian city without a weapon was a risk he did not want to take. The plan was to tell her when they were settled into their hotel in Milan. Telling her before they left might put some undue stress on her when they had to clear customs in Italy. Like most reporters, Anna was a good actor when she was after something. But helping your boyfriend sneak a weapon you didn't want him to bring in the first place, into a foreign country, that was pushing it. No, Rapp told himself again, not telling her was the right thing to do. Besides, she would be more concerned about the other thing he was sneaking onto the flight. It had cost him double what he thought it would, but the second he saw it, he knew it was for her. It was classic and simple. A flawless, ideal cut, 1-carat diamond perched atop a platinum band in a Tiffany setting. She was going to melt when she saw it, and he was going to enjoy every minute of it. The ring was safely tucked away inside a compartment of his leather jacket. On impulse, he reached down and ran his finger along the inside of the liner, feeling for the telltale bump. It was still there. Rapp checked his watch again. Oh, how he wished she would get home. The urgency he felt to get to Italy surprised him a little. He'd been thinking about it all morning. It was the beginning of a new life. This would be the watershed moment for which he'd been secretly yearning. He heard tires squeal. Rapp looked down the long driveway. The unsettling noise brought a smile to his face. It would be Anna making the turn onto their street. He'd been through all of this before, standing waiting for her on the front porch and hoping that she was okay. Hoping that some demon from his past hadn't tracked him down and taken her. Praying that some sicko who had seen her on TV hadn't decided that Anna was to be his possession. Anna laughed it off when he told her she should call if she was going to be late. She was always slightly apologetic, but showed no signs of changing. Her defense was that she was a very busy person whose job made it almost impossible to be punctual. At the time, Rapp had been tempted to tell her that was the dumbest excuse he'd ever heard. But over the past year, he'd learned to choose his words carefully, or better yet, just keep his mouth shut. Being right wasn't always worth it. Some day soon he would make her see the need to be on time, or at the very least, to call. There were real security reasons involved, and there was his mental health to consider. Some people had overactive imaginations, and when mixed with a little paranoia, could lead to real problems. But with Rapp, it wasn't imagination, it was reality. He had been on the front lines. He had seen what the enemy was capable of. He had seen them kill innocent women and children without hesitation. As far as Rapp was concerned, this was the major difference between them. In all of his years, in all of the operations he'd conducted, his record was clean. He had yet to kill a non-combatant. He did his killing up close, usually with a knife or a gun, and on rare occasions he'd used explosives. He was immensely proud of this, and had come to realize that it was probably the only thing that allowed him to sleep at night. The tires squealed again, and then Rapp's black Volvo S80 careened onto the driveway. All Rapp could do was smile and shake his head as his future wife sped down the driveway and then skidded to a halt next to the cab. Thank God she's a good driver, he thought. He couldn't be mad at her for being late. He was too excited to start his new life. Riley jumped out of the car with a sheepish look on her face. "Sorry I'm late, honey. I got hung up." Rapp wasn't interested in excuses. He'd heard them all. He just shook his head and smiled. "Your bags are in the cab. Do you need anything from the house?" With her purse over her shoulder, she moved quickly toward the front door. "I'd like to brush my teeth and take some of this makeup off." Because Riley often had to give reports from the White House throughout the day, she was stuck wearing a thick layer of makeup for long periods of time. Whenever she came home, it was her first order of business to scrub it from her face. Rapp looked at his watch. "We're late." "I know." Riley paused just long enough to give him a quick kiss and then blew past him and into the house. "It'll only take a minute." As Rapp watched her set her purse down and start up the stairs, he mumbled, "More like 10. Riley yelled over her shoulder, "I heard that!" and continued up the stairs. A little frustrated, Rapp said, "Well, it's true. Maybe you could reapply it on the way to the airport." Rapp had been there before. "It'll take a minute" was code for 10 to 20 minutes. She yelled down from the upstairs bathroom, "Don't worry, we've got plenty of time. Flights never leave on schedule anymore." "Is that what you told the president when you held up Air Force One last month?" Riley didn't know that Rapp knew about her little incident. She appeared at the top of the stairs with a toothbrush in one hand and a tube of toothpaste in the other. "Where'd you hear about that?" "It was in the Washington Times this morning." Rapp said this with a straight face, despite the fact that he was making it up. He knew Anna never read the Times due to the fact that she thought it was a biased newspaper. Every time this was brought up, he liked to remind her that the Post wasn't exactly known for its well-balanced staff.
Riley's little knob chin dropped, and she said, "Please tell me you're kidding." Rapp smiled. "Okay, I'm kidding." "Then how in the hell did you know about that?" "Never mind." Rapp gestured with his hand to get her moving. "Let's go, we're late." "I want to know how you know." She was serious. "Never mind, I have my sources." Rapp turned. "I'm going to put the car into the garage. Hurry up." Riley watched him disappear for a second and then returned to the bathroom. While she loaded up her toothbrush, she looked into the mirror and said, "You've got a 7-hour flight to get it out of him." With complete confidence that she would succeed, she stuck the toothbrush into her mouth and went to work. The big American Airlines 747 was parked on the tarmac at BIA. They waited at the gate until all of the passengers had presented their boarding cards, and then they got in line. It was one of Rapp's rules, and of course Anna had wanted to know why. Getting used to the idea that he was going to spend the rest of his life with her, he decided to explain. They were flying in first class. If they had boarded the plane right away, when the first-class ticket holders were given the opportunity to settle in, they would have been the center of attention for the other 250 flyers as they waltzed up to the gate. Mitch's way, they waited until the end and slipped on to the flight without anyone paying any attention to them. It was all about keeping a low profile. Riley had accepted the reasoning without comment. They sat at the bar and had a beer while the rest of the passengers lined up like cattle and started the boarding process. She thought about Mitch's attention to detail. It permeated everything they did as a couple. There was, of course, the restaurant thing. It was a little irritating at times. He could never sit in the middle of a room. He always had to have his back to a wall, and always, upon arriving, excused himself to go to the men's room. At first, Riley didn't notice, and then the O'Rourkes, some friends of hers, had pointed it out. Anna had asked Mitch about it, and after some weak attempts at deflecting her queries, he copped to it. It was standard operating procedure, or as Mitch liked to say, SOP. Check the bathrooms, the emergency exits, and the basic lay of the land. That way, if anything went down, you knew what your options were. There was also the gun thing. At first, it didn't bother her too much. Her father and 2 of her brothers were cops. She grew up with guns around the house, and in fact owned a snub-nosed .38 caliber revolver herself. She kept it locked up, but had the permit to carry it if she wanted to. She usually only did so if she'd received some weird letters or calls from a viewer. But Mitch wouldn't leave the house without a gun. Literally, if he didn't have a gun on him, it was within arm's reach. He even mowed the lawn with the gun stuck into the waistband of his shorts. When they went out on the boat, he kept a gun in the glove box. There were at least 3 guns stashed in various places around the house. She had pressed him on the issue once, hinting that he might be just a little too cautious. He had told her that the only reason he was still alive was because he was so cautious. He had gone on to tell her that if any of those people from his not-so-distant past ever showed up, she'd be very happy that he was armed. At that point, she had thrown a hypothetical at him. "What if we get married and have kids?" He thought about it for a moment and told her that some things would have to change. The answer had satisfied her at the time. Riley took a sip of her beer and looked at Mitch. Leaning in, she asked in a whisper, "You're not carrying a gun, are you?" Rapp pulled his beer away from his lips and said, "No, just my love gun." Riley laughed, and then purred like a cat. Rapp felt a slight twinge of guilt over his answer. But then again, she hadn't asked, "Are you bringing a gun?" She had asked, "Are you carrying one?" His gun was nowhere near his person. It was carefully packed away in a half-dozen pieces, stored in the bowels of the jumbo jet. They sipped on their beers for a couple more minutes, and when the line was down to just a few people, they picked up their carry-on bags and walked hand in hand across the waiting area to the gate. Rapp handed over the first-class tickets, and they proceeded down the jetway with their boarding cards. When they made the left-hand turn for the plane, they stopped at the end of the line of backed-up passengers. Rapp held Riley close and looked into her beautiful green eyes. He could tell by the sparkle in her eye and the grin on her face that she was a little popped up from her one beer. After 30 seconds, a man came down the jetway and replaced them as the last in line. Riley looked up with a telltale smirk on her face and said,
a little too loudly. "Maybe he's a spy." Rapp pulled her head into his chest as she giggled louder and louder. All he could do was shake his head and smile. After she calmed down, he said, "Get a hold of yourself, or they won't let you on board." "What are you talking about?" Riley exaggerated her state of drunkenness by intentionally slurring her words. "They won't let you get on a plane drunk. It's against FAA rules." "What if I'm drunk on love?" She closed her eyes, pursed her lips for a kiss. Mitch laughed and gave her what she wanted. After that, the line moved quickly, and before long they were settled into their first-class seats. Anna was next to the window, and Mitch was on the aisle. While the plane pushed away from the gate, they got their reading material together. As they taxied over to one of the main runways, Rapp looked out the window and checked the weather. It was at least another hour before sunset. The temperature was in the 50s, and there was no sign of rain. The takeoff should go smoothly. Anna started paging through one of her magazines and then stopped. She closed it and looked at Mitch. "You never told me what exactly it is that you have to take care of while we're in Milan." "Just a little bit of business. Nothing that will take up too much time." Rapp opened his book and hoped that Anna would go back to her magazine. Unfortunately, he knew it was wishful thinking. "What kind of business?" "Official business." In a mocking tone, Anna lowered her voice and said, "Top secret business." "That's right, baby," Rapp winked. "Now why don't you just sit back, look pretty, and peruse your fashion magazine? I'll take care of everything else." Riley expertly jabbed him in the ribs. "Don't give me that crap. I think you can tell me a little more than official business." "No, I can't," Mitch said emphatically. They'd been down this road before, and he was tiring of it. He leaned in close to her ear and said, "There are certain things about my job that I will never be able to tell you. I've been up front about it from the start, and you said you could deal with it. Now, are you going to abide by that, or are you going to change the rules on me?" He was right, and she knew it, but it still pissed her off. "No, I'm not going to change the rules, but I think there are times where you don't need to be so vague. I mean, you get all freaked out when I'm 15 minutes late, and you expect me to just sit in our hotel room in a foreign city while you run off and take care of official business." Riley leaned in so close her nose touched his cheek. "I mean, for Christ's sake, for all I know, the damn CIA is sending you over here to kill someone." Riley moved away and stubbornly folded her arms across her chest. Eyeing her with caution, Rapp thought about what she just said and then had to admit she had a pretty good point. He owed her a better explanation. "I'm sorry. You're right. I have to meet with someone. Someone I used to work with." "Will it be dangerous?" "No." He shook his head and meant it. He would be very cautious, but in truth, he wasn't expecting any trouble. "Does this person know you're coming?" "No." Riley frowned, not sure that she liked the answer. "Is this person someone you can trust?" "Yes, very much so." Rapp's words were sincere. "Don't worry, honey. Everything will go fine. I'll take care of it the first day we're there, and then we'll have the rest of the trip all to ourselves." The plane stopped for a moment, and then the engines came to life. A few seconds later, the big jet began to roll down the tarmac. Rapp reached over and grabbed Anna's hand. He kissed the back of it and said, "I love you." Riley kissed him on the lips and told him the same. As the plane began to lift off the ground, Rapp's thoughts turned to the person he would be meeting in Milan. Donatella Ron was much more than someone he used to work with. She was someone he used to share his bed with. For reasons that had nothing to do with national security, he had decided to keep that a secret from Anna. That was all ancient history. It had nothing to do with the situation at hand. Rapp helped rationalize the omission by telling himself that he had never asked her about her ex-boyfriends. This almost worked until he realized that she, as of yet, hadn't flown 3,000 miles to have a secret meeting with one of her former lovers. Rapp didn't like the way the argument was working out, so he pushed it from his mind. In and out, he told himself. No big deal. I'll go to dinner with her, ask her who hired her to kill Peter Cameron, and I'll be done with it." Rapp grimaced as he looked out the window and down at his favorite body of water in the whole world. The Chesapeake Bay slid by, while a large container ship worked its way north toward the port of Baltimore. Rapp knew it wasn't going to be that easy. In his heart of hearts, he hoped he was just being his paranoid self. For once he wanted something to be easy. All he wanted was a name. The name of the man who had tried to have him killed in Germany. And then he could make things right and get on with his life. Anna nestled in and rested her head on his shoulder. Rapp kissed the top of her head and took in the soft fragrance of her light chestnut hair. She was worth seeing this thing through to the end. He would get the name from Donatella, and he would eliminate the problem. Then they could start their family, and he would feel safer knowing that whoever tried to kill him in Germany was dead. They could do no harm to his family. Chapter 14. Milan, Thursday morning. The transatlantic flight went well with one exception. Neither Anna nor Mitch had slept. Rapp hadn't really planned on it, but he was hoping the 2 glasses of champagne that Anna had consumed would knock her out. They didn't. In fact, the spirits only heightened her excitement for the week ahead. 2 days in Milan filled with shopping at the major fashion houses and a night at the famous Teatro alla Scala, Milan's grand opera house, and then they would board a train and head south for warmer weather and the romance of Sicily. They had talked excitedly about the trip. The anticipation of what lay ahead was absolutely intoxicating. But for fear of ruining the moment, neither of them spoke directly about engagement, wedding rings, marriage, or children. There would be plenty of time to discuss all of that later. For Rapp, there was also a second reason why the elation was somewhat tempered. Before he could get on with his new life, he had to confront his past, and not just anyone from his past, but someone with whom he had been romantically involved. Just being in Milan brought back a deluge of emotions. Most of them were good, but there were some bad ones, too. Italy was his favorite place in the entire world. The history, the architecture, the smells, the people, even the dirt. It was all so real. Getting through customs at Malpensa Airport proved to be relatively easy, as the testosterone-charged Italian customs officials were more concerned with Anna's lingerie than the various weapons that Mitch had stashed throughout his luggage. With the time difference and the 7-hour flight, they arrived in Milan just in time for the morning rush hour. On the way into the city, Anna was all eyes, taking in the sights of the capital city of Italy's Lombardy region. While at the University of Michigan, she had spent a semester abroad in Paris. During that time, she had taken a week to visit Rome, and that was the extent of her exposure to Italy. They had debated the merits of the 2 countries, Anna siding with France and Mitch siding with Italy. Rapp planned on changing her opinion by the end of the week. He would be the first to admit that France had many redeeming qualities, but unfortunately, that beauty was often overshadowed by the arrogance of its people. Not in Italy, though. If anything, the people added to the passion and history of the ancient country. There was genuine willingness to connect with and help foreigners, especially Americans. Their cab driver was a perfect example. As they plodded their way through rush hour, he pointed out, in English, the various sites of interest. During the early part of the commute, Anna was slightly disappointed at how modern and industrial Milan was. Mitch assured her that once they reached the heart of the city, she would not be disappointed. He was right. As they turned on to the Via G. Mengoni, Mitch practically had to restrain Anna from leaping from the moving cab. The Duomo loomed so large, she had to stick her head out of the window so she could take in the full height of the intricate spires. "Oh, my God! I think that is the most beautiful church I've ever seen." The cab driver nodded proudly and answered, "And one of the biggest." Anna continued gawking at the architectural marvel as the cab rolled slowly along the cobblestone street. "What's it called?" "Duomo." "I have to see it. Can we see it?" She turned to Mitch. "Can we see it right now?" Rapp laughed at her obvious excitement. "It's a short walk from the hotel. Only 4 blocks. After we take a nap, this will be our first stop." "Nap?" she asked incredulously. "I'm not taking any naps. I'm too excited." Rapp smiled and shook his head. It was nice to see her this way. Maybe this would work out for the best. If they stayed out all day, she would collapse around dinner time, and then he could sneak out and meet with Donatella. Then, if all went well, he could get the information he needed and be done with the whole mess. As they passed the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II, Rapp knew that was a lie. The harsh reality was that in all likelihood, whatever Donatella told him would only drag him in deeper. Donatella was one link in a chain that might be very long. Rapp would have to decide for the first time in his adult life if he was willing to turn something over to others and walk away. Anna kissed him on the cheek as they rolled down the old cobblestone street. Mitch pushed the depressing thought from his mind and forced a smile onto his lips. Maybe it would be simple. Maybe Donatella could answer all of his questions and explain why he had been set up in Germany. Maybe? Mitch turned away, the smile melting from his face. This type of stuff was never easy, and it was one of many reasons why he needed to get out. The Alitalia flight pulled up to the gate at Linate Airport. It was one of more than a dozen Alitalia flights that would arrive from Rome throughout the day. Of the two major airports that service Milan, Linate handled mostly domestic flights. It was located just 2 miles from the center of the city, whereas Malpensa 2000 was more than 30. The flight had left Rome shortly after 9 in the morning, and had taken less than an hour and a half to make the journey north. When the door opened, a steady stream of business people marched off the plane. An unremarkable man near the middle of the group scanned the faces of the people waiting for the flight, but was careful not to look too interested. He was dressed in a pair of olive slacks, a light blue button-down, and a blue sport coat. A pair of dark sunglasses concealed his piercing eyes. On his first visual pass of the crowd, he saw the man he was to meet. But instead of making his way over to him, he continued with the others toward the main terminal. This was Mark Rosenthal's second flight of the day. The first had left Tel Aviv well before sunup. After his meeting with the Director General of Mossad, he had wasted no time in moving his assets into position. Within hours, he had 2 of his people on their way to Milan, each on different flights, and each stopping in another country before entering Italy. One was to obtain weapons and transportation, and the other was to establish surveillance with the target. Friedman had given him the go-ahead to use one of the safe flats in Milan, despite the fact that officially Mossad had nothing to do with the operation. Rosenthal had told Friedman that the alternative was to use a hotel. A less-than-ideal situation, since it was highly likely the Italian authorities would be investigating Donatella's disappearance and possible homicide. In a perfect operation, they would take her out without a single witness, but that could not be counted on. There was always the chance that some neighbor, co-worker, or passerby might notice several men who seemed out of place. At some point, the description of those men would be checked against the security tapes at the local hotels. If they found any matches, the next step would be to check the security tapes at the airports, and so on and so on. When Rosenthal reached the main terminal, he continued through the baggage claim area without stopping and walked out onto the curb. Along with the other travelers, he got in line at the taxi stand. He noted the number of people in line ahead of him, tried to gauge who might be traveling together and who was traveling alone, and then he counted out the waiting cabs. Rosenthal marked the one that he would most likely be riding in and kept an eye on it. When his turn came, he took one last look around and climbed into the official white taxi. In fluent Italian, he told the driver to take him to the Grand Hotel. It was not where he was staying, but that was none of the driver's business. It was a sunny day, and unfortunately for Rosenthal, the tourists of summer were gone. It was nearing 11 a.m., and the streets were not very crowded. He frowned with concern as he looked out the window of the moving taxi. Rosenthal's early experiences as a Kidon had left an indelible mark on him. He had been assigned to penetrate the deepest circles of the enemy. There was no more dangerous assignment that could be thrust upon an agent of Mossad than to enter the Palestinian camps. He had been asked to go behind enemy lines and identify the leaders of the various terrorist cells. He'd had to assimilate with the very people he hated. Those early years had left scars. The shrinks at Mossad knew none of this, nor did anyone else. These were Rosenthal's own private demons. The solitary bravado of his early years had cracked. He hated operating alone. As a predator, he had gone from a lone wolf to developing a pack mentality. Never again would he hunt alone. He would never go back to the camps. Never go back to the sleepless nights, worrying that he might let something slip in his dreams. No, that was all behind him. Now he did everything possible to stack the deck in his favor. And his discerning eye didn't like the lack of cover on the streets. Over the last 24 hours, Rosenthal had scoured the file Friedman had given him. It was obvious it had been heavily censored. Much of it was blacked out, and there were large gaps where entire operations had been omitted. Rosenthal had no doubt the old man had personally removed the information. Part of it was for reasons of compartmentalization and secrecy. But Rosenthal knew the old man too well to think that was the only reason. Friedman had removed information that might cause Rosenthal to hesitate rather than assassinate. Rosenthal was no novice. Although he had not yet reached the age of 30, he had been doing this work for close to a decade. Despite the heavily censored file, Rosenthal knew that this Donatella Rahn had done a lot for Israel. But this was the ugly side of his business. One day you're a prized asset, the next day you're a liability. As the taxi neared the Galleria Vittorio, Rosenthal told the driver they were close enough to the hotel and asked him to stop. He paid the man and got out. He gave a quick glance over both shoulders and then entered the magnificent 19th-century architectural structure. The Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II was laid out in the formation of a cross, the north-south section connecting the Piazza del Duomo and the Piazza della Scala. Instead of open air between the buildings, the large bisecting avenues were covered with an ornate iron framework and glass. It was closed to all but foot traffic. The floor was made of an intricate mosaic of colorful tiles, and elegant shops lined the walk. Rosenthal stopped into a bookshop and purchased a copy of the London Times. He loitered near the front of the shop for a moment to see if he was being followed, and then continued on his way out the north end of the structure and across the Piazza della Scala. On the other end of the plaza, he leaned against a light post and acted as if he were reading the paper. After several minutes, a maroon Fiat sedan pulled up to the curb, and Rosenthal got in. It was the man from the airport. He pulled back into traffic and said, "You're clean." "Good. And the woman?" "She's at her office. Yanta followed her to work this morning. She got there at 9 and hasn't left." "What about her apartment?" "We decided to wait for you before we made that move." Rosenthal nodded. The man driving the car was Jordan Sundberg. Although he looked a good 10 years older than Rosenthal, he was actually 2 years younger. Sundberg had a thick black beard and an unruly head of curly hair. The two had worked with each other on many occasions in recent years. They were two of Friedman's favorite katzas. "Did you get the things I requested?" "Yes. It's all back at the flat." Rosenthal checked his watch. "Good. We'll make our move this evening." Chapter 15. Rapp watched Anna twirl around the middle of the beautiful room. Her arms spread, and her little chin tipped up toward the vaulted, hand-painted ceiling of the 15th-century monastic cell. She could not believe this was their hotel room and not a museum. Rapp couldn't have been happier over her reaction. Watching her spin around in circles made him think of what Anna must have been like as a little girl. He felt a brief pang of sadness that he'd missed so much of her life. It was irrational, he knew. There was no way they could have known each other. She had grown up in Chicago, and he in Virginia. Besides, if they had met, it would have virtually guaranteed that they would not be together now. Anna moved across the room and out onto the small balcony overlooking the inner courtyard. Mitch followed her and wrapped his arms around her waist. They stood together, front to back, looking down on the immaculately manicured courtyard. Every tree, every bush, every table, every umbrella was perfect. Anna reached up with her left hand and touched Mitch's face. Turning her head back, she found his lips and gave him a long kiss. As their lips parted, she said, "I love you so much." "I love you too." He squeezed her tightly and began kissing her neck. After a minute, he led her back toward the king-size bed. "What are you doing?" asked Anna in a playful tone. "I'm trying to seduce you." He held her tight, continued the kissing, and made the last step toward the bed. Anna grabbed his hands, twisted free, and pushed him onto the bed. Mitch willingly let her win and landed comfortably in the middle of the bed. With his hand held out, he gestured for Anna to join him. To his great disappointment, all he got was a defiant pose, hands on hips with a shaking head. "Come on, honey," he pleaded. "Nope. We're only in Milan for a day and a half, and I'm not going to spend it in bed." "Why not?" "Don't ask stupid questions." "Come on," he said, baiting her. "It won't take long." "Maybe for you." Rapp laughed. No, be nice." "It has nothing to do with being nice. I'm being a realist. If I get into bed with you, we'll have sex, and then you'll fall asleep. I don't want to sleep right now. I want to get out and see the city." She started for the bathroom. "Besides, you're always better when I make you wait." Rapp stared up at the mural on the ceiling. "I'll have to work on that." He let out a loud groan that was mostly for show, and then got off the bed. After peeling off his clothes, he strutted into the bathroom. Anna turned from the mirror where she was touching up her makeup. She looked at her boyfriend's naked body and asked in an incredulous tone, "You can't want it that bad." "You wish," grinned Rapp, as he slapped her on the butt and continued past her and into the shower. After the shower, Rapp went out into the bedroom and put on a fresh set of clothes. He stood over his suitcase and wondered what was the best way to handle his next move. He was tempted to assemble the gun and slip it into the specially designed interior pocket of his leather jacket. But he knew that was an invitation for disaster. Anna would wrap her arms around him the second they got outside, and she would check for the weapon. She always did. She had gotten used to it, at least in America. She had been raised in a house full of guns. Her father was a cop, as well as two of her brothers. Rapp had met the family, and like all good Chicago cops, they carried their sidearm with them when they were off duty. The best way to handle it with Anna was to be up front. But then again, if the room was bugged, he didn't want to get into it with her here. He made the decision to tell her when they got outside. Rapp picked up his suitcase and carried it into the drawing room. After setting it on the ottoman, he quickly grabbed the hairdryer, the can of shaving cream, and the radio and pulled them apart. In less than 2 minutes, he had the weapon assembled and the items put back together. Rapp's leather jacket was on the arm of the chair. He opened it and put the automatic into an inside pocket designed to conceal the weapon. When Anna was ready, they went downstairs to La Veranda for a quick bite to eat. They had the restaurant to themselves. It was post-breakfast and just prior to the lunch rush. Anna ordered a bowl of soup, and Mitch ordered a roast beef sandwich, for which he received a concerned look from his girlfriend. "Doesn't the mad cow thing scare you a little?" Rapp looked quickly over both shoulders. "Where? Is one on the loose?" Anna laughed and shook her head. "You know what I mean." "Yeah, I know what you mean, and I appreciate your concern. But I stand a better chance of getting hit by lightning than contracting mad cow disease." Anna decided not to make a big deal out of it. She took a drink of water and then asked, "When are you going to take care of your business?" With a serious look, he said, "I'd tried to upstairs, but you shut me down." "Oh," she smiled. "I can see you're in a real juvenile mood today." "Just in love, darling. That's all." "Can we be serious for a minute?" "Absolutely." Rapp grabbed a breadstick and bit off the end. "When are you going to meet with this person?" Rapp took another bite of the breadstick and said, "I'm going to try to make contact this afternoon." "Is this going to interfere at all with our plans for this evening?" He thought about it for a second and then said, "It shouldn't." Anna shot him a disappointed look. "Darling, you're not being fair. I told you I had to take care of this. We're going to have a great trip, but I have to take care of this first." He took another bite from the breadstick and waited for her to give him a sign that she wasn't upset. When she smiled, he reached across the table for her hand and said, "Besides, I have a sneaky feeling that you're going to be wiped out by the time tonight rolls around." Their food arrived in short order, and they ate quickly. Before leaving, Rapp ordered a double cappuccino, for a little extra burst of energy and suggested that Anna do the same. He didn't care how beautiful the Duomo was. Tours made him more tired than a 2-mile swim. Anna ordered a single cappuccino. The hot drinks came in to-go cups. Rapp signed the check, and they left the hotel. It was a bright, sunny day. The temperature was in the mid-50s. It was perfect walking weather. Anna was dressed quite a bit more stylishly than Mitch. The fact that Milan was the fashion capital of the world was not wasted on NBC's White House correspondent. Instead of heading directly for the Grand Church, Rapp led Anna half a block to the north and took a right onto Via della Spiga. A short block later, they took a right onto Via Sant'Andrea. It was at about this point that the tour of the Duomo was put on hold. The first fashion designer that came into view was Hermès, quickly followed by Fendi. Rapp knew the street well, and it was having its intended effect on Anna. He was guessing that it would take them several hours to travel the next full block. They would have to run the gauntlet of Prada, Moschino, Chanel, Gianfranco Ferré, and Giorgio Armani. Prada alone could take 2 hours. Anna stood gawking at the window of Hermès. Rapp could see her struggling over what to do. Finally, she looked at him and said, "I want to go in for just a minute." Rapp laughed loudly. "Commercialism over Catholicism. Your mother would be very disappointed." Anna scowled at him. "It'll only take a minute." "Don't worry, honey, we've got all day. We can always see the Duomo tomorrow." Rapp opened the door and gestured for Anna to enter. Before following her, he looked down the street in the direction of the house of Armani. Donatella was in the building somewhere, or at least she was supposed to be. Rapp had had Marcus Dumond do a little checking before he left for Italy. Dumond was the Counter-Terrorism Center's resident computer genius. He'd hacked his way into Armani's network, and with the help of Rapp's linguistic skills, they'd figured out that Donatella was scheduled to be in Milan for the entire week. Rapp had memorized her entire schedule for the 2 days he was to be in Milan. He glanced at his watch for a moment and thought the timing might be perfect. Another 30 minutes of shopping, and he'd slip away. Rosenthal had Sundberg park the car several blocks away, and they walked to the cafe. When they rounded the corner onto Sant'Andrea, Rosenthal was pleased to see David Yanta sitting at a small wooden table, talking in his always animated fashion to 2 drop-dead gorgeous women. Models, no doubt. The city was crawling with them. Rosenthal was pleased that Yanta was talking to the women because he was hoping they would score a little sex while on the mission. He was also pleased because, in their line of work, nothing stood out more than a lone man sitting at a cafe. The picture had surveillance written all over it. As they approached the table, Yanta stood up and enthusiastically introduced his 2 co-workers to the beautiful women. The cover story and names were a variation on ones they'd used before. They worked for an international telecommunications company and were based out of Paris. They were in Milan to try and get the Pirelli Armstrong Tire Corporation to carry one of their new products. Yanta ordered more coffee for the table and produced a fresh pack of cigarettes. Everyone lit up, and no one bothered to take their sunglasses off. This was Milan. Looking hip was of paramount importance. Yanta continued to entertain the models with wild stories of their travels. Rosenthal watched him with some slight amusement. Yanta was the biggest natural bullshitter he'd ever met. The man could strike up a conversation with anyone. He was a bit of a dork, which he used to his advantage, by piling on the self-deprecating humor and putting those around him at ease. The women, more often than not, fell for this ploy. Yanta always said he was playing to their instincts as natural healers. Rosenthal thought it had more to do with getting them to lower their guard and making them laugh. Whichever it was, though, it worked. As the conversation bounced around the table, Rosenthal feigned interest. From time to time, his eyes strayed across the street to the house of Armani. The showroom was on the first floor, and the offices were on the floors above. Somewhere on the 3rd floor was the office of Donatella Ran. The file Friedman had given him outlined all the pertinent aspects of her life. Her flat was just 8 blocks away in a nice upscale part of Milan on the east side of the Giardini Pubblici. She walked to work every day. In the summers, she took her holidays at a small villa on Lake Como. And in the winter, she took ski trips to the Swiss Alps and warm weather trips to Greece. Her job required a fair amount of travel and brought her to Paris and New York on a monthly basis. She was the perfect honey trap, a gorgeous woman that the Institute could use in a variety of ways to tempt the enemy into letting their guard down. Rosenthal also guessed that they'd used her to seduce and blackmail quite a few powerful men over the years. The file that Rosenthal had received from Friedman had been so sanitized that it mentioned nothing of the woman's operational missions. But Rosenthal could take a pretty good guess at it. He'd seen it done before. She was bait, used to lure their enemies into an ambush. One thing was bothering Rosenthal, though. Back in Friedman's office, the old man had told him that this woman had killed more men than the two of them combined. By Rosenthal's conservative count, that put the toll at over 20 people. A huge number for anyone in their business, and unheard of for a woman. Rosenthal had decided on the flight up from Rome that the old man must have left out the word helped. Helped kill more men than you and I combined must have been what he meant. After all, the woman was a model strung out on heroin when Friedman had recruited her. From what he could gather in the file, she had been brought up in a relatively normal environment in Italy. Nothing stood out that would lead him to think she was a highly skilled assassin. No, Rosenthal thought. She's nothing more than a high-priced call girl who's been doing a little too much talking. Either that, or she's hit Friedman up for some extra cash one too many times. Rosenthal cringed at the thought. He decided to let his curiosity rest. Friedman had ordered the woman dead, and that was enough. What she had done to deserve it didn't matter. Rosenthal had gone into battle for Friedman many times, and would continue to do so without question. The man was a true patriot, and Rosenthal would not let him down. By midnight tonight, his bidding would be done. Israel's problem would be dealt with, and the world would be none the wiser that agents of Mossad had had a hand in the death of a beautiful Italian model. Chapter 16. Donatella Rahn stood in front of her mammoth glass desk and studied a series of 10-by-8 Polaroids that had just been couriered to her office from a shoot that was going on across town. After more than 20 years in the business, the first 10 in front of the camera, and the next 11 working for the House of Armani, she had a pretty good eye for what worked and what didn't. It was glaringly obvious from the Polaroids that the shoot was not going well. She swore to herself as she counted the thousands of dollars that were being wasted. It looked like she might have to get into a cab and go throw a fit. That was the way it worked. It was the way it had always worked. Theirs was a business driven by passion. No passion, and everything was mediocre. From the designers, to the photographers, to the stylists, to the models. If any one of them wasn't excited about the clothes and the shoot, the outcome was lukewarm at best. And when it came to the House of Armani, lukewarm just didn't cut it. Many words could be used to describe Donatella Rahn, but lukewarm was not one of them. She had the practicality and decisiveness of her Austrian father, and the creativity and passion of her Italian mother. It had taken her a good portion of her life to sort out these traits and learn to control them, or at a bare minimum channel them into the right areas of her life. It was easy for people to never make it past Donatella's stunning beauty. But in reality, she was an extremely complex person. Many men over the years had failed to see that she was more than a pretty face, and they had either been left with a broken heart or no heart at all. At 38, Donatella looked and felt better than at any other time in her life. Yes, there were a few more wrinkles around her eyes, and her skin didn't have the glow that it did when she was 18. But she had grown into herself. There was an air of confidence in everything she did. This had not been there when she was modeling, at least not in the early years. She was 5 feet 10 inches of statuesque woman, with a mane of silky black hair. The hair had a slight kinky curl to it that hinted at her wild side. She had a pair of full, firm breasts that had been surgically enhanced back in her modeling days, and from time to time she'd gone to see her favorite plastic surgeon to have some problem areas dealt with. But the face was untouched. Her body was the perfect mix of elegance and athleticism. Gone was the rail-thin, anemic look of her modeling days. Her heroin-polluted body had been cleansed, replaced by a layer of well-toned muscle. In short, she was the type of woman that men lusted after. Donatella's good looks were all the more amazing when one considered the type of life she'd led in her early 20s. At the time, she'd been impressionable, too concerned about her weight and about pleasing the photographers and creative directors. But more than anything, she'd been stupid and weak. Donatella had been seduced by the dark side of modeling. Every night of the week was a Friday night, and not just in Milan. The whole world was her playground. There were wild parties in exotic places with wealthy men. It had turned into one long party. Her life had been spinning out of control for almost a year when everything came crashing down around her. She'd flown to Tel Aviv for a shoot and run into a bit of a snag trying to get through customs. 2 ounces of heroin had been found in her luggage, and she'd been thrown into the clink. She had not been treated well. She couldn't remember all of the details. The whole thing was a bit hazy, but there'd been a lot of screaming. They'd even slapped her a few times. But more than anything, she remembered the cold. It had been so cold, and then, after what seemed like an eternity, a man had shown up. It was rather ironic that the first image she had in her mind of Ben Friedman was that he was a caring and compassionate soul. He had brought her a blanket. He had brought her warmth. And then, after a brief visit, he had brought her a doctor who gave her a shot to help with her heroin withdrawal. It was then that the stocky man had offered her a deal. It was a deal she couldn't refuse. She could either spend the best years of her life in an Israeli jail, or she could come to work for him. At the time, it hadn't been a difficult decision, since she had no idea what coming to work for him entailed. All she knew was that she didn't want to stay in jail. Friedman had made all the arrangements. Donatella was checked into a treatment clinic in Israel. She called her booking agent in Milan and informed her that she had finally hit bottom and was seeking help. The agent wasn't surprised. She'd seen it happen before, and would see it again. She wished Donatella the best and told her to get well. There would be plenty of work for her when she was better. Next, there was the tearful phone call to her mother. Her mother was relieved, as was Donatella, that the charade was over. Now she could go about healing herself. As per Friedman's instructions, Donatella explained to her mother that they could talk only once a week on Sundays. She gave her mother a phone number to use in case of an emergency, and said goodbye. The phone number was not to the rehab clinic. It was routed to Mossad headquarters, where a person would answer in the name of the clinic and relay any messages. There never was a clinic. Donatella was taken to a military facility near the town of Abda in southern Israel. A doctor and staff of nurses monitored her health closely. A constant stream of instructors pushed her hard. There was small arms training, self-defense courses, grueling physical exercise, memory exercises, and much more. She was pushed from dawn until dusk every day of the week. There were many times where she didn't think she was going to make it. There were moments of despair where she thought that prison might have been the better alternative. But every time she was about to hit rock bottom, Ben Friedman would show up. He'd made a habit of it over the years. It wasn't until much later that she caught on to his little game. He wanted to be seen as the savior, the one person she could always count on. During those cold nights at the desolate camp, Friedman would show up with a bottle of wine and some bread. He would sit with her for hours, listening to her stories, trying to find out as much about her as possible. At least, that's what she thought at the time. In reality, Ben Friedman already knew a great deal about Donatella Ron. He was testing her to find out how honest she was. As time progressed and the days became increasingly difficult, Donatella found herself looking forward to her evenings with Friedman. It was the first real intellectual relationship she'd ever had with a man. Thanks to her looks, most of the men in her life had been more interested in her body than her mind. But not Friedman. All he ever wanted to do was talk. At first, Donatella thought he might be married, and then she thought maybe he was gay. But in the end, it turned out to be neither. He was simply an incredibly dedicated and professional man. Eventually, Friedman did more talking. He explained in detail the tenuous position that Israel was in. He helped Donatella explore her own Jewish roots, and he talked passionately of the horrible injustices thrust upon the House of David. Slowly but surely, over the 2-month period, Donatella grew stronger, and with each step forward came an increasing sense of devotion to Ben Friedman. Her sense of loyalty grew so strong that she would eventually kill for him, and not just once, but many times. Rapp kissed Anna on the cheek and left the Prada store. She had gladly cut him loose after more than an hour of shopping. He was slowing her down. She'd never seen such good prices on designer clothes and accessories. There was serious shopping to be done, and she wasn't going to be distracted. He'd explained to her the lay of the land and said that he would catch up with her at Chanel in an hour or so. His mission, as he told Anna, was to find a bookstore and a cafe that served good coffee. As Rapp walked down the street, he was awash in a steady stream of conflicting emotions. He was not a big fan of lying to Anna, but when it came to his profession, he found the need to omit certain details. That's at least what he'd been telling himself since they'd left Baltimore. He was definitely about to take care of a very important piece of business with someone who worked for another foreign intelligence agency. But that someone also happened to be someone he'd been romantically involved with. He debated how best to tell Anna about Donatella, but every time he envisioned the discussion, it ended in disaster. Maybe he wasn't giving Anna enough credit? After all, he never asked her about her ex-boyfriends, and on the rare occasions when she talked about them, it hadn't bothered him. She'd had a life before they'd ever met. He could hardly be jealous about men he'd never met. As he walked down the sidewalk, he decided the same should hold true for Anna. Donatella was pre-Anna. She was not the woman he wanted to marry, and that was that. Rapp nodded smugly at his own logical deduction. Satisfied that he was doing nothing wrong, he continued down the sidewalk toward the house of Armani. The smugness vanished a few steps later as he realized that meeting in secret with a former lover, while on vacation with the woman you were about to ask to marry you, was fraught with trouble. There was nothing about the picture that Anna would like. Rapp grimaced as he thought of her reaction to the whole thing. After wrestling with the idea for a while longer, he decided to stop trying to find a solution, for it was painfully obvious that there was none. He could not maintain both secrecy and complete honesty with Anna. It was impossible. He would just have to make sure his past didn't run into his future. Instinctively, Rapp forced the issue from his mind and began to focus on his surroundings. He was about to conduct a clandestine meeting, and it was time to get down to business. As he worked his way down the sidewalk, he studied the vehicles parked on the street. There was only one van parked on the block. Rapp noted the make, model, and plate number. It was all memorized in an instant. The van was on the other side of the street, so he crossed over to get a closer look at it. As he did so, he scanned the cars to be sure they were unoccupied. As he walked past the van, he studied the roof for any antennas or directional microphones. It looked to be clean. Up ahead, there was a florist and then a sidewalk cafe. Rapp walked past the florist and entered the cafe. On his way in, he took note of the patrons sitting outside. At the counter, he ordered a cup of coffee in Italian and paid for it. Rapp's Italian was decent, but nowhere as good as his French and Arabic. With the piping hot cup of coffee in hand, he went back to the flower shop. The middle-aged woman behind the counter greeted him warmly and asked if there was anything she could help him with. Rapp walked over to the rose case and expressed an interest. The woman informed him that the long-stem red roses were on sale. Rapp thought about it for a second, and then decided that red might send the wrong signal. He decided that yellow would be a safer color. He ordered a dozen of them and waited while the woman put them into an arrangement and wrapped them in tissue paper. Again he paid in cash, and with the flowers in one hand and the coffee in the other, he walked across the street. Next to the glass display windows on the first floor was a door with a security camera mounted above it. To the left of the door was a call box, and then under the box a sign in Italian that read, "Business by appointment only." Rapp instinctively kept his face turned away from the camera and pressed the call button. A second later, a woman's voice came over the intercom and asked him his business. Rapp told her he had a flower delivery for Donatella Run. The door buzzed, and he entered the small foyer. A flight of stairs later, he was standing in front of the woman who had buzzed him in. She was all legs, and almost every inch of them were on display underneath the glass desk where she was seated. She was very pretty, but unfortunately had the emaciated look that was popular among the fashion crowd. In most other cities, she would have probably been a model, but in Milan she was relegated to receptionist. Rapp disarmed the woman with a soft smile and said, "I'm an old friend of Donatella's, and I was hoping I could surprise her with these." Rapp held up the flowers. The woman gave him a nice smile and eyed him from head to toe, as if she were trying to place a value on him. "You look like Donnie's type." The woman gave him a flirtatious smile, and then reached for the phone. Rapp stepped forward. "I really wanted to surprise her." The woman hesitated for a moment, holding the phone at her shoulder. Finally, she set it back in the cradle and asked, "Do you know where her office is?" "Is it still down the hall at the end on the left?" "Yes." "Thank you. You're a sweetheart." Rapp gave the woman a wink and headed down the hall. As he neared Donatella's office door, he slowed his steps and took note of the fact that his heart had started to beat faster. He knew it had nothing to do with a sense of ambush or violence. It was the anticipation of seeing Donatella. They had been through a lot together, both in the trenches and between the sheets. The door was open. Rapp neither knocked nor did he enter. He just stood frozen, looking at the curvaceous silhouette of Donatella's figure. She had her back to him, standing over her desk, looking at something. Rapp watched as she placed one hand on her hip, and with the other pulled her thick hair to one side and began kneading the muscles at the back of her neck. The woman exuded a sexuality unlike anything he'd ever seen. She was wearing a pair of black leather pants that complemented her figure to perfection, a white blouse, and a pair of black spiked boots. Just the sight of her long, tanned fingers resting on her leather-clad hip brought back a flood of erotic memories. Rapp felt a tinge of betrayal for such thoughts and forced himself to get his mind back on the business at hand. There was a genuine reason why he wanted to surprise Donatella. He would know almost instantly by the expression on her face if she had been involved in the plot to kill him in Germany. He didn't think she had been, or at least he didn't want to believe she had been. As he had already discussed with Kennedy, it didn't make any sense for the Israelis to ambush him. Mossad had been known to do some pretty ruthless things, but there was no recognizable benefit to killing Rapp and humiliating the CIA and America. Rapp was doing the dirty work for them, and had been doing so for years. No. Rapp believed Donatella was doing some freelancing on the side, and he had a plan to get her to come clean. He cleared his throat and waited for Donatella to turn around. When she did, her dark almond eyes opened wide, and her full lips parted to form an inviting smile. Donatella threw her arms out and walked quickly across her office. Rapp smiled back. He couldn't help it. He stepped forward and met Donatella's embrace. With the familiarity of an old lover, Donatella brought her arms inside Rapp's leather jacket. Her hands shot up, grabbing his taut shoulders, and she pressed her breasts firmly against his body. With her eyes closed, she found his lips and gave him a passionate kiss. After a moment, she buried her head in his chest and squeezed him with all her considerable might. "Oh, I've missed you," she said in Italian. Rapp awkwardly held the flowers in one hand and his coffee in the other. He kissed the top of her head and said in Italian, "I've missed you too." Donatella gave him one more squeeze and then released him. Closing the office door, she said, "Why didn't you call me?" Rapp innocently shrugged his shoulders. "I was in the neighborhood, so I decided to stop by. I'd expect you to do the same if you were in America." It was in that instant that Rapp knew Donatella had been the woman he'd seen at George Washington University. She averted her eyes from his for the briefest of moments. She had killed Peter Cameron. "Are these for me?" Donatella thrust her arms out and took the flowers from Rapp. She walked over to a long credenza in front of a window that overlooked a courtyard. "This was very nice of you. You didn't have to bring me flowers." After unwrapping them, she turned to Rapp, the bouquet in her outstretched hands. What is this?" Rapp looked at the flowers, and then the look on Donatella's face. He wasn't quite sure what she meant. "Yellow," said Donatella in a disappointed voice. "Yellow is for your secretary, not a woman whose bed you've shared." She dropped the flowers on the credenza and folded her arms across her chest. Rapp felt bad for just a second and then remembered Anna. He couldn't very well be planning to ask her to marry him and go around giving red roses to former lovers. "They are very pretty flowers." "Yes, they are. But they are not red." Donatella eyed him suspiciously. "There is someone else, isn't there? Someone very important?" "Yes," he replied, with a mix of pride and dread. Donatella meant a lot to him, and he did not want to hurt her feelings. She studied her old lover for a moment and could sense that this was very hard for him. Determined to hide her true feelings, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and gave him a big hug. Inside, however, she could feel herself plunging toward darkness. Part of her, however foolishly, had always hoped that someday she and Mitch would walk away from their respective intelligence agencies, get married, and have a baby. Deep down, she had always known it had been an irrational indulgence, but she had allowed it nonetheless. Now she kissed him on the cheek and said, "Congratulations. Do I get to meet her?" Caught off guard, Rapp stammered and then said, "I don't know. Maybe." "Is she here in Milan?" Donatella locked onto him with her piercing brown eyes. Rapp thought of lying and then quickly decided against it. "Yes, she is." "You don't want me to meet her?" "No, I didn't say that. It's just that it might be a little tricky." "Please tell me she knows what you do for a living. Or I should say, what you really do for a living." "Yes," Rapp nodded. "Unfortunately, she knows more than she should." "Then what's the problem? I'd love to meet her." The meeting wasn't going exactly as he'd planned. "We were lovers, Donatella. I have no burning desire to meet any of her ex-boyfriends." Donatella chose to focus on the first part of his comment. "Yes, we were lovers." She cocked her head to the side in a confident manner and asked, "How is the sex?" Rapp frowned. "Donatella." She persisted. "Is it as good as the sex we had?" Her Italian passion was showing through. "Donatella, I don't think we should be talking about this." She looked at him with utter confidence and said, "It must not be. We have a wonderful relationship." "Is she an American?" "Yes, she's an American." Donatella let out a laugh that was more of a scoff. "Then it's impossible. There is no way the sex is better." For some reason, Rapp felt the need to defend Anna. "Hey, we have great sex." In a disbelieving tone, she asked, "Better than the sex we had?" Rapp knew there was no way he could answer this question without either angering Donatella or being disloyal to Anna. "It's different, Donatella, okay?" "Ha!" She laughed with an obvious tone of satisfaction. "It is not better. I can see it in your eyes." She walked over to her desk and yanked open a drawer in search of a pack of cigarettes. "I would like to meet her. Maybe we can have dinner tonight?" She found her cigarettes and lit one. Rapp declined to take one, even though he was tempted. He took the opportunity to get down to the real reason he traveled all the way from America. "There is something I need to talk to you about." "What does she do for a living?" "We are going to change the subject." Rapp stood firmly in front of her desk. Donatella took a drag from her cigarette, and through the smoke she eyed Rapp suspiciously and said, "I don't believe you. There is no way she knows what you've done for your government." "She does. In fact, she's seen me in action." "How? When?" "Remember the incident at the White House last spring?" "Of course. Ben told me you were involved in it." "She was one of the hostages." "Ah, Stockholm Syndrome." Rapp frowned. Stockholm Syndrome was a psychological term for hostages who began to sympathize with their captors. Donatella, I wasn't one of the terrorists. I was the one killing the terrorists. Oh, well. Then Florence Nightingale Syndrome. No. He shook his head and smiled. I wasn't a nurse either. Oh. She waved her hand in frustration. You know what I mean. No, I don't, actually. We don't need to get hung up on this. Rapp stopped abruptly and studied Donatella as she nervously puffed on a cigarette. With a playful grin, he said, I didn't expect you to be so jealous. Of course I am, and you would be too if I was the one in love. Rapp had to be honest. He thoughtfully said, Yes, I'm sure I would be. He went around the desk and wrapped his arms around her. Donatella stabbed her cigarette out in the ashtray on her cluttered desk. This is a lonely fucking life we live. And now I'm all alone, and you're not. She buried her head in his chest. You're the only man I've ever really loved. The only person who really knows me. Rapp stroked her hair. I felt the same way about you, too. But you know, in the long run, it would never have worked out between us. We're too much alike. Donatella looked up at him. There were no tears in her eyes. She was too tough for that. Yeah, you're probably right. She released him and took a step back. Have you asked her to marry you yet? Not yet. So are you going to ask her? Rapp nodded. I really would like to meet her. She read Rapp's expression and added, I'm serious. Don't worry. I won't do anything crazy. If you've fallen in love with her, I'm sure she's a lovely woman. She's a reporter. Rapp wasn't sure why he'd offered that piece of information. You can't be serious. I am. Does she know about me? No, answered Rapp. Donatella thought about this twist for a moment. You obviously trust her. Yes. Then I'd like to meet her. All right, I'll see what I can do. Rapp set his coffee cup on the desk and grabbed both of Donatella's hands. I need something from you, and it's very important. Rapp looked into her beautiful eyes and waited for an answer. Donatella could sense that something serious was on its way. She cautiously studied Rapp for a moment and then said, I have always been there for you, and I always will be. Thank you. You know the same goes for me. Of course. Were you in Washington 2 weeks ago? Rapp saw the flicker of surprise in her eyes. Donatella's mind was reeling as she tried to figure out how Mitch could have known she was in Washington. Her disguise had been perfect, and the hit had gone down without a problem. He had to know something. Whatever the case was, she could not talk about it in her office. It wasn't secure. She held her index finger to her lips to signal that it wasn't safe to talk about such matters, and then said, I was in New York, but not Washington. I'm sorry I didn't call, but I was only in town for a few days. That's too bad. Rapp nodded and stepped back. He pointed to a tablet of paper on the desk and motioned for Donatella to answer him with a pen. She shook her head vigorously and said, Oh, my God, I forgot all about the shoot. She pointed to the photos on her desk. I have to tend to this right away. It's a complete disaster. Why don't we meet for a drink after work? I'd love to. Name a time and a place. Let's say 6 o'clock. The Jamaica Café. Sounds good to me. Rapp pointed to the paper one more time, but she shook her head even more vigorously than before. Reluctantly, he kissed her on the cheek and then mouthed the words, I need to know. Chapter 17. Capitol Hill, Thursday morning. Norbert Stevkin arrived at the U.S. Capitol early. He checked his gun with the Capitol Hill police officer at the security gate and went off in search of his patron. Stievekin was the type of guy you had to meet 5 or 6 times before you remembered him, which suited him just fine. In his line of work, it was an asset not to be noticed. Just short of 5 feet 9 inches tall, he had brown hair and hazel eyes. He had just turned 40, and despite the paunch around his waist, was still amazingly quick. It was the handball that he played 4 times a week that kept him nimble. Norbert Stievekin was a tenacious little man. He'd graduated from Penn with honors and went to work for Price Waterhouse for 2 years. The job as a CPA was a stepping stone for the vocation he really wanted. Since he was a little boy, Stievekin had dreamed of becoming a G-man. His hard work paid off when in 1986 he became Special Agent Norbert Stievekin. It had been the greatest day of his life. With his parents and siblings in the front row, the director of the Bureau himself had sworn him in. At first he found the job exhilarating and challenging. Just the thrill of being a part of the most prestigious law enforcement fraternity in the world was enough to keep it exciting for a few years. But after that, certain things started to irk him. First and foremost was the fact that after 3 years with the Bureau, he had yet to pursue a real criminal. The bureaucracy was overwhelming. The sheer level of paperwork was staggering. It got so bad at one point that he started to wonder why he even bothered carrying a gun to work. In his 4th year, things livened up a bit when he was moved to the Miami field office to help with bank robberies. That, unfortunately, only lasted 2 brief years, and then it was back to Washington to push more paper. It was in his 10th year at the Bureau that he'd met Senator Hank Clark. It was standard procedure for the FBI to help the Senate and House conduct background checks on nominees and people being considered for sensitive positions. Stievekin was tasked to work with Clark's committee for a 1-year period. It was during that time that he got to know Senator Clark very well. It was a watershed year for Stievekin. Clark opened his eyes to how things really worked in Washington. It was the beginning of the end of his career as a special agent for the FBI. With the financial backing of Clark, Stievekin left the Bureau and started his own security consulting business. Just 4 years into it, he was making 3 times more money than the director of the FBI himself. He was his own boss. His services were in demand, and the mounds of paperwork were behind him. Senator Clark knew a lot of influential people. People who were willing to pay good money to have future employees vetted. Fathers who wanted their daughters' boyfriends shadowed for a few days. Owners of companies who were willing to pay him $5,000 a day to come in and lecture their employees on industrial espionage and how to take steps to prevent it. It was a move that had worked out very well indeed. Stievekin worked his way through a labyrinth of back hallways and staircases in search of Senator Clark's hide. There were only 70 of them in the Capitol, each of them reserved for the senior-most senators. A few were no better than a broom closet. Most of them were good-sized offices, and several were as plush as a reading room from a 19th-century men's club. Whenever a senior senator failed to come back to Washington, either through defeat, retirement, or death, there was a mad scramble to get his hide. These rooms were the private sanctuaries of the elite. They were used to get away from the staffers and the lobbyists, and from time to time to cut backroom deals. Stievekin found Clark's hide on the 4th floor and knocked on the old wood door. The senator yelled for him to enter, and he did. Hank Clark bounced out of his chair and came around the desk. "How the hell are you, Norb?" "Good, Hank. Thanks for asking." Stievekin grabbed the towering senator's hand and squeezed hard. They'd been on a first-name basis for some time. "I apologize I couldn't get here quicker, but I was out in California working on some stuff." "That's all right." Clark slapped his back. "I know I'm not your only client." The senator genuinely liked Stievekin. He had a biting sense of humor, a cynical mind, and he was loyal. In short, he trusted him. "I appreciate you getting back here so quickly." "No problem. What's on your mind?" "Sit." Clark gestured to a grouping of a couch and several chairs. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "Coffee, if you have it." Stievekin looked out the window. This was where he usually discussed business with the senator. It was best to avoid being seen together. The former FBI agent never tired of the view. The large double-hung window was wide open to let in enough cool air to negate the old radiator that never seemed to rest. From high atop the 4th floor, the view looked to the west, taking in the full length of the National Mall. Clark poured 2 cups of coffee from a thermos and asked, "How's business been?" The 2 men sat down, Clark on a dark brown leather couch and Stevkin on a matching chair. Stevkin took a sip of coffee and said, "Great, thanks to you." He held his mug up in brief salute to Clark. "Well, you do good work, Norb. My friends have very high standards. If you didn't perform, they'd be on the phone bitching to me in a second. It's all about managing expectations. My friends have high expectations. Yes, but I never promise them anything I know I can't deliver, and most important, I always put it in writing." Stevkin took a sip from his mug. "People tend to have very convenient memories when it comes to verbal contracts." Clark laughed. "Yes, they do." "So what's on your mind?" Clark crossed his legs and tried to get comfortable. "I need you to do some work for me." Stevkin nodded eagerly. Clark always paid well. "You name it." "It could get a little hairy." "How hairy?" asked Stevkin in a mischievous tone. "It involves the CIA." Stevkin set his mug on the table. "I'm listening." He sat back and crossed his legs. A deliberately cool expression draped his face. Clark knew a lot about Stevkin. He was a man who loved a challenge. It was the chief reason why he didn't like the FBI. He felt bored and underutilized. Clark also knew that Stevkin had a bit of a chip on his shoulder when it came to his former employer and the CIA. He would love the chance to embarrass them. "What do you think of the president's nominee to be the next director?" "I don't know her personally, but the word on the street is that she's pretty sharp." "She is," Clark replied, and then added, "very sharp. But unfortunately, there are certain people in this town who don't want to see her take over at the CIA." "Isn't that pretty much always the case when one of these jobs opens up?" "Yes. Yes, it is. But this time there might be some legitimate concern." "Such as?" Clark shifted his large body again and said, "This is going to be very delicate, Norb." "Hank," said Stevkin with a slightly offended look on his face, "as far as I'm concerned, everything that is ever said in these meetings is between you and me and the wall." "I know that, Norb, but this could get rather tricky." Clark's attempts at caution were only serving to pique Stevkin's curiosity further. "You know I'm not afraid to take risks." "I know." Clark paused to let the tension build. He looked thoughtfully out the window as if he were struggling over the idea of getting Stevkin involved. Finally, he looked at his visitor and said, "It could turn into a media circus." Stevkin blinked. He distrusted the media. He was acutely aware that it was an insatiable beast that was often indiscriminate in its destruction. Working in a field where it was best to keep a low profile, the press was something he'd gone to great lengths to avoid. Trying to think a few steps ahead, he asked, "Depending on what I find, is there a chance that I'd be called before your committee to testify?" "No," Clark shook his head. "But there is a chance you'd be called before the House Intelligence Committee." Now Stevkin was confused. "Why?" "It's a complicated story, and one that I'm trying desperately to stay out of." Clark sighed, and then continued. "I have given the President my word that I'm going to support the confirmation of Dr. Kennedy as the next director of the CIA, and I'm not going to go back on that word. Having said that, however, I have some reservations about Dr. Kennedy." With a stern expression, he added, "That is not to leave this room." Stevkin acted offended. "It goes without saying." "Well, most of those reservations have been planted by the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Rudin." Clark noted the frown the name brought to Stevkin's face and quickly added, I know the man is a major pain in the ass, but he means well." Clark leaned forward. "Rudin swears that Kennedy is as corrupt as they come. He's extremely passionate about it." "Then why doesn't he investigate her? He has the power to do it." "He does indeed. Several weeks ago he called Kennedy before his committee and attempted to ask her some tough questions." Clark took a sip of coffee.
And? And he got dragged up to the White House by the Speaker of the House and read the riot act by the President himself.
Oh, the President doesn't want any trouble with his nomination.
Exactly. And as I've said, I gave Hayes my word. I'm not going to go back on it and besmirch Kennedy's reputation during the confirmation hearing, all because Al Rudin has a burr up his ass. But at the same time, I would like to avoid backing this nomination if Kennedy has something in her past that could embarrass me.
So you'd like me to quietly dig around and see what I can turn up?
Exactly. Clark sat back and slapped his thighs. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll get started this morning. Great. Clark smiled uncomfortably and then added, There is one more favor I need to ask of you. Shoot. You won't technically be working for me.
Who will I be working for?
Congressman Rudin. Stephen frowned. Excuse me for being so blunt, Hank, but the man has a reputation as being a real ass.
I know he is, but he means well.
I promise I'll tell him to be on his best behavior, or you'll walk.
The frown had not left Stevkin's face.
Does he know what my rate is? I mean, the guy has a reputation of being the cheapest politician on the Hill.
Don't worry about your fee. I'm going to take care of that.
No.
Stevkin was embarrassed. I can't charge you. You've done enough for me.
No, I insist, Norb. And I'm not going to argue about it with you. You're worth every penny and then some.
Hank, I don't feel right taking...
Clark held up his hand and cut him off. Don't say another word. I don't want to hear it. I'm paying you, and that's the end of it, all right?
Clark believed that the best way to keep someone loyal was to pay them well.
Stevkin nodded. All right, but I'm not going to take any crap from Rudin.
That's fine, smiled Clark. Now, there are a couple more things.
I have a contact for you at Langley.
He's very high up, and I think he'll be willing to help.
Who is it? Jonathan Brown. Do you know who he is?
Stevkin mumbled something and said, The former federal judge?
Yes. He had a reputation as a real prick when he sat on the bench.
That doesn't surprise me. He's a by-the-book kind of guy.
Then he's not going to tell me anything.
Don't be so sure, cautioned Clark.
He's seen some things at Langley that have troubled him greatly.
Has he told you? No. He knows if he tells me, there's no turning back.
Stevkin seemed to struggle with the whole thing. I don't see why he'd open up to me.
Because he has a conscience. All he needs right now is for someone to give him the chance to do the right thing.
Clark backed off a bit and added, Now that's assuming Kennedy has done something egregious. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it was Stansfield. But the point is, I want to make sure before I vote for Kennedy that I'm not going to get egg on my face.
Stevkin accepted the answer. I think I understand.
Good. The senator stood, and so did Stevkin. Do you know where Wolf Trap Park is?
No.
It's out by the Leesburg Pike.
I'll find it.
Good. Brown walks his dog in the park every night when he gets home from work, usually around 6. I suggest you bump into him tonight.
Stevkin wondered how Clark knew this, but decided not to ask.
How should I approach him?
After thinking about it for a moment, Clark said,
Tell him you're working for Congressman Rudin. Tell him the congressman is very worried that the wrong person is about to be made director of the CIA. Tell him that anything he provides will be kept off the record. His name will not get dragged into this. Clark placed a hand on Stevkin's shoulder. The congressman is just looking for something to get an investigation going and throw a wrench into the confirmation hearings.
Don't worry, Hank. I'll handle it.
I know you will, Norb. And if nothing turns up, that's great. I like Dr. Kennedy, and I think she'll make one hell of a director. I just want to make sure she's not going to embarrass me before I cast that vote next week.
I understand.
Good. I told Congressman Rudin you'd stop by his office this morning. Can you swing over there?
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Clark slapped him on the back. "Thanks, Norb." He was about to say goodbye, and then he added, "And one more thing. My name stays out of this at all costs. All I did was refer you to Rudin. I never paid you a penny for this job, right?" Clark winked, and the two men shook hands. Chapter 18. Milan, Italy, Thursday afternoon. Mark Rosenthal had killed the enemies of Israel in a variety of ways. By knife, by bullet, even by poison once. But his instrument of choice over the years had been explosives. There were several reasons for this. To start with, he found it practical. Explosives enabled him to maximize damage while maintaining his cover. A machine gun could be just as lethal in the right hands, but to stand in the open and hose down a group of people was to open oneself up to return fire. And that was just the start. Such an act made escape very difficult. No, Rosenthal liked bombs. He could study the habits of his targets and get the device into place before they arrived. He'd pulled off some bold operations during his years with Mossad. Rosenthal knew that during a time when Mossad had had a streak of bad luck, he was one of the few bright stars. That was in great part due to the keen instincts of Ben Friedman. Friedman had sent Rosenthal into the occupied territories to gather information. The baby-faced Jew had proven to be so effective at penetrating the Palestinian terrorist organization Hamas that Friedman couldn't resist using Rosenthal to strike back. The first bomb Rosenthal planted took out several mid-level lieutenants of the organization. But it was his second bombing that proved to Friedman that Rosenthal was an astonishingly brave warrior. The second bombing took place at a street-side cafe in Hebron. Rosenthal had planted the device in the bottom of a trash can early the same morning, and then that afternoon he met several of his Hamas compatriots at the cafe for lunch. During the meal, Rosenthal got up and went to the bathroom. In his pocket, he carried a pen that doubled as a trigger for the bomb. Before leaving the bathroom, he depressed the pen cap and threw it into the garbage. The bomb was now on a 20-second delay. Rosenthal then walked back and sat down at the table. He had picked his spot carefully. Between him and the bomb was a palm tree in a concrete planter. Rosenthal calmly counted the time, and at 18 seconds he bent over, as if to pick up something he dropped. The blast instantly killed 3 of the 4 men he was dining with and 2 other patrons. Rosenthal escaped with a severe concussion, some lacerations from the flying debris, and some hearing loss. The fact that he himself had almost died in the bombing served to cement his standing as a soldier of Hamas. It was this bold move that allowed him to get close to Hamas leader Yahya Ayash. Rosenthal was brought into the inner circle, and 5 months later, on a bright sunny day, he took a call for Ayash on a cell phone that had been modified by the technicians back at Mossad. When Rosenthal handed Ayash the phone, he walked away and left the group. Once again, he had a pen in his pocket, but this time there was no delayed fuse. Rosenthal never looked back. He pressed the top of the pen with his thumb, and the explosion was instantaneous. The shaped plastic charge in the phone tore into Ayash's head and killed him. That was the end of Rosenthal's undercover work in the occupied territories. He was hated by all of Palestine. Friedman had taken significant interest in honing Rosenthal's skills as an assassin. The Director General of Mossad had significant experience in the arena. In 1972, 11 Israeli athletes were taken hostage during the Munich Olympics by the Palestinian group Black September. 2 of the athletes were killed right away when the terrorists burst into their dormitory at the Olympic Village. The terrorists demanded the release of 234 Palestinians held in Israeli jails. Golda Meir, Israel's prime minister at the time, refused to release the prisoners because she believed it would only invite future disasters. After a tense 5-day standoff, the German authorities made their move at the airport, while the terrorists were transferring their hostages to a plane. The rescue operation was a disaster. The 9 remaining hostages were all killed, as were 6 of the 8 terrorists. To add insult to injury, the 2 surviving terrorists were later released. Ben Friedman had been at the airport that dreaded day in 1972. He had been standing next to one of his idols, Tzvi Zamir. Zamir had been the Director General of Mossad at the time. and after the massacre in Munich, it was Zamir who had convinced the Prime Minister that it was time to take the gloves off. Golda Meir directed Zamir to hunt down the masterminds behind Black September and kill them. Over the next 9 months, the blood flowed, and Ben Friedman proved himself to be one of Mossad's most efficient assassins. His first hit was barely a month after the massacre of the Olympic athletes. Mossad wanted to send a signal to everyone, and their first target was Wael Zweiter, a PLO representative in Rome. On October 16th, Friedman came up behind Zweiter, put 2 bullets into the back of his head, and left him for dead on the street. Not even 2 months later, Friedman was part of a team that killed Mahmoud Hamshari by placing a bomb in the phone of his Paris apartment. The bomb was detonated by remote control, and the PLO representative was decapitated. Blood continued to flow, and Friedman's crowning achievement came on April 13, 1973. He was part of a select force of Mossad agents and army commandos that launched a raid into the heart of Beirut. The targets that night were 3 of the PLO's most senior officials. Mohammed Najjar, Kamal Adwan, and Kamal Nasser were all gunned down in their homes. The success of the raid had implications far beyond the deaths of the 3 leaders. Information seized during the raids led to the assassination of 3 more terrorists with ties to Black September. The success of the raid was short-lived, however. Just 2 months after Mossad had experienced one of its greatest successes, it experienced its worst nightmare. The disaster occurred in the sleepy Norwegian ski village of Lillehammer. A team of Mossad agents was sent to investigate a possible sighting of the terrorist Ali Hassan Salameh. The inexperienced group incorrectly identified the target and then proceeded to kill Ahmed Bouchiki, a Moroccan waiter. If that wasn't bad enough, 6 of the team members were subsequently captured while trying to escape. The men and women were put on trial, and 5 of the 6 were jailed. The international outcry was deafening, and Mossad was officially ordered to get out of the assassination business. But unofficially, they stayed very much involved in the dirty business, and Ben Friedman continued to be one of Mossad's best. He had used those years of experience to train Rosenthal. They studied why certain operations succeeded and why others failed. The Lillehammer fiasco was easy to dissect. After all, they'd killed the wrong man. Everything started with the misidentification of the target. The entire mess could have easily been avoided with some thorough checking. After that, there was one other glaring flaw. There were too many agents involved in the operation. This was the result of too much oversight from Tel Aviv. Friedman knew that for a mission to be successful, the man or woman pulling the trigger had to have as much autonomy as possible. But they must always remember to not embarrass Israel. It was for that reason that there would be no explosives this time. It was one thing to set off a bomb in Gaza or Jerusalem. As strange as it might seem, the people of the Middle East were used to such things. But a bomb in Milan would draw too much attention. The authorities and the press would start to dig, and eventually fingers would be pointed at Israel. There were better, quieter ways to handle the situation. Donatella Ron would have to be killed up close, preferably a silenced bullet delivered to the back of her head. Before leaving Tel Aviv, Rosenthal had thoroughly read Donatella's file. He had seized on her heroin addiction and thought that there might be a way to fake her death with an overdose. As convenient as the plan sounded at first, Rosenthal had to be realistic. She was not some waif of a model. She herself was a skilled assassin. There would be no realistic way to subdue her without a struggle, and a struggle would mean noise and possibly witnesses. In addition, a struggle would leave marks on her body that wouldn't be consistent with an overdose. No, the heroin overdose was too complicated. There were too many spots where it could blow up in their faces. They needed something uncomplicated. Rosenthal had been trying to pick a spot all afternoon. He could always do it on the crowded street while she walked home from work. Rosenthal was an expert at blending into a crowd. His diminutive size made it very easy for him to move almost unnoticed. It would be relatively simple for him to stalk her, put a bullet into her heart, and keep walking. The only real risk was another pedestrian getting in the way or trying to chase him after he pulled the trigger. It was a risk that he was willing to take if he had to. As Rosenthal looked out the window of the rented car, he had something else on his mind. In front of him was the building where Donatella's flat was located. He'd been sitting there for half an hour and had just witnessed a UPS driver deliver a package. It got Rosenthal thinking. The best place to do it would be her apartment. She would have her guard down, and they would have time to clean up and sanitize the apartment when they were done. The apartment it would be. He started to prepare a mental checklist of the things he would need. After another 5 minutes of watching, he told Sundberg to take him back to the safe flat. The White House, Thursday morning. President Hayes was in the cabinet room watching his Secretary of Commerce slug it out with a group of lobbyists that represented the AFL-CIO, the Teamsters, and Amnesty International. The argument was over whether or not the U.S. should continue to grant most favored nation status to China when it came up for review in a few months. In Hayes's mind, it was a worthless debate. There was only one way the U.S. would revoke China's most favored nation status, and it had nothing to do with the high-priced lobbyists sitting around the large, highly polished conference table. China would have to cause an international incident. Even something so brazen as being caught stealing secrets from American businesses might not be enough. They would have to take military action against Taiwan, and that wasn't going to happen. The Chinese were ecstatic with their new hybrid economy. Where the former Soviet Union was in shambles, trying to make the transition from a closed socialist economy to an open one, the Chinese were flourishing. They offered something the Russians couldn't: stability. Hayes looked on with mixed feelings of sympathy and disrespect as the union representatives and lobbyists tried to state their cases. He had sympathy for them because they were truly passionate, but he also loathed them precisely because they were so passionate about a dead issue. Unemployment was at a 30-year low. The alarmists from the unions had said that NAFTA would cost millions of jobs, and it hadn't. Wages were up. Continued open trade with China was good for the American economy, and hence the American people. The human rights people had a slightly better point, but in the end, isolationism was no way to get China to treat its people better. The key was continued trade. Get them to open their economy first, and then their minds and hearts. Hayes felt the meeting was a waste of his time, but in Washington you always had to have your eye on the next election. These people represented a big portion of his base. He needed to lend them a sympathetic ear, lest they go looking to back a different Democratic candidate. The president sat in his chair with his hands folded neatly in front of him and nodded, as the woman from Amnesty International recited a slew of statistics about the number of people unjustly incarcerated in the world's largest country. When the door opened, Hayes was relieved to see Michael Hake enter. The wiry national security advisor came around the table and apologized to the president's guests. He then bent over and whispered something into the president's ear. Hayes nodded several times and then looked to the people sitting across the table. "I'm sorry, but something has come up." Hayes stood. "Thank you for coming to see me." He walked around the table and shook each person's hand. "You've made some very good points, and I'll take them under advisement." As the president started to leave, the man representing the AFL-CIO stepped forward and said, "We're sick of losing on this issue, sir. We're prepared to pull out all the stops this time." Hayes paused and looked at the man. He should have kept walking, but didn't. "What's that supposed to mean, Harry?" "It means come next election, we're going to remember who stood with us on this one." Hayes took a step closer to the man. "What are you going to do, Harry? Tell your people to vote for a Republican?" Finding courage in the fact that the president had less than 50% approval rating, the man replied, "With all due respect, sir, you might not be the only person seeking the party's nomination." Instead of losing his temper, Hayes smiled at the man. He patted the union representative on the shoulder and said, "Good luck trying to get someone to commit political suicide." With that, Hayes left the cabinet room and made a mental note to keep an eye on the MFN China vote. There were maybe 3 or 4 people within the party that might try to challenge him. If any of them voted against MFN status for China, it would be a clear signal that they decided to challenge him. As they started down the stairs to the basement of the West Wing, the president asked Hake what the unscheduled visit was about. Hake informed him that General Flood had not wanted to talk about it over the phone. The two men continued to the Situation Room, where they found Irene Kennedy, General Flood, and 2 other Army officers waiting. The President recognized one of them, but not the other. The man he recognized was General Campbell, the head of the Joint Special Operations Command. "Mr. President, this is Colonel Gray. He's the CO of Delta Force. I think you've met on one other occasion." "Yes, of course we have." The President now remembered the warrior. He reached out across the table and took the man's hand. "Good to see you again, Colonel." As would be expected, Gray had a hardened edge to him that commanded respect. "I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting," continued Flood. "Don't worry." Hayes rolled his eyes. "You actually saved me from another 30 minutes of sheer boredom." The President sat in his chair at the head of the table, and everyone followed suit. General Flood settled his large frame into the chair at the opposite end of the long conference table. "During our last meeting, you asked me to explore all options to achieve our goal. I consulted General Campbell on the mission, and he brought in Colonel Gray. Before I turn this over to the Colonel, I'd like to note that Delta Force was conceived to handle extremely delicate and difficult situations. I have confidence in Colonel Gray and his men, and I encourage their creative solutions to very difficult problems. It is our job," Flood looked at the President, "to decide how and when to use them." The General glanced over at Colonel Gray and nodded for him to start. "Mr. President, you may remember during the Gulf War that Delta Force was asked to look into the possibility of going after Saddam and either grabbing him or killing him. There were 2 schools of thought here. The first was that we were at war and hence we wouldn't be in violation of the executive order banning the assassination of foreign leaders. Many of us in the military argued that Saddam was a soldier. More often than not, he wears a uniform, and he is a military dictator. The other camp argued that we would be in violation of the executive order signed by President Reagan. The debate proved to be moot due to the fact that we could never locate the exact whereabouts of Saddam. Along the way, however, we learned a couple of interesting things. Saddam takes his own security very seriously. So seriously that he often leaves his own people in utter confusion. He has an entire fleet of white armor-plated limousines and cars that he uses like a big shell game. These caravans move about the country in a completely nonsensical pattern. During the war, we'd get a report that Saddam was in one part of Baghdad, only to find out 2 minutes later that there was a second caravan seen on the other side of town. And then, 5 minutes after that, we'd get a report that he was seen in the south meeting with leaders of his Republican Guard. The man has over 20 palaces. And we'd get reports all night of motorcades coming and going. He was impossible to track. It wasn't until after the war that something occurred to me. As warriors, we're taught to probe for the enemy's weakness. And if we can't find one, we have to find a way to use his own strengths against him. Colonel Gray grinned. I found a way to use Saddam's strength against him. The President was hooked. Sitting up a little straighter, he said, I'm listening. Sir, Saddam's own people don't know where he is. They are used to seeing motorcades of white cars racing about the country at all hours of the day. No one ever stops them, because the only person in the whole country who travels in such a fashion is Saddam himself and a few of his select family members. The President still hadn't figured out where the Colonel was heading. I don't see how you'd use this against him. If one of these motorcades contained not Saddam, but a select team of Delta Force operators, they would be able to move about the country unchallenged. Very slowly, a smile crept onto the President's face, and then he began to nod. I'm intrigued, Colonel. I'd like to hear more. Chapter 19. Milan, Thursday evening. Rapp was growing impatient. He had arrived at the Jamaica Cafe before 6, so he could check the place out. Anna was back at the hotel sleeping. After a tiring night of travel and a full afternoon of shopping, she'd hit the wall. Rapp had tucked her into bed and said that he'd return and wake her for a late dinner. He noted with a yawn that he could use a little sleep himself. Rapp had grabbed a corner booth in the bar, which was beginning to fill with customers and smoke. In his left hand, he held his Heckler & Koch HK-4 pistol with a snubbed silencer. It was under the table, covered by a cloth napkin. Rapp wasn't taking any chances, and with each passing minute his unease was growing. It was now 6:15, and there was no sign of Donatella. Mentally, he began going down the list of possibilities. Rapp agreed with Kennedy that Donatella's activities in America some 2 weeks earlier were not sanctioned by the Israeli government. Mossad had done a lot of crazy things over the years, but this didn't fit. There was no reason he could think of why the notorious Israeli intelligence service would want to double-cross him and leave him for dead in Germany. Mitch Rapp and the Orion team had been Mossad's greatest ally for nearly a decade. They were capable of penetrating the operation. There was no doubt about that. If anyone could do it, it would be Mossad. But they still didn't have the motive. And if Director Stansfield had been right, the motive was to stop Kennedy from becoming the next director of Central Intelligence. Once again, Rapp didn't see it. As the director of the CIA's Counter-Terrorism Center, she had been a staunch ally of the oldest democracy in the Middle East. No, Rapp thought. Donatella had to be freelancing. The big question now was, for whom? As the minutes slid by, he began to wonder if he'd ever get the answer to his question. There was the chance that Donatella was hung up at work and running late. But you did not survive long in this business by accepting the most common reason. You survived by thinking of all the possibilities and planning for contingencies. Throwing logic aside for the moment, he wondered what she would do if she had in fact been working for Mossad when she'd assassinated Peter Cameron. She'd have to run. There was no other solution. She couldn't very well turn to the Israelis and tell them he'd contacted her. They'd just as soon kill her rather than protect her. For once and for all, Rapp did away with that possibility. There was no way the Israeli government was involved in this. There was the list of usual suspects: the Russians, the Chinese, Iraq, Iran, Syria, the Palestinians, and the French. Of the group, the Russians were probably the only ones who had the assets to penetrate the operation, and once again, he didn't see the motive. All roads pointed back to America. Somebody wanted him dead, and if Thomas Stansfield had been right, that person, or persons, ultimately wanted to end Irene Kennedy's career. Rapp hadn't the faintest idea who they were. He needed Donatella to point him in the right direction, and for that to happen, she had to show up. As he looked around the bar for the 100th time, he quietly hoped that she'd been smart enough to keep their meeting earlier in the day to herself. She had to trust him one last time, and he would make sure she'd make it through without getting harmed. Finally, at 6:27, Donatella entered the noisy, crowded bar in a black pantsuit with a coat draped over one arm. Like two true professionals, they barely glanced at each other. They'd been taught the same thing. Trouble almost always comes from where you least expect it. Get the target to focus on one thing and then blindside them. They both warily checked their flanks to make sure no one was coming after them. Rapp watched heads turn as the gorgeous Donatella walked through the bar. His eyes expertly scanned the crowded bar, searching for faces he'd seen before, and looking for a pair of eyes that were watching him rather than the stunning brunette. Donatella smiled her devilish smile and came around to his side of the booth. She kissed him on the cheek, and then, with her curvaceous hip, she bumped him to the side and sat practically on his lap. Her intent was twofold. First of all, she did not want to sit with her back to the door, and second, she did not want to have to talk across the table. It would be much better if they could whisper in each other's ear. "Sorry I'm late," said Donatella in Italian. She shook her head to the side in an effort to move some of her thick mane out of the way. "What was the hold-up?" asked Rapp in her native tongue. "It was a disastrous day. We had a shoot that cost a lot of money and produced nothing but crap. And then the only man I've ever truly loved stopped by my office and told me he was getting married." Donatella flagged down a passing waiter and ordered a double Stoli martini with a lemon peel. When the waiter was gone, she turned back to Rapp and said, "All in all, it's been a really shitty day." With a fake smile, she asked, "And how was your day, honey?" Rapp felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Donnie. I never meant to hurt you." Taking her hand, he said, You've always been very special to me, and you always will be." "But not that special." She stared at Rapp with her dark brown, almond-shaped eyes, her full lips pursed, as if she might begin to cry. Rapp put his right arm around her and pulled her tight. He kissed her forehead and said, "You have to have faith that everything will turn out." Donatella pushed away. Her eyes were moist. "That's easy for you to say. You have someone. You've found the person you want to marry, and what do I have? Nothing." "You have to have faith that it will happen for you, too." "My faith was you. However foolish it might have been, I thought one day we'd walk away from all of this crap and live happily ever after." After brushing a tear from her cheek, Rapp said, "We haven't exactly seen a lot of each other over the past year." "I know. It was foolish of me, but damn it, I loved you. I still love you." Rapp swallowed uncomfortably. He knew Donatella to be a very passionate woman, but he didn't expect her to show this much emotion. "Donnie, I loved you very much, you know that. We were there for each other during some of the worst times." She nodded, but kept her head tilted down, buried in his chest. Pulling herself together a bit, she looked up and said, "I'm happy for you. I really am. It's just that—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "What?" "This is a lonely fucking business." Rapp knew all too well what she meant. He pulled her close and squeezed tight. "Don't worry, Donnie. If you're ready to put it all behind you, I'll make it happen." Rapp decided at that exact moment that he would do whatever it took to bring her in. He would use whatever leverage he had to make sure she was safe. Donatella sat up and grabbed a handkerchief from her bag. She blotted the tears from her eyes and said, "I'm not done yet. I have a few more years left before I can retire." Rapp thought of the fate of Peter Cameron and decided she might not have a few more years. At that moment, the waiter approached the table and set Donatella's drink down. "He'll have a glass of your house red wine, please." Donatella dismissed the waiter and turned to Rapp. "If I'm going to cry and drink vodka, I'm not going to let you get away with drinking coffee." Rapp didn't argue. He instead used the opening to get to the point. "Donnie." Rapp looked her in the eye to make sure she knew how serious he was. "I'm going to tell you some things, and as always, they're in complete confidence. In return, I need you to be honest with me." Donatella set her drink down and moved back a bit. She'd been thinking about how she was going to handle this all day, and she as yet hadn't come up with a solution. "I'll do my best." What is that supposed to mean? It means I'll do my best. "Will you be honest with me?" "I'll be honest with you, but you know there are certain things I can't answer no matter what our history is." Reluctantly, Rapp conceded the point and asked, "Are you going to answer the question that I asked you in your office this afternoon?" She'd thought about little else since he'd left. That and the fact that the man of her dreams was going to marry someone else. Her first instinct was to lie. It had nothing to do with Mitch. It was standard operating procedure. Everybody was on a need-to-know basis, and if someone wasn't in the loop, they shouldn't be asking the question. Hence, they shouldn't be offended when they found out they were lied to. Mitch fell into a different category, though. They had been through so much, and not just in the bedroom, but in the field. There was an unspoken rule between them. If you can't answer the question, don't. Mitch knew something. She had no idea how, but one thing was clear. Somehow, he knew she was in Washington several weeks ago. Rapp leaned in and repeated the question. "Were you in Washington several weeks ago?" Donatella took a sip of the cold vodka. "Yes." "Did you spend any time at George Washington University?" "Who wants to know?" "I do." "No one else?" asked a skeptical Donatella. "Oh, there are others. But no one wants to know as bad as I do." "And why is that?" Rapp studied her for a second. They could go on like this for hours, like two tennis players, volleying the ball across the net at each other. He was in no mood for such a game. He didn't have the time. Taking a calculated risk, he said, "There was a professor at George Washington University that I really wanted to talk to. Unfortunately, someone stuck a pick in his ear and scrambled his brain before I could get to him. Any idea who would do such a thing?" Donatella fidgeted and looked away at the crowd. She knew he had her. He'd seen her killed that way before. Choosing to deflect his question by asking one of her own, she said, "Why did you want to talk to him?" Rapp's eyes lit up with anger. He leaned in until his nose was just inches away from Donatella's. His response was spoken through gritted teeth. "Because he tried to kill me." Situation Room, Thursday morning. Colonel Gray had the room's rapt attention. Even the inflappable Irene Kennedy was shaking her head in disbelief at the Delta Force commander's bold plan. Its audacity was absolutely beautiful. President Hayes looked at the colonel with a slightly miffed expression and asked, "You've already practiced this?" "Yes, sir." "How?" "We took 3 MH-47E heavy-lift helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, SOAR, and loaded them each with 1 Mercedes sedan and 4 Delta operators. We flew the planes from Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina to Hulbert Field in Florida. Once we arrived, we conducted 8 separate infiltration and exfiltration operations over an 8-day period. We tried to make the exercise as realistic as possible. Each night, we sent out 2 MH-53J PAVE lows with Delta operators in each bird. Their job was to secure the landing area for the arrival of the MH-47Es. The first 2 nights, we made it easy on them. We selected paved roads on remote parts of the base. The paved lows arrived at the pre-selected area and secured and marked the landing strip. The MH-47Es arrived and landed without incident. The cars were unloaded and the Delta operators took off on their simulated mission. The cars were then reloaded and the choppers took off. The next 2 nights, the paved lows arrived and found the designated area occupied by potentially hostile forces. They had to move on to the secondary landing sites, and so forth. With each passing night, we made the mission increasingly difficult. We simulated one of the choppers breaking down. We simulated the force coming under attack in the middle of unloading the cars. We threw everything at them. "And?" the President asked. "They fared very well. We finished the exercise with an understanding of what should be done to increase the odds for success. We also came away believing that if called on, we could put this plan into action in very short order." The President blinked several times and said, "So you're telling me you think you could fly a couple of these choppers into Iraq, land, unload the cars, drive into Baghdad, hit the target, and get everybody out safely?" The President shook his head. "Excuse me if I sound skeptical, but this seems a little over the top." "I'm in the business of over the top, sir. That's what you pay me for." President Hayes laughed and then leaned forward. "Colonel, do you really think you could pull something like this off?" "That depends on what type of cover you're willing to give us, sir." "What do you mean?" "If what I've just described to you represents the entire scope of the operation—" Gray paused for a second while he calculated the odds of success. "I'd give my men a 50 to 60% chance of achieving the primary goal and making it out without any casualties." The President grimaced. "I don't like those odds." "I can get them closer to 90% if you're willing to expand the scope of the operation." "How?" Gray glanced at the 2 generals before continuing. Both Flood and Campbell signaled for him to proceed. It would be very difficult to get the choppers that deep into Iraqi airspace without them being picked up. To pull this off, we'd need to create some chaos. General Flood has informed me that one of your contingencies is for massive airstrikes. It's something I'm considering. Well, if the flyboys were to go in and wreak havoc with the Iraqis' air defenses and lines of communications, just prior to my boys going in, it would create the perfect environment. And if they could continue bombing until we were back out, it would be a huge help. With a look of disbelief, the president asked, "You want to send your men into Baghdad with bombs dropping all around them?"
"Yes."
Gray sat forward and gestured with his hands.
"We'd create a safe corridor for the team to get in and out of the city. No bombs would be dropped in that zone. And no bombs would be dropped within, let's say, a 6-block radius of the hospital." "Colonel, I haven't been at this job very long, but I do know that our aviators don't always hit their target. Don't you think it's a little dangerous to send your men into a city that we're bombing?" Colonel Gray looked his president in the eye and said, "Sir, being a Delta Force commando is dangerous. No one fights for me who doesn't want to be there. If my men wanted a safe job, they'd go sell cars for a living."
"Point well taken, but—" The president remained skeptical. "This seems awfully complicated, and—" Hayes looked down the length of the table at General Flood. "You always tell me the more complicated these things get, the better chance there is that something will go wrong."
"That is usually true, sir,"
answered the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Colonel Gray wasn't to be deterred. "Mr. President, I'll grant that this is complicated, but I can give you 2 things that the Air Force can't." Forcefully, Gray continued, "Let's not forget the primary objective. We need to be sure that we destroy the nukes. I can guarantee that we'll know whether those nukes are actually underneath that hospital. The Air Force can't give you that guarantee, sir. My men can. They will get into that facility, and they will provide you with a bona fide answer as to whether or not those nukes are actually there. We can destroy the weapons on site, and since they're in a fortified bunker, I'm confident that we could pull the mission off without having to kill all of the innocent people in the hospital."
Gray paused briefly to let the president think about what he'd said, and then added,
"If you do it the Air Force's way, you will be ostracized by the international community for bombing a hospital. You will have no real proof that those nuclear weapons actually existed. Saddam will bus in the journalists so they can shoot footage of the twisted bodies in the rubble. There will be pictures of mothers holding dead babies covered in dust, and the entire Arab world will hate us even more than they already do. Saddam's control will be further consolidated around a wave of anti-American sentiment, and the UN will likely vote to end the economic sanctions."
General Campbell interrupted his subordinate and said, "Colonel, let's stick to our area of expertise and leave the other stuff to the president and his staff." President Hayes held up his hand and said, "That's all right. That's all right. I think Colonel Gray has very succinctly stated what we've all been afraid to say." President Hayes sat quietly for a moment while he thought about the fallout from the airstrikes. The colonel was right. The current coalition against Iraq was in such a weakened state that it wouldn't take much to put an end to it. The bombing would more than likely end all economic sanctions. The Israelis had dumped one hell of a problem into his lap. In frustration, Hayes turned to Irene Kennedy and said, "I'd like to hear your thoughts." Chapter 20. Milan, Thursday evening. Donatella was speechless. In 2 large gulps, she finished a vodka martini and began in earnest her search for the waiter. She caught the man's eye as he was maneuvering his way through the crowd with a tray of drinks. Holding up her empty glass by the stem, she asked for another. Her head was swimming, and it wasn't from the vodka. At least, not yet. She was scrambling to try to figure out how she had been pulled into this. Who had contacted Ben Friedman and hired him to kill Peter Cameron? It wasn't an official Mossad hit. This was purely a freelance venture. She knew because her fee for killing Cameron was already sitting in a Swiss bank account, and Mossad would have never paid her so well. "Donnie, I want some answers." Rapp's anger had not diminished. Donatella was flustered. The hit on Peter Cameron had been advertised as an easy one, but she should have known better. The fee was too high, even for a rush job. She took a deep breath. "Why did he try to kill you?" Rapp leaned back in. "You didn't answer my question. Who hired you to kill him?" She shook her head vigorously. "Believe me, I know far less about this mess than you do." "You know who hired you. Mitchell, please tell me why this man tried to kill you." "All right, Donnie, I'll tell you. But when I'm done, you're going to tell me who hired you and why." Donatella turned again in search of the waiter, and Rapp reached up and grabbed her sculpted chin. Pulling it back toward him, he looked her in the eye and said, "Give me your word." Donatella reached up and tried to push his hand away. "Don't start ordering me around!" Rapp kept his hand firmly on her chin. "Donnie, I'm here as your friend. There are people in Washington who are really upset about this. Half of them want to put a price on your head, and the other half want to talk to your old employers in Israel." With her eyes closed, Donatella began muttering to herself. When she opened her eyes, she calmly said, "Tell me why he tried to kill you." Rapp released her chin as the waiter set Donatella's second drink down. When the man was gone, Rapp said, "This goes no further than this table." Donatella nodded. "I was on an operation recently. 2 operators were there to assist me. I was the trigger man, they were the backup. I took down the target, and then they shot me and left me for dead." A look of concern on her face, Donatella reached out to touch him and asked, "Where?" "2 shots, right here." Rapp pointed to his chest. He read the expression on her face and said, "I know, very unprofessional." He pointed to his forehead. "They should have double-tapped me, but they had reason to believe that I wasn't wearing body armor. At any rate, Cameron was the man who paid them. I don't know who Cameron worked for, and I don't know what the motivation was to kill me, but I'll tell you this. Those 2 people who double-crossed me are dead." "You killed them?" "No, Cameron did." Donatella took a drink. "How do you know he killed them?" "Someone who I trust very much saw it go down. Cameron pulled the trigger. He then turned on the people who helped him kill the 2 who he hired to kill me. And then he tried to kill me one more time in Washington." Rapp sat back. "And I was just about to get my hands on him when you showed up." Rapp took a drink of wine. "I saw you that day, Donnie. You had a blonde wig on. I stepped off the elevator as you entered the staircase at the end of the hall. Something struck me as familiar about you, but I had other things on my mind, like torturing that bastard Cameron so I could find out who hired him. When we picked the lock and got into his office, and I saw the way he'd been killed, I knew it was you." Donatella found the need for more of the cold vodka. This was not good business. There was a pattern emerging. It appeared that anyone who'd been hired to fulfill a contract was the next person on the list to be killed. She saw her dreams of getting out of the business vanishing before her eyes. With her eyes closed, she nodded and said, "It was me." "Thank you for being honest. Now, will you please tell me who hired you?" Donatella looked into Rapp's piercing eyes. She needed time to think, even if it was just a few minutes. It was obvious she had gotten herself into a mess. Whoever had hired her had shown a propensity for killing the very people he employed. That meant she could easily be next on the list. "Donnie, for your own good, tell me who hired you." Donatella held firm. She loved Mitch, and she felt a loyalty toward him, but her ultimate loyalty was to Ben Friedman, the head of Mossad. She couldn't give Ben up, at least not until she thought it through. She needed time. Donatella opened her purse and grabbed some money. She threw enough to cover the tab on the table and said to Rapp, "Come on. We need to take a walk." Situation Room, Thursday morning. The mood in the Situation Room was tense. Colonel Gray had done a thorough job of pointing out the problems of going after the nukes with airstrikes. The President had asked Kennedy for her opinion on the matter, and his nominee to become the next director of the CIA was taking her time crafting an answer. With all eyes on her, Kennedy announced, "I think Colonel Gray's plan is ingenious. I think it has a better chance of succeeding than even he knows." The President was a little surprised by Kennedy's overwhelming endorsement. "What makes you say that?" "The psychology of the Iraqi people. They fear Saddam so thoroughly that they wouldn't consider challenging him."
"But it's not him," countered Michael Hake. "It's a bunch of white cars."
It was obvious by his tone that he wasn't as enamored of Colonel Gray's plan as Kennedy was. Kennedy stuck to her guns. To them, those white cars are Saddam, and no one ever challenges Saddam. He's killed members of his own family. He's killed dozens of his top generals. No one challenges him for fear of losing their life. Kennedy looked at Colonel Gray. "I really have to commend you. I'm embarrassed that the CIA didn't come up with this idea first."
"Isn't there a real risk of this blowing up in our faces?" asked the President.
"Yes, there is. But I don't think it could be any worse than the fallout from bombing a hospital."
"But Saddam put those damn nukes under that hospital. He's the one putting those people at risk."
"I agree with you, sir," said Kennedy. "But I doubt the international press will." The President lowered his head in frustration and rubbed his temples. Without looking up, he asked, "General Flood, what's your take on all of this?"
"Sir, I think the important thing right now is to keep our options open. We should have Colonel Gray move his assets into the theater of operations. That way, if you decide to play this card, we can do so on short notice."
"And if we go ahead, what is your opinion on providing air cover?"
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs hesitated for a moment and then said, "I am not a believer in half measures, sir. As we've discussed before, I do not think we should have ended the Gulf War when we did. We were enamored with our own technology and forgot that the way you win a war is to put troops on the ground. We should have gone all the way to Baghdad and made sure Saddam was ousted."
Flood paused long enough to let out a sigh of frustration, and then said,
"We chose not to do that, and for the last decade the man has continued to be a big pain in our ass. If he has in fact got his hands on some nukes and is about to make them operational, I think we need to hit him hard, and I mean really hard. I would recommend, whether we implement Colonel Gray's plan or not, that we launch a comprehensive bombing campaign against him that focuses on his air defenses and his command and control structures. And I think this time we need to really hit him where it hurts. We need to take out his oil and refinery facilities."
"General," started the President, "you know I can't do that. The environmentalists will go nuts. My own party will attack me."
"That may be, sir. But you ask those environmentalists what they think will cause more damage to this planet. A couple of thousand barrels of spilled oil, or a nuclear detonation over Tel Aviv, or, God forbid, Washington."
Flood leaned forward, setting his large forearms on the table.
"Sir, the only way he can afford to buy these weapons is through his oil revenues. We need to hit him in his wallet. And if you're worried about Turkey and Jordan, we can throw a couple $100 million more in aid their way after we're done."
The President looked at Kennedy for her opinion. "General Flood makes a very forceful case, and in principle, I agree with everything he's just said. Unfortunately, however, we have to take politics into consideration. Right now, your administration hangs onto a razor-thin mandate. If you lose that mandate by alienating the base of your own party, you could become ineffective both domestically and abroad." Michael Hake eagerly jumped in.
"I agree with Irene 100%.
As much as I'd like to, we can't go after his refineries. The outcry would be horrendous."
"So go ahead and bomb a hospital full of innocent people," replied the President in disgust. "But don't do anything to hurt Mother Earth. It's the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard."
"Sir, I'm not saying I agree with it," said Hake. "I'm just stating the political reality."
"Well, it's a shitty reality, and one that I'm very tempted to try and change."
"Sir, if I may," interjected Kennedy. Looking to Colonel Gray, she asked, "How difficult would it be for your men to bring one of the nukes back?"
"That depends how big it is."
"I'll have my people give you an accurate answer by this evening. But for the sake of our discussion, let's assume, at the very least, you could remove the part of the weapon that we're most interested in."
"You mean the warhead, of course."
"Essentially." Gray thought about it for a moment.
"If the weapon hasn't been assembled, my guess is one man could carry the warhead. But if it has been assembled,
then things could get tricky. We'd have to spend time trying to dismantle the weapon to get at the warhead, and on a mission like this, we'd prefer to get in, plant the charges, and be out in a minute or less. I understand, but it's conceivable that you could pull it off. The Army officer thought about it again and said, "Yes, I think we probably could." Kennedy turned back to the President. "Sir, if we were able to get our hands on one of the weapons, I know our scientists could trace the plutonium back to the reactor where it was created. There is also a good chance we could trace most of the other parts back to their origination." Hake saw an even better use for the captured weapon. "And we could hold one hell of a press conference. There would be nowhere for Saddam to run. We'd have caught him red-handed, and the UN would have no choice but to be outraged." Hake looked at General Flood with a grin. "You could bomb all the refineries you wanted, as long as you had proof that you stopped Saddam from having an operational nuclear weapon." Hake looked back to the President. "There isn't a politician in this town who wouldn't be behind you, sir." Chapter 21. Milan, Thursday evening. Outside the bar, Rapp and Donatella fell into stride. Rapp on the left, Donatella on the right. It was an old professional habit. Both could shoot, stab, or punch with either hand, but Rapp favored his left and Donatella her right. They walked south on Via Brera. It was nearing 8 o'clock in the evening. The street lights were on. A quick thunderstorm had coated the ground with a film of water that gleamed beneath the numerous restaurant lights and passing cars. There were other people about, but not many. It looked as if the rain had sent almost everyone indoors. It was obvious that Donatella had been shaken by his words in the bar. Rapp looked over his shoulder. Her attitude and his natural instincts were telling him that all was not well. His pistol with a silencer attached was right where it should be, in case he needed to get at it quickly. "If you're not going to tell me where we're going, then tell me who hired you." Donatella's pace did not slow. The collar of her stylish black trenchcoat was turned up, and her chin was set firmly in the downward position like a fullback about to steamroll a linebacker. "I don't think I can answer that question either." Rapp didn't like the answer. "You can't or you won't." "What's the difference?" "You know what the difference is," replied Rapp in an obviously irritated tone. "Do you know who hired you or not?" She laughed bitterly. "Oh, I know who hired me, but I don't know who hired him." Rapp didn't say anything for a while, and then asked, "Who gave you the target profile?" She shook her head. "I can't answer that." "Why? Is the person connected to Mossad?" "Don't ask me any more questions for a while. I need to think." Rapp could manage to maintain his silence for only a few steps. "Where are we going?" "Back to your hotel. I want to meet your girlfriend." Seeing no humor in the comment, he said, "That's not going to happen. I think you'd better get serious about this, Donnie. This problem is not going to go away. This Cameron guy you killed had 20 years with the CIA. Some very important people want to know why he was meddling in an operation and who he was working for." "I thought you were going to protect me." "I can't protect you unless you tell me who hired you to make the hit." "Then we have a problem, because I don't think I can tell you." Rapp grabbed her by the arm and yanked her to a stop. "Donnie, I'm not fucking around. Irene Kennedy knows you killed Cameron. She can prove you were in the country. She has you on surveillance video leaving Cameron's office at George Washington University, and she knows of at least 3 other people who you've killed by shoving a pick in their ear. She is prepared to take this all the way to the top if need be. I'm over here as a personal courtesy, to see if we can keep this thing as quiet as possible." Donatella pulled her arm from Rapp's grip and started walking again. "Thanks for nothing. If you really want to do me a favor, you can go back to Washington and tell Irene that I had nothing to do with this." Rapp followed a step behind, his temper starting to boil over. "Donnie, you'd better get real about this, and you'd better start showing some fucking gratitude. If it wasn't for me, you'd have been snatched off the street, and you'd be sitting in a dark basement,
with psychotropic drugs coursing through your veins and a black bag over your head." Donatella turned around and stuck her finger in his face. "Don't threaten me." Rapp slapped her hand out of the way and leaned in close. "What in the fuck is wrong with you? You know the rules. You're a goddamn freelancer. You took a rush job and killed somebody who had been meddling in the business of the CIA, and now the CIA wants some answers. Well, they'll have to get them somewhere else, because I'm not talking." Donatella turned and walked across the Via Senato. Rapp stood with his fists clenched at his side and watched her enter the big park known as the Giardini Pubblici. After a brief moment of indecision, he followed. She was headed for a flat and away from the hotel. Rapp jogged across the street and yelled for Donatella to wait for him. She didn't, and kept going at full speed through the park with her head down. A short while later, Rapp caught up to her and tried a different tack. "Donnie, I'm sorry I had to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm here to protect you. Whoever you're afraid of, I can help." She gave him a disbelieving sideways glance and kept walking. "You don't believe me. You don't think I can protect you. Donnie, give me the name of the person who got you into this, and I swear I will make sure nothing happens to you. Just don't talk for 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking for right now. Just don't say another word until we get to the other side of the park." Rapp was about to hit her with another argument, but held back. Donatella was a very headstrong woman. She would have to decide for herself that the best thing would be to tell him who had hired her. After taking a deep breath, Rapp grabbed her hand and squeezed it. He did not envy the position she was in. Whoever had hired her had neglected to mention who was looking for Peter Cameron. Holding hands, they continued across the park in silence. The whole time, Rapp tried to think of ways to get Donatella to give him the information he needed. When they finally reached the other side of the park, Rapp said, "Donnie, I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. I can have you on an agency plane bound for the U.S. by morning. I'll give you my personal guarantee that nothing will happen to you." She took a second glance at him, but kept walking. "I can protect myself just fine. I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just offering my assistance. If I were to take you up on that offer, I'd have to give all of this up. I love this city. I love Italy. I don't want to go hide in America." Rapp thought about her predicament and decided to make a drastic offer. "Donnie, you tell me who you're afraid of, and I'll pay them a little visit. One way or another, I'll make sure they're never in a position to do you any harm." The thought of Mitch Rapp flying to Tel Aviv to threaten Ben Friedman made her laugh. If there was ever a man who would be so bold, it would be Rapp. "You think that's funny?" "No, I don't think any of this is funny. What I do think is that you need to slow down for a second. I'm not saying I won't give you what you need. I'm just saying I need a little time to figure out how to do it." During the silent walk across the park, Donatella had tried to figure out a way to give Rapp the info he needed without telling him that Ben Friedman was her handler. She felt an awesome sense of loyalty to Rapp. And if they were talking about anyone other than Ben Friedman, she'd tell him. But they weren't. They were talking about the Director General of Mossad. If the CIA were to find out that the head of Mossad was arranging hits in their own backyard, they would have an absolute conniption. No, she had to find another way to give Rapp what he wanted. She couldn't simply give them Ben's name. He had snatched her from the clutches of heroin addiction and imbued her with a sense of self-worth that she would never have found on her own. Donatella knew Mitch well enough to know that he wouldn't rest until he found out who had hired Cameron to kill him. Somehow, she would have to convince Friedman to tell her who had taken the contract out on Cameron's life. It was the only way out. She would send Friedman an encrypted email when she got back to her flat. And with any luck, she'd have an answer by morning. Donatella was about to speak when Rapp squeezed her hand in 3 quick successions. Her eyes immediately began sweeping from left to right, looking for trouble. Mitch had seen something, and the hand squeezing was their signal that someone was watching them. They were just around the corner from her flat.
As Donatella searched for what Rapp had seen, she was slightly irritated that she didn't notice it first. This was the third time Rapp had noticed the car. The first time was near Donatella's office earlier in the day. The second was when they'd left the bar, and then now. Rapp broke into casual conversation. If anyone was listening to them via a directional microphone, he didn't want to tip them off. "Are you free for lunch tomorrow?" "I think so." "Should we meet at 11:30? Rapp gave her hand a quick squeeze. "That sounds fine." Donatella's eyes searched the street. 12 o'clock was straight ahead. 11:30 would be a click to the left. She could barely make out the form of a man slumped behind the steering wheel. The man was parked in the perfect position to keep an eye on her street, and the one they were now walking on. "That photo shoot you were talking about earlier?" "Yeah?" "I've run into that photographer 3 times this week." "Really?" said Donatella. Mitch had no idea who the photographer was, so she knew he was telling her this was the 3rd time he'd seen the car. They took a right onto Donatella's block. Rapp kissed her on the cheek and quietly whispered in her ear, "Are you carrying?" Donatella smiled at him and said, "Always, darling. How about you?" "Of course." When they reached the stoop in front of Donatella's flat, Rapp placed his hands on her shoulders and mouthed the words, "Who hired you?" "I'll tell you tomorrow. I have to take care of something first." "I'd rather know now." "I'm sure you would," replied Donatella with a playful grin. "Maybe you could come upstairs and coax it out of me." She placed her hands firmly on his hips and gave him a lustful smile that sent a jolt of electricity through his groin. Rapp was in the process of trying to ignore her flirtations and figure out who would be watching them when Donatella planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Rapp's first reaction was to push her away, but caution got the better of him, and he remembered they were being watched. Donatella's tongue in his mouth brought back a wave of emotion. It was like a slideshow of erotic memories flashing before his eyes in an instant, and then suddenly there was a larger-than-life image of Anna Riley. The vision of his future wife had the correct effect, and Rapp casually extricated his ex-lover's tongue from his mouth. "Oh, I'm tempted to come up," Rapp said for the benefit of any listeners, "but I've got some things I need to take care of before work tomorrow." He gave a slight head jerk in the direction of the car they had discovered just moments ago. "I understand. Maybe tomorrow night I can talk you into staying." Knowing she had a captive audience, she pulled Rapp close and playfully planted another passionate kiss on his lips. He went along with it for a moment, and then, when he began to push her away, she bit down on his lip just hard enough to cause some pain. Rapp didn't find it funny at all. He was too busy trying to figure out who was watching them. If they were watching him, if they were watching her, if it was a coincidence, if they'd been sent by the same person who hired Peter Cameron, or if Kennedy had sent some people from the Rome station to keep an eye on him. If the last were the case, there would be hell to pay when Rapp got back to Washington. He didn't like people looking over his shoulder while he worked. In typical Rapp fashion, he decided he would find out what was going on sooner rather than later. Opening his jacket, he grabbed his mobile phone and showed it to Donatella. He mouthed the words, "I'll call you in 10 seconds. Don't go into your apartment." This time, it was Rapp who delivered the kiss. It was quick, and his tongue stayed in his mouth. "I had a great time. Have a good night's sleep, and I'll call you in the morning." Rapp turned and walked back in the direction from which they had just come. He only glanced at the car to make sure it was still there. When he got to the corner, he took a left and headed away from the car. Instantly, he picked up the pace and took out the small black earpiece for his mobile phone. When he reached the next block, he turned right and crossed the street. As soon as he was out of sight of the man watching Donatella's flat, he broke into a sprint. While running, he dialed Donatella's mobile phone number and counted the rings. When Donatella finally answered, he was almost to the end of the next block. "Don't go into your apartment." "Why?" He could tell by her tone that she was intentionally baiting him. "Don't argue with me. Just let me check something out first." Rapp slowed down to make a hard right turn. "I can take care of myself, don't worry." Rapp's breathing started getting heavier. "Just give me a minute." "If anyone is dumb enough to be waiting for me in my apartment, I feel sorry for them." "Okay." Rapp crossed the next block. He was halfway there. 2 more blocks, and he would be behind the man sitting in the car. "I'll make a deal with you. You tell me who hired you, and then you can go into your apartment." Donatella laughed at him. "You're in no position to be making deals." Her flat was on the 4th floor. Rapp knew she rarely used the elevator, and she surely wouldn't tonight. Not with the possibility that someone was waiting for her. "I'm almost there. Just give me half a minute." "Too late. I'm at my door." "Donnie, tell me who hired you. Don't do this to me." The line went dead. "Shit!" Rapp commanded his legs to go faster, but there was nothing more. His lungs burning, he rounded the next corner and threw away any pretense of finesse in what he was about to do. Capitol Hill, Thursday morning. Norbert Stevkin had decided to leave his car on the street near the Hart Senate office building rather than risk finding a new space over by the Rayburn House office building. The Senate offices were in 3 buildings on the north side of the Capitol, and the House offices were in 4 buildings on the south side of the Capitol. As the cold November wind whipped at his tan trench coat, he realized that what had looked to be a relatively short jaunt across the Capitol grounds was more like a half-mile trek. By the time he reached the Rayburn building, his cheeks and ears were bright red. The former FBI special agent checked his weapon with the Capitol Hill police officer in the lobby and proceeded through the metal detector and up the stairs to Congressman Rudin's office. Stevkin was not looking forward to the meeting. If it were anyone other than Hank Clark, he would have said no. But he couldn't do that to the senator. The man had done too much for him. If Stevkin went through his client list, he'd bet almost 2/3 of it was a direct result of Clark. Stevkin told himself he could handle it. He'd keep the meeting short, and then he'd get to work doing some research on Brown. The office door was open, and Stevkin stepped into the tiny waiting area. A plump woman with a massive gray bun of hair looked up over her spectacles and said, "Yes?" Stevkin smiled and said, "Hello." The old battle-axe gave him the once-over and said, "May I help you?" "I'm here to see the congressman." "Do you have an appointment?" "Nope." Stevkin could see where this was going. "The congressman doesn't take visitors without appointments." The woman looked back down at her work in hopes that the man before her would leave. "I think he'll see me." "Is that right?" she said, with an edge to her voice. "Yes. We have a mutual friend who asked me to stop by and talk to the congressman." "And who would that mutual friend be?" The tone was still there. Stevkin bent over and placed both hands on the desk. He'd seen enough career bureaucrats over the years to know how to handle this woman. "That's none of your business. Now, I'm a very busy man, so why don't you get off your ass and go tell the congressman that Norbert Stevkin is here to see him?" He stayed bent over, his face hovering just a foot from the testy receptionist's. The woman pushed her chair back and stood. In a huff, she walked around her desk, opened the door to Rudin's office, and then slammed it behind her. With arms folded, Stevkin waited alone in the lobby. He listened to the muffled shouts coming from the office and looked around the reception area. The place was a dump compared to Senator Clark's office. Its decor, the level of cleanliness, or lack thereof, spoke volumes about the chasm between the two men. A moment later, Congressman Rudin appeared from his office with the old battle-axe on his heels. Her face was still flushed with anger. Rudin grabbed his overcoat from a coat tree and shouted over his shoulder, "I'm going to be gone for a while." "When will you be back?" she demanded. "I don't know." Rudin looked at Stevkin, and with a jerk of his bird-like head, he signaled for his visitor to follow. Stevkin winked at the congressman's assistant and then followed her boss out the door. Out in the hallway, he had to pick up the pace to catch up with the craggy old congressman. "I don't want to talk in my office," Rudin whispered the words over his shoulder. Like most law enforcement officers, active or retired, Stevkin studied people. For better or worse, he developed the habit of sizing them up in short order. Occasionally, though, he'd meet someone who really piqued his curiosity. As he and Rudin descended the stairs, he thought the congressman might be one of those people. Stevkin reclaimed his weapon from the Capitol Hill police and went outside to catch up. Rudin was already halfway up the block, standing impatiently, gesturing for Stevkin to hurry. Stevkin started toward him, and to his irritation, Rudin began to walk again. He quickened the pace, and 2 blocks later, he pulled up alongside the congressman from Connecticut. Stevkin caught up and asked, "Where are we going?" "Coffee. There's a little place up the street a ways." A half-minute later, Rudin said, "I don't like talking in my office." "Yeah, you said that." Stevkin had decided he was going to have to jerk Rudin's chain a bit. "It's those bastards out at Langley. I don't trust them a bit." Stevkin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew the CIA was capable of doing some pretty bizarre stuff, but there was no way they were stupid enough to bug a congressman's office. Stevkin looked over both shoulders. "It must really freak you out to talk like this out in the open." Rudin looked around. "Why?" "Directional microphones. They can pick up everything we say, even whispers." Rudin mumbled a few things and then pointed ahead, saying, "The coffee place is up here, just past 2nd Street." They traveled the rest of the way in silence. Rudin entered the shop first and approached the counter. A young white woman with dreadlocks and a pierced nose paid little attention to the congressman as he ordered an extra-large cup of French roast. In deference to his bladder, Stevkin ordered a small cup. Rudin's coffee arrived first. He grabbed his cup and went and sat at a table near the back. Stevkin noted that he'd made no effort to pay for his coffee. Stevkin gave the woman $3 and told her to keep the change. He joined the congressman at the table and took off his trench coat. He gave Rudin a chance to thank him, and when he didn't, Stevkin said, "You're welcome." "Huh?" "For the cup of coffee." "Oh, yeah. Thanks." Rudin clutched the tall cup with his bony hands and took a sip. "Hank says you're very good at what you do." Stevkin said nothing. He just stared at Rudin. "We don't have much time," said the congressman. "Kennedy starts her confirmation hearing tomorrow." "What is it that you're looking for?" "Are you familiar with congressional oversight in terms of the intelligence community?" "Somewhat." "Well, Thomas Stansfield, thank God that bastard is finally dead, he didn't much believe in congressional oversight. He tried to keep us in the dark as much as possible, especially when it came to covert operations." "And what does this have to do with Kennedy?" "She's one and the same. She's the female version of Stansfield." "I've heard she's pretty sharp." Stevkin blew on his coffee. "Oh, God," grimaced Rudin. "Don't tell me you believe that." "So what are you telling me, that she's stupid?" "No, she's not stupid. She's far from stupid." "So she's pretty sharp." "I suppose, but that has nothing to do with this. The bottom line is that the CIA needs to be reined in, and the best chance we have of doing it is right now, before she becomes entrenched." "What proof do you have that she's broken the law?" Rudin looked like he was about to jump out of his own skin. "I don't have any, you idiot! That's why I'm talking to you. You're supposed to get me the proof." One of the things Stevkin liked most about working for himself was that he could be selective about who he took shit from. If a client was paying him a lot of money, he'd been known to let some stuff slide. But the smaller the fee, the less crap he was willing to take. Rudin wasn't paying him a cent, and Stevkin doubted the man would ever send a client his way. At least, not any he'd want. "How in the hell did you ever get elected?" "What?" snarled Rudin, utterly confused by the question. "You and Broomhilda, your receptionist. You're 2 of the most socially retarded persons I've ever met." "What?" Rudin couldn't believe his ears. "I'm doing this as a favor to Senator Clark." Stevkin pointed his thick index finger at Rudin. "You're not paying my tab. Hell, you won't even buy me a cup of coffee. I'm the one doing you a favor by meeting with you. You should be buying me the cup of coffee, not the other way around." Before Rudin could react, Stevkin changed gears.
But I'm not going to cry over a couple of bucks, so let's get down to business. If you want me to help, you have to answer my questions. And while you're at it, it might be a good idea to avoid calling me an idiot." Stevkin gave Rudin a patronizing smile and said, "So, tell me how you think Kennedy has broken the law." Chapter 22. Milan, Thursday evening. The flat was very nice. It was tastefully decorated with a perfect mix of antiques and modern amenities. The walls were covered with original paintings by artists that Rosenthal did not know. Nor did he care to know. It was all irrelevant shit to him. He'd been sitting in the dark now for over 2 hours, waiting for the woman to return, and he was growing impatient. Sundberg was positioned across the room from him on the living-room couch. Jant was out on the street in the rental car, following the target. The file Rosenthal had received from Friedman said nothing about a security system, but Rosenthal had learned the hard way that the files were rarely as up-to-date as they should be. So instead of picking the lock and running the risk of getting caught in the hallway and possibly setting off an alarm, Rosenthal went in search of the caretaker's flat in the basement. He asked the 76-year-old man if there were any available units in the building. The old man told him that there weren't any at present, but he expected one to open up after the first of the year. Rosenthal told the caretaker that he was in town from Rome and would be moving to Milan in February. He then pulled out a wad of money and said he was willing to put down a cash deposit today if the unit was acceptable. The caretaker leapt at the opportunity to rent the flat after one showing, and the two men ascended to the top floor of the building. While they were upstairs poking around, Jordan Sundberg picked his way into the caretaker's flat and found the file on Donatella Rahn. Fortunately, there was no security system, and even more fortunately, there were 3 copies of the key to her flat. Sundberg checked the other hooks. Some of the flats had 4 copies, and others had only 2. There appeared to be no system, but just to make sure, Sundberg found a drawer filled with spare keys and grabbed one. He then took one of the keys to Donatella's apartment and replaced it with the one from the drawer. After checking to make sure he didn't disturb anything that might be noticed, he left the caretaker's flat and waited down the street for Rosenthal. For his part, Rosenthal gave the old man the cash deposit and told him he would stop by the next morning to fill out the paperwork. He, of course, would not be returning, and he hoped if the police came around asking questions, the old man would say nothing of his visit, for fear of having to turn the cash over as evidence. Either way, he wasn't worried. Rosenthal and his team would be out of the country by mid-morning, and he doubted any description given by the old caretaker would be detailed enough to give him real problems. In Rosenthal's opinion, it was a gamble well worth taking. Israel, because it was a country surrounded by enemies, had little compunction when it came to using assassination as a means to secure the foundling country's interests. During the country's brief existence, they'd had some fantastic successes and some horrible failures. The successes were not always publicized.